like, hi, everyone. We got one person in the house. Hi, one person. Oh, God. Happy Friday. We got the AP, Mistaken, and me, Shin Monet. Happy Friday. Yes, y'all. We have not been here in a while.
Been on hiatus.
Yes. Enjoying our Fridays like normal folk.
You should switch to 100
Oh, my bad.
I thought that was in the background doing some stupid shit. How is everybody doing?
My bad.
I just really want to talk tonight. Get some things off of our chest. Because I'm so tired of this gender war. Like, why can't we just live peacefully together? We shall overcome. Like men and women. No? Can we
I'm
do
curious to hear from AP. Why do he think that the gender war is what it's doing right now?
I believe that men are finally saying what's on their mind in an open forum. I don't think that women are actually used to hearing just men in general talk about things that we have a tendency to talk about when it's just us. And I think that women that disagree with some of the things that we say on how we really think and how we really feel aren't used to hearing it that way. And when you're used to being pandered to, when you're used to being told that you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, you get in your feelings when finally men are opening up. And then I think that triggers men into saying, hey, I don't think you were really invited to this conversation, but since you're here, blah, 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 blah. And then naturally, women are going to turn around and say, hold on, what are you talking about? Blah, 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 blah. And it has just exploded into this men against women dynamic, mainly because men decided to start speaking up.
you know I think because of the way it's coming out. So we have to be, I think the women are responding because it's on a public platform. And whenever you say things about anybody publicly, they're going to try to defend themselves, right? Um, and so I think that that's where the women. I think that if men were just saying, "Hey, we need to do this, this, and this," I don't think maybe it's a few women who would jump in just because women feel like they got to be a part of everything. But I think that has a lot to do with just the platform. I think it's gonna go dead. Terry, you can speak on it. Let me just get my charger.
I was gonna say, I think part of what Shan was saying, women are very sensitive to tone and presentation, delivery. And I think men are starting to talk, but I also think that they're talking and kind of like how y'all be saying that is like this girl code that y'all be saying everybody be on code. But I think the same thing about guys, because it's guys that are saying some of this stuff that's not even their experience as well. Like, because and the reason I say that is because I hear so much of the same like talking points, like almost verbatim.
Give me an
So,
example of the
um,
talking point.
talking points that has to do with like when they say things like Black women and their attitudes, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I think it's not Black women that have attitudes. I think women in general have attitudes. And we get like that from time to time. It happens. But what I'm seeing more, and I'm gonna say is speaking in our space as Black men and women, I just felt that there was a point in time that Black men were very respectful of women. And even I've seen, I would go even as far as even when a woman didn't deserve it. Not saying that she needed to be treated like crap, but or disrespected like crap. But there was a point in time where Black men were very genial, like they were just respectful. And now it seems like with, I guess is one of those things like when you hold in your emotions and then you explode. I think that's what we're seeing now from men is the explosion. And they explode and it all over everybody. Like, when you shake the can and then it busts open, it don't just stay in one space. It spreads and hit other people. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
So I think that I understand what you're saying. First, I'm going to say that, but I think that it's misunderstood or misinterpreted respect for silence. And I'd also say that before men really started talking about these things, especially openly as YouTube and TikTok and whatever other platform is available, um, face to face, we're still going to be respectful until we're disrespected. But the people you knew were just like the people you knew. Now you get a group of men that don't really know each other still having the barbershop conversation on an open forum. And I think women typically misinterpret some of the grievances as complaining about all women. And I also believe that even if it doesn't pertain to you as a female, when they say girl code, you see it as even if he's talking about this random woman, I'm a woman, he's talking about me too. No, he's talking about his experience with this type of woman. And then more and more of the back and forth occurs. It's
Mhm.
like, yo, if this doesn't pertain to you, then I'm not really talking about you when I say women. I'm talking about the women I've encountered. I'm talking about the women that I've come across. I've never met you, lady. And if you want to make this about you, then we as men will redirect and make it about you, which is where the actual disrespect lies. But I think women take it personal when even though it's not personal to that particular woman. Or they exhibit some of those behaviors that of the type of people that that male is talking about, and they take offense to that. So they want to get on, let's say, panels or get in on the conversation and say, "Hey, but you don't understand X, Y, and Z," and then this vicious circle continues. I
Mhm.
actually believe if men are going to have that men conversation, this is why I love Tuesday nights because it's men talking to men about men. Um, if
Wait,
men are
can
going
I
to have,
just interject right there?
go ahead,
Yes, you just said it was men's in the space on Tuesday night, men interacting and talking about men to men. A
talking to
lot
men
of
about men in the context of what men see and what men go through. I'm not saying that women aren't discussed,
Okay,
but
that's what I was gonna
it's
say. Sometimes I feel like for that, I think that's part of the problem too, is that we're in your mouth too much. Like in a situation like how y'all say, don't listen to men, don't listen to a woman telling you how men need to be, right? I hear that a lot. A woman can't even tell a man how to be. A woman should never be trying to tell a woman what to, a woman should never be trying to tell a man how to be a man or what to do, da da da. But a lot of time in those conversations is a steady talk about men talking about how to be a woman. A man can't tell a woman how to be a woman. What he can do is tell the woman he wants how he wants her to be for him. And I,
or maybe even emphasize this is the type of woman I want. You know what
right.
I'm saying? And it stop because what has happened is I think that this is my thing. I just feel like we have a social responsibility. I think that we are pushing ourselves so much further behind. We don't even need other people to do it for us. We're doing it for ourselves, right? I think it is healthy to have discussions with people. And I'm glad that people have found a place in which they could have healthy discussions. They can vent, but we cannot vent so much to the point where it makes us look bad. You understand what I'm saying? And it takes us back as a people, because we have to remember this conversation is not just happening amongst us. It is happening on the internet. So everybody sees the craziness. And I think that my issue too is, while I do see people have other races having these conversations, they make it a point to have it with the people that they have the problem with. So when I see situations that we're talking about only fangirls, obviously that's universal. You can universally say men have an issue with only. A lot of men have an issue with only fan girls, and they'll have only fan girls there. So it's not a doubt in your mind that they're talking about only fan girls. You understand what I'm saying? And not the average woman. And so I think that's the problem. And it goes back to what you were saying, AP. You were like, we're not talking about all women, but unless you make that distinction and you say, look, these type of women that we have in our community, these right here, we have to, these women are the problem. You understand? Because when you say something like, well, if the shoe fits, wear it, that works when you're talking to us, but it does not work when you're talking to us and other people are watching, because to them, you're talking about us. You understand what I'm saying? We know you're not talking about us, but from the standpoint from somebody else, just like that conversation where that comedian was talking to those two guys, you know what I'm talking about? He's a white guy, he had the fresh cut, and he asked about Black women. We have made it so safe for them to down us. Like, brother, I would have had so much to say. And I'm thinking to myself, like, let me talk about them, but that doesn't give you the right to do that. You understand what I'm saying? I may have my complaints, but that's not for you.
Okay, so you made some points that I agree with, right? So if this is me saying I personally, if I actually hear of some other guy denigrate in my space that isn't one of, I'm going to put quotes around the word us, that isn't one of us, denigrating our women as a whole, my job is to correct them. And I think more of that does need to happen. And maybe it does, and we don't see it. I mean, because I do. Like, hold on now, hold on. See, what we're not gonna do is we're not gonna talk about my sisters like that. There's one thing if I talk about my sister, you ain't gonna talk about my sister, but I'm not gonna talk to you about my sister because that's conversation that I'm not going to have. I'm not gonna go talk to a white dude about sisters like that doesn't make any sense to me. And maybe you guys need to see more of that. Maybe that's part of this whole gender war thing is that you guys don't see enough of us protecting you guys. But at the same time, when we do step up and we when we're coming from a place of protection, we get so much pushback oftentimes that it's like, you know what is the point? And when I say us coming from a place of protection, like, yo sis, maybe you shouldn't be wearing that out. You don't tell me. You know what? No, go ahead. Go ahead. Then whatever happens is what happens to you. You can't say I didn't tell you. You can't say this stranger right here didn't tell you that it was a bad idea.
So,
Wait, Shan, let me just say this real
okay.
quick. It was something that AP said that, and kind of similar to what you were saying. But I think the problem is that when you treat so, and this is vice versa. This is men to women and women to men in this space. Is that when you treat someone with disrespect in public, you indirectly give others the permission to disrespect that person too. And so, just like when you're using the word, the N word, when we go around and be like, you know what, we've gotten so comfortable that saying that it may have made other people comfortable saying that too. But and so I think that has been the same thing as well. Like as women, Black women, we are talking about our men, whatever our grievances are. We'll talk about that in these spaces where we're always talking about Black men, da 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 da, they always da 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 da. So we going in on them, and then we're putting that out there. So then it indirectly starts to have other people have those same perceptions of dealing with Black men, and the vice versa. When Black men are talking disrespectful or saying how bad Black women are, and they co-signing that thought process that has already been instilled generations after since slavery about Black people in general. But I think for us as women is a little different in terms of the being over sexualized and da da da. So as when men are in these platforms reinforcing some of those same stereotypes, it indirectly gives other people permission to disrespect us too.
I just want to make it very clear because I see it from both sides, right?
Mhm.
I've seen women be disrespectful to men, and I've
Absolutely.
seen men to be disrespectful to women. So we need to make sure that we know it's not one-sided because I have seen it both ways, not just one way, right?
Yes, I said that.
And so I just think that I just wish it were a common ground where you can have your issues, right? Because I don't think anybody's perfect. And we just have to say this person is just not for us. This is not my mate. This is not, we can live, you know, in our own little worlds away from each other. You're just not a part of my village, so to speak. And I don't have to bash you for that. You don't have to bash me for that. We just not meant to be in the same room together. Does that make sense? Like,
It,
I,
go ahead.
um, because a lot of these issues that we're having with people, when you look at the grand scheme of things, it's generational. You're asking, you sitting here saying a woman who's half naked and she's acting a certain way, more than likely her mom act that way. More than likely her grandmother act that way. So you're asking a taught behavior to just go away because you said it. That takes time. Sometimes and it can't start with you telling them. It has to start within. Like, I want better for myself, you know. And we can't judge another group of women off of those women who just needed to take the moment to get it right, to see the ill in their behavior. And that's what we're doing. That's what I think we're doing.
So the question I ask is, how can we as men, as Black men especially, how can we show our women that we actually do respect them, that we're trying to protect them, that we want the best from them when they are displaying negative behavior? Do we go back to being silent, or do we say something?
You
And
already
every
know.
time,
So
every time we say something, it turns into, if we're on a panel, if we say something and I'm just going to use this space right now, and we say like, hey, this behavior you're exhibiting isn't X, Y, and Z, and be like, hold on, who you talking to? How you gonna tell me how to be? How you gonna tell me how to act? You don't know me, blah blah blah. Ma'am, I'm not trying to hate on you. What I'm doing, what I think is I want you to be the best version of yourself, and the behaviors you're exhibiting is what prevents you from being this great amazing woman. And I'm just trying to shed some light on it. Maybe I tell you in the back chat, and maybe the same thing, I get the same response, right? So I'm trying to understand, how can we show y'all that, hey, as a group, as a whole, we love you. As a group, as a whole, we respect you. As a group, as a whole, we want the best for you. How can we show that and without coming off as if we're trying to beat you up? Because simply, I think oftentimes we only really want the best version, want you to be the best version of yourself.
So this is what I want you to understand. And I don't know why men don't get this in their heads. Just like there's a group of men that we can probably, we don't want to call those men out because they've done some bad things. We don't like to talk about that portion of people. Women also have that portion of people. It just looks a little different. Maybe they're not in jail. Maybe they're not, but they have siblings. They grew up in the same neighborhood. They have the same behavior because they were raised by the same people. You understand what I'm saying? So it's going to take time to get them to, it's not going to be an overnight like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do. They have to think for themselves. This is how I want to change this about myself. There's nothing you can do to make them change. You can say, you can show them, maybe have a conversation with them, but you can't change people. Only people can change. They can just change themselves. Does that make sense?
Well, I agree, but I think in these platforms, kind of like to what you're saying, when you're ready to change, you're going to seek out the change that you want, right? So even for me, I notice that I begin to listen even though it started in like Chic critique, having these conversations, hearing different feedback, meeting different people, that it has expanded the type of podcast that I listen to, right? So when you're ready for change, you're going to seek that out, the change that you want. And I think a lot of time in these spaces, you have a lot of gilded men, a lot of gilded women sharing the same space, and they're spewing all of their negative experiences and interactions that they've had over the years in these spaces. And it ends up making it appear that everybody's all effed up. And then you have these same people trying to advise and give advice about how you need to treat women. So you have men on one side that's talking about leave them hoes at the table. Leave them hoes at the table, and then you have on the other side, take his money for all he got. You know what I'm saying? So you have both sides that have been gilded, and they're trying to give advice on how you need to treat each other. And that's why these spaces can be very draining, because you know that they're really not here to learn something. It's really for the arguing for the sake, I think, of arguing. Some people present better and make it sound nice, but they are out there doing the same thing that women are complaining about, why they're getting hurt and why they're starting to move the way that they move. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. Men, same thing. Oh, these women ain't ish. They just out here for this money. So you know what? It's just going to be a transactional situation for me going forward. So I think that that's part of it. So I think the only way to change that is that can happen on individual basis until people are actually ready for change. Then they'll seek that out somewhere else. But on an individual basis, it's easy to change that, because if somebody's into you, especially a female, she gonna make the adjustments because she wants you in her space. So if that's something that you want, you lay it down and say, this is what I want. And if that's not what she's gonna, do the gymnastics to make that happen, then you ain't gonna mess with her anyway. But I think it has to come on an individual basis.
And I think this is one of the things that I'm finding about men, right? Men think every Black woman is for them. You want to change her because you're trying to change the OnlyFans chick. You're trying to change all these people to make them fit what you want, instead of just accepting them for who they are. You can't change people. It's something about your mentality that even makes you want to get on OnlyFans. Because most women, for me, I wouldn't even show you it's just in me. Like, I'm sorry, no amount of money is worth me putting my stuff out there like that. Like, it's just not. You know what I'm saying? But then it's some people who may be like, I see absolutely nothing wrong with it. But that's all the way they think, right? So you can't, I think that men so feel like, oh, trying to influence these women to be what they want them to be, but they're showing you who they are.
So is it really men? Because I kind of don't agree with that. I think in general, men want women to be truly the best versions of themselves for the most part. Now, don't get me wrong, there are manipulators in every single group. There are guys that won't think every woman is for them. I can agree with that part, but I think on the whole, especially in these spaces, it's about, yo, you can be the best version of you. Since this is a relationship, a conversation, I'm going to tell you how I think you could improve yourself for whatever mate you find in the future. And I think men typically come from that place because I would like to think that most men are aware enough to know that no, not every woman is for you. Not no, you can't get just every woman. But at the same time, if I'm on a show and I'm actually a direct communicator, except for here, if I'm on a show and I'm going to give direct advice or I'm going to say what really is on my mind, I'm just going to say it in as few words as possible and I hope you receive the message that I'm giving you. And that's what I hear quite often on a lot of these shows. Now, when or panels or whatever, right? But when the women seem to get unruly and they can't take that direct line of communication, then yeah, I'm gonna throw shots. And I'll use an example like I guess it was about a year and a half ago on a Sunday show. Um, Pink and Ali had a back and forth when he was at one point speaking general. She took it personal, and then it turned into something that shouldn't have been. Whereas that's how men communicate. We communicate very, very directly. If you go back to the Tuesday night show this week, everybody go check out King Talk on Lapeef Network Tuesday nights. Um, there was a gentleman that I had never seen, but there was a gentleman that was on the show who had 18 kids, about 14 women, and he went to jail. And like he was once in jail for a few years. They spoke to him directly. That's the way men communicate. Is no, they didn't want anything from him. Hey, acknowledge, quit. Trying to make this behavior make it sound okay to yourself. Just accept that you were wrong. That's all we're asking you to do. Accept that you were wrong, and then tell us what you can do and going forward in the future. But he reverted a lot to that whole victim mentality, and I see that a lot on female panels. But that's how men communicate. We are direct communicators. We typically say exactly what we mean. No, we don't. That doesn't mean we want to get you in the bed. We're just being straight with you. And I don't think a lot of women can uh, take that very well, especially those that didn't really grow up around men. And we see it play out pretty often, or
So,
those that have been that have chosen wrong. Like I'll say that as well. There are some women who have chosen wrong and have had bad experiences and refuse to listen to men. And in those cases, I this is where I think it's on men. Once you've identified that person, give them their space and talk around them instead of trying to talk directly to them because they're not going to hear you until like you see it, Miss Shan. They're not going to hear you until they're ready to hear you. And all you're going to do is go back and forth and make it worse than what it actually should have been originally, which keeps this gender war thing going and going and going and going, even where it bleeds over into the political fear that we're seeing now, where women are trying to are following who I think is actually a pretty great man in Obama, following his words and rhetoric. But that's not a woman's place, and this is the way men think now. That's not it's not your place as a female to tell me how to think politically. Now I'm gonna hear this dude, but as soon as he disrespects me, f him too. And but it all bleeds over into politics, into relationships, into into finance. It's crazy because, like you were saying earlier, mistaken how you find yourself drawn to other shows now from hearing some of these conversations and having some of these conversations. It, and it's not just the black community. It's damn near every community having the same conversations here in America, fighting back and forth with women from finance to relationships to politics is wild. And we as men need to get back to ignoring certain type of women until they're ready, so that mindset is ready. And vice versa for men. Ladies, yo, some men aren't the guys to deliver a message to you. Some guys don't want the best for you, which is why you should also have a tribe to help you decipher through certain things. But I digress. This is why I had a pen and paper and I was writing it down and then I stopped mistaken. And you see, I just went off on this six
But
minute rant.
it was something that you said that actually stood out for me, which I think is really what is hindering or continuing this whole gender war. It's about the way that we talk to each other. So you specifically said the way men talk, we're direct, and that's the way that we speak. Da da da. But you fail to realize that you don't speak to women the same way, and I think that that's part of the problem. I'm not saying not to be honest with women, but delivery matters. Even for men, delivery matters because when women are direct, men take that as being masculine and they take it a certain way. So obviously, the way that a message is delivered and how it's delivered is going to be different, and it should be different. If you're saying that you want me to be in my feminine, then you got to understand how to speak to my feminine. So you can't come at me and speak to me in the same tone, in the same, curt way that you would speak to another male. Y'all understand that for each other. But you, as a man, speaking to me like that is going to create something in me that doesn't sit right. It's not, and then message out the window. So is it more important that, you speak to me so I could come from a place of understanding of what you're saying? Or is it just that you need to get it off your chest? You know what I'm saying? And sometimes in these spaces, it feels like at times that it's more about getting it off your chest instead of it getting in my chest. You know what I'm saying? If it needs to get in my chest in order for me to, that changes I say that y'all want to see in women, it would make a huge difference if the delivery is received. And I know, like, a lot of times we go, oh, it don't matter what you say to a woman, she ain't gonna hear it, da da da. But I notice specific men that will be in these spaces that will say the same thing somebody else is saying, but the delivery is so different that they are more receptive. And the person that comes to mind, Trill. When Trill used to be up here, he used to be direct. He used to be honest, but it was his delivery in the way that he said it. And he kept it straight across the board between men and women. Like, I'm going to call the women out because they be on their stuff, but I'm going to call the men out because they be on their stuff too. And his delivery was very well. Another person, what is his name? I can't think of his name. And I really like him. He was on a Wednesday show sometimes. Damn, I can't remember his name. But he's very like just Jay, right? That's his name.
He is a cool dude.
Yeah.
Just
His
chill.
delivery. He's very fair. He sees things where it is. He calls it out, but it's his delivery. And I think when women try to tell men that, men hear it as you're just trying to deflect, right? Oh, you're trying to deflect. Just listen to the message. But I'm telling you, as a woman, the way that you speak to us, you have to speak to our heart. When men are talking, they speak to each other in their head. So whatever comes out, y'all just okay with it until y'all get in y'all feelings. And somebody call y'all, say something the wrong way, then it can go different. But for a woman, there is a way that you have to speak to us for us to receive it. And when we try to share that with y'all shut that down. Oh, here come the tone police, like that kind of stuff. It is not going to create a safe space for a woman to feel comfortable saying much of anything. Or if she does, she's going to come at you the same way you do. And then y'all say she's being disrespectful and being masculine.
So I think that the important thing is if you're just talking in general, you say it the way you want to say it. But if you're talking because you really want that other person to receive what you're saying to make change, then sometimes it's like my students. I can't teach my kids the same way. I know this may work for this kid, this may work for this kid, right? And so what Mistaken is saying is if you really want there to be change, then you have to you have to say it in a way that the person can receive what you're saying, and vice versa. The women have to do the same thing as it comes to the men. Men, I say all the time, respect means everything. So she comes to you in a disrespectful way, you're not even hearing her. You know what I'm saying? You got to respect the man. You want him to understand what you're saying. Talk to him softly. Speak to him. Speak to his man, his manhood, and he will receive what you are saying. But it goes both ways. Now, if you're talking to each other, or we just having a powwow, that's totally different. But if we're trying to move mountains, if we're trying to change things, then we have to speak people's language, right? And I think that that's really the important thing. Let me get these super checkers. I think that they're Harrison, pull up. Hey, she done dipped on us. He ain't even responding. He just comes in, throws $5, and just be like, bye. Salute.
HD, you be in that chat now all of a sudden you MIA.
Think she got a chick, honey. Okay, you want to read that, Tara? You're muted.
My bad. Myron Scott, $10. Hey, Myron. The problem is men want the most attractive woman, but when they have the worst attitudes, they complain instead of finding someone who is more agreeable. Leave the headaches for someone else.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I think that sometimes, and that's for women too, sometimes our superficial needs give people a pass, right? Like for example, women who are beautiful women have been treated a certain kind of way all their lives because they're beautiful, right? They're a little spoiled. That means they feel like they can act a certain kind of way. Don't pick her. Okay? Sometimes you got to humble that experience.
So when Mistaken was just talking about one of the phrases here, leave them at the table or leave them at the restaurant. That's what that phrase means. It means, you know what, I'm not dealing with this. We straight, we good. That's what that phrase translates into. It I don't know if it I think I see it more as metaphorically. I don't see it more as we're at the restaurant, hey,
Yeah,
I'm
but in
out.
the context, look at the context in which those statements are made. We're talking about men and women interaction. And a lot of times, just like I guess men could say that they've had their experiences, but as a woman, I'm speaking from the woman experience side of it, that if they've been jaded or things like that. And then you hear, and I think Hank is a good there's moments in which I see a different side of Hank that I'm like, okay, he has a softer side or whatever. But and even Ricky too, he was another one that when I first got in these spaces that I had to learn him. And I'll say he's also made changes. I've seen Ricky grow in his delivery from when I first started like being in this space, that it's really like like men tell women to just suck it up and just deal with it. Like Somebody said that in the comments. As a matter of fact, I came across that in the comments. Like, you just got to accept the man that's the way we communicate. And I think that's where some of the gender war stems from too, is this talk from men a lot about how women need to change. And I'm not saying we don't. I agree that there is things that women need to work on and change. But the conversations for men is always
Hey,
about how women need to change for the benefit of them. Whereas women are asking men to change so we can be in relation with each other, but men, oh shoot. You all right, AP?
I'll be right back.
Oh, uh-oh.
What happened? I missed it.
You see in the back chat.
What the fuck? Wait. What in the hell?
My bad, y'all. But you know, I think that is an immature way of dealing. I think
So
men take women when they're saying you need to handle me in a certain way
Mm-mm.
as women trying to change men because they have a preconceived concept of what a man's supposed to be across the board. Whereas women are saying, listen, you need to speak to me in a certain way for me to understand it. And instead of taking that and making adjustments, they get stuck in their ego because they don't want to change. And then they say, oh, you're trying to make me not a man because I'm asking you to deliver a message a certain way.
So I, I think HG made another post, and this is the thing. The women can suck it up and they can deal with it, right? But that is the reason why you have the women who act the way that they do, because they are sucking up and deal with it, and that's their reaction to sucking up and deal with it. If you want the type of woman that you say that you want, there are some changes we have to all make, right? You can't ask, like Mistaken said, you can't ask for a feminine woman, but you want her to suck it up. Right. So where's the protection in that? Like, come on. Like, what are we saying? You can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? Do you want us to be hard, soft, in the middle? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it that make up your mind? Because we confused. You okay, AP?
Yeah, no, I'm straight. It's down the road somewhere.
Listen.
I'm prepared. Let's just say it that way. That's all I'm gonna say.
You may need to go in the house. I'm just like,
No, I'd rather be out here. You can say, hey, see it coming.
I know that's right. Get your Snickers bar. It's a joke that happened behind the scenes. Never mind. But yes, so I think that we have to, I think that men want that tough girl, but then they want the soft girl, and women just be so confused at which one is which, right? But going back to it, that other guy, somebody else's point about the beautiful women. Sometimes the ratchetest women come in the most beautiful bodies, right?
Man, you preaching.
Listen, but that ratch ain't going nowhere. She gotta listen. She had thugs, and it's not leaving. It's a part of the DNA. It is ghetto for life. You know what I'm saying? So now you gotta choose. You listen to what I'm saying. You got it's either you intervene early on and you get these people involved with making change because I'm gonna tell you what starts it. That music, what we're seeing, you know what I'm saying? It keeps it going. I personally believe that me and Mistaken was talking, about government assistance. It should be a behavior addendum in there. You understand what I'm saying? Because I sent her a video, and the mess that we saw in that video was, and we feel like this is why people act the way because and it starts so young. And I should have sent it to you, and I really should have brought it up here, but I ain't trying to tap into that. But it has to start young. Because once they get a little older, it's in them.
So this is what I say. This is I actually believe this. We as men, we actually set that stage early in the relationship. So let's say she has some of those ratchet tendencies. If you don't accept that and she accepts you not accepting that, you can actually she will change that behavior pattern to fit what you're telling her if she believes you're telling her right. So
It,
I think that this kind of goes back to what you were saying with Tone. First of all, I want to say this. I want to clear the air with Hink and Ricky. They're my brothers. There will never be any Ricky or Hink slander. You didn't slander them, by the way. I'm just saying. Um, and I would argue that their tone and their delivery hasn't changed. The way you hear them changes, which actually fits into. I listen to both them brothers quite a bit now.
no, I
I
say
think the way
Ricky. I
you
said Ricky has definitely changed. And I actually, on one of the panels he was on, told him I noticed that, and he said he's been working on it. So he
I don't
has.
know. I don't know.
Now it may come out other times. I'm just saying, from the time that I first met him to the transformation, the small that I'm seeing, when the last time that I've seen him, it was a difference, and I had to give him a shout out. I had to give him credit where credit was due. I had to give him credit is due. But like Hink is hinking. You know what I'm saying? I got to know him in this space a little better.
So it sounded different to you.
The deliver
Like
no,
you hear it, you
Hink
see you
is
hear it.
saying,
You say see that phrase right there. You said Hink is hinking. You got to know him a little better, which means when you know somebody a little bit better, it's easier to understand their point of view, where they're coming from, which means they sound a little different to your ears,
no, that's what
even
I'm
though.
saying. He hasn't changed.
And
He
I don't think
he
either one of them
hasn't
has
changed.
changed.
I'll give him that. He's been consistent from the day that I met him till now. Hink is gonna get Hink. The difference, like you said, the difference is because now I know that that's his personality. It's not that I'm hearing different. He's still saying the same stuff. It's that I can tolerate it better. That is more of a toleration more so than a change. Because he, like he said, he gonna stand on his 10 toes. He ain't gonna change. And I see that about him. There's just certain moments, and I noticed that those moments typically come when he's talking to other men, where it sounds like he got some sense. Not like he speaks in like it sounds like, man, how come he don't say this when we're in the presence of other, when there's women in the presence of other men? When he's speaking where there's women in his presence, you're gonna hear the hinking. When he's
Y'all,
talking to other men,
yeah, y'all be saying some dumb shit though.
I'm just saying. I know this is
And he gonna tell you that's some bullshit. He can say it to you.
I've literally heard Hink say some of the same stuff that I've said on this panel amongst other men, and he got on me about it or got on other women who was like agreeing, but then get in the space among King Talk, and then among you guys will say something. I mean, of course, he say in a different way than I deliver, because I deliver like a woman, but he'll say basically the same thing that I'm saying. I'm like, damn, I said that. He about it, but now he's in the presence of other men and he's saying the same thing. So I do think that that's why we were saying sometimes I guess we do need a space where women are just talking amongst women, because the energy changes depending on the men that's in the room. Like the conversation that we're having right now with y'all, it would be totally different with a Hink energy. It would be people bring different energy, and that's honestly, I'm not slandering Hank. He's just the one that I think of right now that's in here with that hard, like, oh man, here we roar kind of energy. And then the other men in that like that they'll like big him up. Yeah, tell him, Hank. Like it sounds like men want want women to be humbled so much that even in the delivery and the way that they speak is to kind of be like, yeah, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like that energy. And then you have other men that will be in a chat like, yeah, that's why I like Hink. He don't be taking up from these hoes. And and I don't think Hink is that dude. I really don't, because he wouldn't have found a wife if that was the case. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, I mean, is like you said, Hink be hinking. I think I got to the point where I can tolerate him because I know him a little better. I could tolerate his delivery, not him as a person, but tolerate his delivery because I've gotten to know him behind the scenes as well, in terms of like when we're, backstage talking or whatever, I get to see a different side of him. So I think that's the difference.
So,
Oh,
oh,
no,
okay.
it was one of those hums where where I'm just gonna let Miss Take and have it because I still think that when we talk about knowing somebody and getting to understand somebody, that you begin to understand their message a little bit differently. You start to hear it a little bit differently. I'm not saying that you completely fold and did a 180 because you understand them. It's just that it sounds you understand the place that they're coming from because you know that it's not from a place of hostility. You know it's not from a place of hate. And most of the time, now I've seen him troll certain women on panels, but outside of that, most of the time it's not from a place of I'm gonna rock her shit just for the sake of rocking her shit. It is, yo, ma'am, you out of line in his way. 'Cause the way I say it is, ma'am, you're out of line. Can we tone down the rhetoric? I actually said that on a panel once to be tailored, but it's I'm about the dialogue, so I love having a dialogue. Anyway, I'm about to go off and go in the left field. Go ahead, Miss Shan.
Oh, I was going to do this super chat. You are,
All right, Myron, $5 again. Thank you, Myron. You have first been the good man, then used the best tone to deliver the message. It works in my marriage and even other females I talk to. See, that's a grown man right there.
You have you have first been the
Well,
good
he's saying
man.
be a good man first, then you be able to use tone and delivery when you're talking. So once I think men understand that, they move so much further with women. But I find sometimes in these spaces, men that don't have the ability to do that, that they lack emotional not just emotional intelligence. That is part of emotional intelligence, is being able to know how to communicate to your audience. But I think because they lack that ability in that area, that's when they go into the conversation about, here's the tone, police, or why are you so focused on the tone? Just listen to what the person is saying. It's because I think they lack that communication dexterity to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to do that. So they just want you to just listen to what I'm saying, but not understanding that as a woman, if you don't have the right tone and delivery, it's something in us. We can't listen. It's very hard for us to listen. We automatically gonna get defensive. So if you truly want us to get what you're trying to say and come from, you are going to have to learn how to deliver your message the right way. It point blank.
I can dig that.
Harrison Davis, HD, pull up. Being feminine doesn't stop because you got to deal with stuff you don't want to deal with.
well, you can still be a feminine woman, but you can go into masculine energy. Everybody has feminine energy. Everybody has masculine energy. And it depends on where you are, which one you have, which one show up.
And I think when men hear women say the way that you speak to me, we're not asking you to have a soft female tone or nothing like that. When we're talking about tone and delivery, I'm not really sure how men interpret that. But when we say that, it always seems like a negative response from men when we're like, watch your tone and the way that you say stuff to me. I don't know if they think we're meaning like, oh, you got to be soft and talk like a woman. We're not saying that. You know, like we're not saying that, because then if you do that, we're gonna be like, yo, like put some
Don't
bass in
patron.
your voice.
Don't pa- don't patronize me.
Right?
Who you think you talking to? Like
Exactly.
I'm I'm not
Exactly.
your kid.
We're gonna
And,
look.
and then too, there again too, I think that it is no different from going to a neighborhood that you go into certain neighborhoods and they don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't know people like that. You got to know how to talk to people. You ain't just going to go up in people's neighborhood and be acting all strong with. You're going to test the water. You're going to be like, okay, I'm going to be chill. Because I don't know these folks like that. It is the same type of approach until you at least get to know that person. And when you get to know a person, then you'll know how to talk to a person. They'll take it like that's our relationship. Like I know he means well for me. But if you talk about strangers, they don't know you like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be having the AP situation over there. AP had to dip on us for a second.
Hey, no, they still.
AP,
Hey, look, no, for real, they out here wilding. Like there's been a cop car zooming up and down the street. I haven't seen anybody run from the woods yet, but I wish they would. I hope they don't, but I wish they would.
and I think that it's I didn't mean to do that. I think that it's important to understand this is men and women. I don't think that women should bash men. You have a healthy conversation. And I don't think men should bash women. I think it's okay for two people to have a healthy conversation. You know what
Now,
I'm saying?
is it really bad? Okay, I guess for me, I need to understand what bashing is.
Oh, that's the
Are
light.
we what we what are we saying bashing is? Because I know on both sides, I've seen where women have made points about men and where men have made points about women that were true. But then those who are on the receiving end of the hard truth respond in a way that you got to get defensive, or then you want to say, well, here's the hard truth for you too. You know what I'm saying? That back and forth.
I think,
So what's bashing, I guess?
bashing is when you see them women on there, "Nigga, you ain't did it." Bashing is what it sound like. Maybe we don't do it, but I've seen women bash men, maybe not on necessarily the show or any shows I've been on, but I've seen women on reels bashing men.
Mhm.
I've seen it.
Uh, I've seen it both sides. I've seen it both ways. No cap.
I was talking it more in like this YouTube space, but yeah, I've definitely seen it on like IG. But I haven't actually, I take that back, one time, but that was that whole situation when Cookie and what's his name, when we ended up doing that follow-up show. What's his name? I forgot his name.
I don't know his name either.
Kenny, yes, Kenny P. Yeah, like I've
Oh, y'all didn't even get that resolved on the follow up show. That was
yeah,
like
I was
that
resolved.
was.
Sometimes
For
you
me,
gotta let
it
it
was
go.
resolved. For Cookie made it clear, which is what she was saying. She didn't change from it. She stood 10 toes down. I'm good. Like I'm good on that. But
I,
that's the only I'll say one time that I've seen like that on in this space on the panels or what have you. But for the
I said
most
I've
part,
seen it. I've seen it several times, but here's where it comes in. Here's what it comes down to. You got two prideful people, two people choosing not to actually humble themselves and take the higher road. Um, the men are afraid of. I don't want to. I'm gonna say it. Men are afraid of other men saying, "Oh man, I can't believe you bowed down to that bitch," and getting that type of rhetoric thrown at them. And I think once you women get in that headspace, period, y'all ain't pulling off. Y'all ain't pulling back. Like that, just by the nature of it, y'all ain't pulling back. Um, which is why oftentimes I personally don't care what the chat says. So I'm like, you know what? I was wrong about that. You know what? You was right. That's on me. You know what? I was out of line. That's my bad. And I don't think enough people are willing to do that because nobody wants to be on a viral clip at being the one that's backing down.
I think
Nobody
it
wants to be humble
is.
and 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 say and really say, you know what, I was foul. Like um, I think it was 3 weeks ago on a King Talk. Marcus and somebody else, the dude said something, and Marcus was like, "Yo, you know what? I don't really appreciate." It was Bruiser, as a matter of fact, and Marcus was like, "Yo, I didn't appreciate the way you said that to me." It took Bruiser probably every bit of 15 minutes to finally say, "You know what? My bad, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what? It's okay. Humble yourself.
Mm,
Sometimes, and you don't know. Here's the other part. Some people communicate so poorly, and I'm not saying this was that situation, but some people communicate so poorly that they don't understand that they A have just disrespected somebody, or B know how to say, yo, that was disrespectful to me,
Mm-hmm.
and immediately jump into either a defensive or offensive posture. Like you sometimes take a step back and recognize that even though you could be right, you could have been wrong in how you said what you said. Maybe that was the case. And if you were wrong in saying how you said what you said, go ahead and own it. Fuck it. Make me viral for saying, you know what, my bad mistake. And you know what, the way I came off just now was incorrect and foul.
you know,
Not enough people will do that.
I think that that's the issue. I think you just spoke of the issue. I think that many people are trying to be viral, right? And in their pursuit of being viral, they say some things that we usually see that are viral, especially when it comes to our people, right? It's usually not the good stuff. It's that, and I do believe that that's intentional. One is entertaining. I get it. It's clickbait. People the most comments, and let's just be honest, YouTube is a business. But I think that we as a people, we do things for that viral moment, right? And talk about that viral moment, that balloon popping, got to go. I hate that show.
You
I
know, that
that
I
show.
like it, to be
that
honest. And the
like
reason
that could actually be a really good show.
If it were,
That could like I love the concept of it. The concept is really really solid. You
I
know
could.
what? There's certain things about you I'm not feeling. We're not a match. Let me go ahead and not waste your time. Let me pop the balloon, tell you why you're not a match for me. But here is what happens too oftentimes, in my opinion. Ooh, this is my chance because the show is so popular. It's getting
To
100,000 views in 2 weeks. So now I'm gonna pop my balloon and tell you that you got an acorn shaped head to see how you respond, and then we can go back and forth, and then I can tell you you ain't shit. And now we're I'm viral, and people are actually hitting me up in my DMs for interviews, and now I'm getting paid for interviews. Come to find out, I was just a dumb plumber who didn't actually own my job, own my own truck.
Mhm.
You
you
see what I'm
know,
saying?
no,
We
I
we
yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Because a legit, it's okay to not be physically attracted to people.
Mhm.
It's not okay to try to embarrass people.
that
Just
that
because it is
Mhm.
not what you prefer, it's not your opportunity to try to belittle anybody. Hey, it just doesn't work out. Maybe pump them up. Like, I do like your style, but I usually like, this type of and I just don't feel like we're just a good fit. You can do that without trying to insult people. The comedy hour. And I think that that's the part that I don't like. It's not about looking for love. It's like who I can join, who I can, make fun of. It's like high schoolers going at each other. It's like, what? Are we too
But you
old
know
for
what it is too, why I say I like it, not necessarily like but I think these are the men and women that we generalize in the spaces that we're in now, right? Like you'll look at that and say, see, this is what I'm telling. It reinforces that mindset that men are saying that all these women are like, and vice versa, that women are saying, see how, men are when I can be that woman, but because of the way I look, they don't want to look, you know what I'm saying? Like it reinforces those things, and then we'll get in these spaces and talk about that and then say this is how majority of people are. And that's why I say I kind of like it, because I can look at it from a different view of saying, like, I know in reality people that I know don't move like that, but it is entertaining. I look at it from just purely entertainment, but I think other people may not necessarily see it as that.
Mhm, mhm. Um, do you? I don't. Vic says that he thinks that it's like real life. I don't think that people are as well. Maybe it is kind of like real life, right? Like if you go to the club, you got all these dudes, right? But you don't talk to any of them because none of them are, you find the littlest thing wrong with them instead of trying to get to know them. I think it's just a people thing.
Do you? I think it depends on what it is. When you're in a, it's easy to do stuff, like you said, for clickbait, right? You know it's going to be on TV. But in real life, I don't think most people move like that. At least
What
the
do you
people
think?
that I've, so when you're meeting people, you're not going to be attracted to everybody. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
what do
saying?
people you're
So
not
when
attracted
you're in a so when you're in a space where people are mingling, you're going to look around to see what it is you're attracted to. That
to?
doesn't mean that you're dissing other men because you're not
Oh,
giving them
oh,
your
oh, oh,
time.
oh, yeah. I'm not talking about dissing. We're talking about the superficial part of it. Because if
Okay.
you're in a room, if you're not attracted to the person, you probably won't even have a conversation with them. You probably just mingle. I'm not even giving him the look that it's okay to come talk to me. That's normal, right? That's normal.
I would think so. But when
Yeah.
you say superficial, again, I don't think.
Surface level.
Well, I actually, well, see, I don't know. I think if they find a guy attractive, if a guy is physically attractive,
That's superficial.
right, hold on. But he has on shoes, like how they be on a balloon pop. I don't like his shoes. And they pop
That
it. They
fit
ain't really
awful.
moving like that in real life. If the
I,
dude looks
I agree.
good,
She gonna be like, I
that's
can
what I'm
change you too.
saying. That's
But
why I say it's for the show. Because in real life, if you see a dude that's attractive and he got on bum shoes, you're like, what are those? They're still gonna be looking for his attention because he's an attractive guy. He can
but
pull something
mistaken.
like that
I,
off.
I think the issue is on this show, they're not finding the people that they're popping. They don't see the attract. I don't think it's any different. They don't
Okay.
see the attraction in them. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? And that's why they be losing out when the guy be telling them everything they doing. It goes with the attraction. Like I remember it was one guy on there, his credentials, he was just great, like on paper. But for whatever reason, there was a lot of pop balloons because they weren't physically attracted to him.
Mm-hmm.
You
No,
understand what
yeah,
I'm saying?
that I
Maybe
agree.
the
Yeah.
outfit he had on, all that stuff. He wasn't. He didn't move them physically. You understand?
Now,
So
did you see the opposite? Because I don't watch that show like that. But did you see the opposite? That if the dude had money, he looked
yeah,
like he had money, he was dressed right, but he was physically ugly, that they didn't pop their balloon?
I saw maybe an attractive dude. I mean, it's a couple of dudes on there that were attractive and their balloons didn't get popped.
No, I'm saying that the dude wasn't that attractive, but the way that he presented, he had on nice shoes, so to speak, or outfit, like his fit was on
I don't
point.
like you like that, girl.
Okay.
I
Because
just
You talking
women
about like the one with the short bald dude? They none of them popped till he really started talking. They figured out like he ain't got it like that.
mhm. Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
like
come from that
I've seen
balloon.
it. I've seen it.
do
Okay.
you think so? So we're sitting here talking about the gender war. Do you think that the gender war really is because of mating? Do you think that if there's no mating issue, would there really be a gender war?
Give me more context. What
Meaning,
like if you remove sex?
if you remove sex, we're just talking straight out platonic friends, like just remove sex out of the situation, right? Um, it has nothing to do with mating. Do you think that we would still have these same conversations?
Hell no, because we wouldn't talk to y'all ass.
I think that would be vice. I think it would be the same.
I'm gonna keep it 100. we wouldn't talk to y'all.
I don't think men like women.
What women can do for them.
Because
The
it seems like
basic
everything
heavy.
that they say about women is mostly of what women can do for them. It's not like what I
That's
like
what I
about
just
a
thought
woman.
about that. Because
Like,
I
you know,
remember on shows, I think AP have said it. I've heard this several times about the main factor of women of men dealing with women is the drive to have sex. If you remove
we,
sex out of the picture, I
why we gonna
guess
talk to y'all?
y'all would
We,
never,
we,
because y'all like being with y'all bros.
no,
Y'all like being
it's
with
not about
y'all bros over hoes.
no, no. It actually goes more back into the conversation that we've been having. I think it's about having to tone ourselves, having to change how we speak, having to adjust what we're doing when we're trying to dialogue with females. As a man, I can actually have a conversation, have I can know nothing about a dude, and we can have a conversation and be on the same page within 2 minutes. With a female, like hell, maybe you hate the Lakers, maybe you don't know anything about basketball, maybe you don't know anything about soccer, maybe you don't know anything about guns. Shit, like if it wasn't for sex, why would why would we need to talk to y'all? What y'all got to add to our conversation?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all's conversations are limited. Y'all conversations are only about like what you just named: sports, cars, women, and music. And those categories. That's it. When you have a conversation with a woman, it's gonna be extra. Yeah, we are extra. We add
I think
extra. We're a sprinkle. We're the
mistaken,
sprinkle.
mistaken. We are their entertainment. They love us so much. They just want to talk about us all the time.
We're the sprinkle
No,
sprinkle
Talking
to your lives.
I think honestly, I think it might surprise you that a lot of conversations y'all ass don't come up, not under any circumstance.
tell on
Now,
this
if
Maybe.
you walk by with a fat ass, you gonna come up because we both looking at your fat ass. But for the most part, you might be surprised like some of the conversations you hear with dudes. Like if you could just be the fly on the wall and we not know you're there, you'd be surprised of how little we actually talk about y'all. But at the same time, when we do talk about y'all, it is a long ass conversation. Man, like, can you believe what this chick said to me? Man, what she say to you, bruh?
So
Man, look, she was fine though, but man, she was dumb as shit, bruh.
let's talk about
Tell
this.
me about it.
Let's talk about this.
Okay, Calvin Cook
Let's
goes to show you ain't got nothing to offer but some box. You ain't talking about opening a business.
huh? I don't know about that last part, but my point in bringing it up.
But I have conversations with like males, like the spaces that I'm in,
I wanted
with
to
males at my job. And that's strictly platonic. Like that's just business where we're like you work around people every day and we have conversations and stuff like that I think it might be the women that you're talking to.
so
No,
I brought that message up for a reason.
if he
Okay.
could ignore you, he would.
Because men
Be
love
good.
Mm, we don't think so.
he could what?
Okay.
Especially in the workplace. Nah,
What are
hell
you,
nah.
what are you
And you
talking
help pass the time too? Shit.
You said you got to pass the time.
Like shit. Like
I don't
why
understand.
not? And then just let you talk and we just next time y'all have a conversation, pick the time when you start to get into a story and about 2 minutes in, you gonna have them glass eyes like this. Mm,
Depends on what you're talking about, though.
y'all ain't talking about shit. Go ahead, I'm playing.
So I wanted to the reason why I put that up is because men always talk about women they box, right? Some of y'all can't live with that, but some people do. Because they found a back door. Well, am I lying? Um,
Wait, hold on. What type of men we talking about now? Or what type of back door are we talking about?
Throwing that in there, but I'm just saying.
Whoa, whoa,
Um,
whoa.
so
Mm-mm.
men love to, and I get why you devalue that part of women, right? Because one, women don't even put value on it themselves. Okay.
Facts.
Um, to find a women like to be desirable. Now, do they need to be slutting it out? Absolutely not. But women, just like men like respect, women like to be desired. Um, and so when you sit here and say, "Oh, we only want you," she wants you to desire her. You're attracted to her. That just made her entire day. You talk to a woman, tell her she's beautiful. You're gonna make her smile, right? That's just what they. So you saying, "Oh, you know, I desire her," because that's basically what you're saying. Okay, she wants to be desired, right? Now, does she want to be liked? Sure. There's some women who want to be liked, which is what we're trying to get people to be likable. I think the problem is a lot of women aren't likable. That's when they're loud, they're doing all the other stuff, being annoying, blah, 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 right? And so that's a different conversation. Because there are people who are likable, but they're not desirable, and y'all don't be wanting them. So ask yourself, do you want a likable woman or you want a desirable woman? Which one, if you can only choose one?
Mm. I, I ain't a man, but I have my thought. I'm gonna wait for AP to answer this one first.
And I want you to be honest with
See
yourself.
if we're on the same page.
We're talking, like, think of, and I'm not gonna, because I don't like to give anybody as an example of unattractive, right? Think about the most unattractive woman that you've ever come across, but she's likable. But think about the
Okay,
most
okay,
desirable woman that you've ever.
okay. So for depends on the purpose. If it's somebody that I'm gonna be with, desirable without a question. But I'm gonna end like when we talk about likable, I like the fact that you're sexy as hell. So I found something likable about you. If your personality is dry, I'm gonna bust you down and keep it up, keep it moving. If I like it, who are you? If we're looking at it from the standpoint of me liking them being likable to me, I'm likely not going to be hanging out with some ragged ass chick. Like that's just not what I'm gonna do. So she likable to me is it works. Likable to me is likely desirable. Is likely a desirable woman. Like they're the same woman. Now, if
Yeah,
you're talking about likable as in can carry a good conversation, can hang
Oh,
out,
you ever had that girl? She just not attractive, but she cool as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Like she just cool.
I met a girl like that in college. I can't remember her name, but she just stuck out to
a-
me. Well, I didn't
and
even
I
know.
didn't
It was
and I
just the way
didn't want to
she
smash.
talked, huh?
She
Uh,
don't
uh,
do it for you. Like womp
It was
womp.
just the air
I
about her, the way she
I
carried
likely
herself.
didn't I likely didn't meet her because I likely didn't say anything to her to begin with. Like if you're asking about a homegirl growing up, sure we had those, but I don't live where I used to live, and as I grew up, I didn't really hang out with chicks I wasn't trying to smash.
That was just my point, right? Because men, they always say women want you for your resources, men want you for your sex. Everybody wants something from somebody, right? It's a reason why you're here, okay?
Like
Or you
smashing
just
is
be my friend,
fun.
huh?
Sex is fun. Sex is fun. I love sex. So yeah, that and I'm trying to get that from a chick, not a dude. So yeah, like
Well, let me just
like
shout
it's
out.
difficult for me to understand the question because when you say you'd have to define out likable a little bit more for me because like I'm just not just gonna hang out with a chick to be hanging out with a chick and not be trying to get some box, which is why I don't have female friends. Like the
I'm
most
like,
contact, the most female interaction that I get outside of my wife Now is when we have a show.
Mhm. Well, my husband likes me, y'all. His last message to me at 3:41 p.m. today was, "I'm glad you were pretty with personality."
Desirable. That goes to my that goes to my answer. Desirable and likable to him. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
if you were some random ugly ass chick, you wouldn't have got that text message at 3:41 unless it was like this. Hey yo, look, I got a room. The kids at the front desk meet me in the room. No, we ain't hanging out afterwards. And no, you can't be my friends. But the fact is, he found himself a desirable woman that was cool as fuck. And I think that's the goal of all of us to find a desirable mate that's cool as fuck, that's going in the direction we're going in.
Mhm.
And I think that's what we mean by equally yoked.
And yes,
Now,
equally
do
yoked.
you think, like going back to what Shan was saying in the beginning, that that is the problem? Is that men are meeting the desirable part of a woman, and then they don't have the likable part, and then they are trying to mold and change, because a lot of times that's what I hear, like a man saying how much that they do try to, oh, get a younger woman so you can mold and change her, or do this, oh, you can't, women get too old, they stuck in their ways, you can't change them. Do you think that that is part of the problem? They're finding women with the desirable part, the physical attraction part, but then they don't have the likable part, where they really just don't like the woman and they're trying to change her so they can like her because they're so
Or,
attractive.
or they do like her, just not for the reasons they don't like her for conversation. Maybe she's doing some things, maybe she does clean the house very well. Maybe she cooks very well. Hell, I like her. Can I marry her?
Mhm.
I'll take
Um,
her too. Shit.
Mistaken, that was a good question. Um, but I don't think change and mold in the way you use in the way you used it just a moment ago, is the way men mean it. So when we're talking about older women not being moldable, not being changeable, it means they're stuck in their ways. They want what they want, they like what they like, and they're not flexible. Younger women have a tendency to be more flexible because they don't have the life experience. They're typically not jaded when it comes to relationships. They're not they're not stuck on I'm doing it this way. I'm a lawyer. I'm going this direction. This is who I am. So I think that
Hey,
who HD, but
What up?
I I don't think that that's the way men mean it because we don't. Y'all are the ones who take on projects. We're not trying to take on a project.
is it
Uh,
really that women, well, depending on how young they are? But because I think back at my days, I think I was more of a, what, I don't know what the word, like a firefighter, when I was younger. Like I was, whereas I've gotten older, I think I've mellowed out more the younger I was a firecracker when I was young. I think
but you,
most women are
but,
firecrackers when they're younger than
but
when they get
here's the
older.
difference, though. If if you weren't flexible in the way you moved from when you were younger, you wouldn't have been you wouldn't be married as long as y'all have been married, and he sure in the hell would not have sent you a text at 3:41 telling you how cool you are.
Yeah, they have a
That's
And
special
what
kind of
I
relationship.
mellowed
but
out. That's what I'm saying.
but no, but what I'm saying is you now wouldn't be that flexible if you if you weren't married and met a new dude. Y'all met when you were in that molding stage, when both of y'all were in that molding stage, and y'all decided to actually grow, which
Mhm.
I think is really important. Y'all decided to grow, and both of you kind of molded into the people that you are now from the experiences of each other.
I understand
Whereas if I went and hollered at let's say I went and found me a 23-year-old and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna take you to Europe with me. We're gonna stay in this little bungalow. It's probably not gonna be the greatest, but we're gonna have a good time." she's going to be on board with it. What about that woman that's already been to let's say Spain and stayed at the nicest places and did the greatest thing? In her mind, that older woman's mind, nigga, you ain't telling me shit I ain't did already, and you're gonna get me to downgrade. So I think that's what it's more about being when we say moldable. I think we really truly mean more flexible in the way you maneuver through life. That's just my thought.
I
Not as
actually
rigid. That's the
agree with
word. You're
you.
not as rigid when you're younger.
I actually agree with you in terms of both of us being the age that we are. I think both of us had a level of influence on each other. Then I think at this age now, I think others would have much less influence because you already have a sense of who you are. I think that's the difference. You really are trying to learn who you are, so you have to adapt to be more flexible. People have more influence at that age because you're trying to develop. Versus when you are older, you already have a sense of who you are, and it's like I actually agree with you, AP, 100%.
What? Shut up.
I have
Yes.
so to add
What's
on
up,
to
HD?
HD say something. I think that what takes place, and it goes back to Miss Sakin's comment about dating a younger. I think you said earlier about men dating younger women, right? I think that both women and men mature a little bit as they get older, and they see that they have different wants and needs as older people. I think one of the other things we were talking about solutions, right? I think one solution that will be great is if young people also thought that whether it be ratchet behavior, loud behavior was not cool. Meaning, there was a time where the woman who fought for you, did all that stuff for you, was the woman for you, right? And then as you get older, you're like, I ain't got time for that. I need peace in my life. But if we started out with peace, she would have never. I think that and younger, you could teach her like, no, this is what wins games, right? It's the switch up that causes confusion. If that makes sense. Does that make any sense?
You said it's the switch up that causes confusion. I think it's the lack of ability to deal with the switch up. And what I mean by that is when you meet a person, you're not going to be the same person you are 5 years later. You're going to change.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is HAP, we were talking earlier about women, their behavior. You know what I'm saying? And I was just going back to that because you made a point up about how you've changed over the years, right? I think that if men had the mentality of older men where they value peace and not chaos, women will learn at a very early age that peace is what wins games. The problem is these dudes out here, you know, you can go through that phase with like, she really love me. You know what I'm saying? That stalking behavior, like she crazy, but you kind of like that she crazy. You know what I'm saying? She crazy for you. Or they go through that little point where, you know, they got a girl who ride or die, you know, and so she's still in that behavior. And now that behavior is not acceptable as she gets older. Whereas if we teach people that behavior shouldn't be acceptable at all, it may change because you're getting it at a younger age. You know what I'm saying? If we can get the boys on the same page to say, look, I don't like it when you talk like that's ratchet. You need to chill a bit.
Well, I think that's the difference though. How I was saying the younger I was, the younger, like when I was a firecracker, but so was he. And I think that's what happens during that age. I think both men and women are operating on that young, that's what that young energy is. That young energy is that fight, firecracker, let's go have fun, have a good time. You're not really thinking things all the way through. You're jumping in head first, right? That's the part of being young. That's what I say, they're young and dumb. because you don't even have the mental capacity. Yeah, a lot of us don't even have the mental capacity to even think things through the same way. Like now, personalities, depending on personalities, that's going to change how you operate. So I get what you're saying in terms of
You don't get what
conditioning.
I'm saying. You don't get
No,
what
you're saying conditioning should start at younger ages. So if a guy, like if he understood when he was in his 20s, if he was conditioned by older men to say, this is what you need to look for because you want peace. So you need to look for women that are like that. That then in turn it would change women's behavior so they can get a man. I get exactly what you're saying. But
right.
what I'm
But what I'm saying is it's not, I think that yours is people are gonna have fun, right? I'm not trying to take away people's fun. That's being young. What we were talking about was the ratchet behavior that men are having a problem with today. You understand? Because if
Yeah.
you taught those ratchet women that ratchet don't win no game, like you're not getting no play being ratchet at an earlier age. Because them young boys accepting it. They probably even think it's cute. You understand? But if we can condition, we can condition women to say it's not cute on any level. It's even in the younger age, you'll have more women bringing peace. You understand what I'm saying? You'll have more of a, but you can't have some men who like, nah, I like them like that. And then some men who say I don't, because it becomes confusing because it's like, okay, what to do? He liked it like that. Now with you, he don't like it like that. And it's like, because there's some dudes who like it like that.
But that's where the flexibility is comes in, and where you said finding your own tribe. A woman a man who likes a woman to be ratchet is not going to find you attractive. He may think you're physically attractive, but y'all relationship ain't work because you're not giving him that behavior that entices him. Just
But
like
I
vice
think that what
versa.
I'm saying is a lot of men go through that phase. Am I wrong about that? Everybody
You're
had
not
that
a,
crazy girlfriend that she was
what
like,
I, what I'll say. Just I'm gonna let y'all keep get y'all back and forth. And what I'm gonna say from a me point of view, I used to love that shit back in the day.
that's what I'm saying. Men went through that phase.
Mm.
That
Like I
used to be
guess
my
women
shit,
do their thug phase.
That
So
like,
men like
bruh.
the ratchet phase,
What?
women like the thug phase.
What? Man, back then, like as I've
I
gotten
remember
older, I've
now, now,
changed. I've changed a little bit, but that toxic shit. If you
toxic.
want to know, if you want to know your toxic shit, when we together, like we not gonna be together long because you ain't feeling how I'm moving, and if you ain't feeling how I'm moving, and if you couldn't keep it, if you couldn't keep it G when you with me, means I can't trust you with everything that I got going on at the moment. But again, I've gotten older. I've that messenger never came to me. The messaging Shan is talking about, I never got that messaging.
So where did the toxic attraction come in at?
And that shit used to, I don't know, it just used to be hot to me. And then oh man, I was about to say pussy pie. It like I don't know. I enjoyed women that way. I didn't need you to be quiet, shy, and standoffish, and what I would have perceived as standoffish. I didn't need that. Loud was cool with me back then.
Mhm.
Loud was okay with me for me back then. I needed you to try to check me from time to time so I could look you in your face and say, "Shut up, bitch." And you understood where I was coming from, and we still together the next day. Now, if those words even form in my head, you gotta go. Like now, I'm not like that. That's not the head. Like I had to unlearn that, and I don't know what it was that
That started it. That's what I'm
like
curious.
I don't know. It's just something that I was attracted to, and most of the time back then, the females were better looking that acted like that.
Mhm.
Like it works for me, and this is just me being honest. I can say, "Oh yeah, no, men don't go do that," and feed y'all full of bullshit. But the truth is, some men enjoyed it. Some of us, as 18 to 23 year olds, we rocked with it. But again, I'm not that guy anymore. So Anyway, I see HD came off mute, so I'm gonna go on mute. What's up, HD?
Hey, what up? Um, I think, and I was thinking this before AP said it. I think that a lot of attractive women have bad attitudes. So we think that we like women with bad attitudes, but it's not that we like women with bad attitudes. We like the good-looking women, and a lot of the good women probably dealt with enough brothers and didn't have to change their attitude. So it seems like we like women with attitudes, but really we just like the way that she looks, and we like women more. I think men like women more than women like men, and so we will put up with certain behaviors at certain times in our lives because how much we like women, and we like making stuff work. We like to try to figure out how to make stuff work, and I think I do agree that when you're younger, you don't have the foresight and you don't have the mental capacity to really understand the weight of the things that you're choosing. But in my case, like I dated some what I would consider crazy women, but they never acted like how some of the women on the panel acted. So it's just like, okay, like I know when I see something that's crazy, I'm just gonna look at you crazy and I'm gonna go in the opposite direction. But a lot of my brothers, because I was in the band and I was in high school and I was in college, a lot of the brothers um, would still pick the women with the bad attitudes. So the other women was like, well, these women are winning, so I'm gonna do what the other women did, and then they get done wrong by one of those guys that they talk about to this day, and now most of the men look like the bad guy, when in all actuality, there's just a few of the brothers that got you when you didn't know no better, and now just like the men, you got to pay for the bad decisions that you made. So I just think that I think it's better long term to get in relationships earlier, but you take the most risks. Because even in Miss Taken's case, you're a lot more willing to put up with more stuff younger than you are when you're older. Which means that if you can find somebody that'll deal with you when you're younger, it's a good chance that you might stay together long term. Versus when you get older, I think you'd be less likely to want to commit to nonsense because of what you experienced before. So, but also I want to go back to Miss Taken's case. The reason why you was a firecracker is because you lived in New York. And women, and I think women in general are crazy, but I think you're a special kind of crazy if you're above Philly. Once you hit Philly and above, you're a special kind of crazy. So, and I think once you live in that weather and it's already cold, you're just like, you know what? She look good. I'm just gonna deal with it.
That's funny. Um, I actually think too, I agree with what you were saying, but I think what happens too when you're older is speaks to, like you said, maturity. I think when you are young, you don't know what stuff you is not things you should put up with. You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all were talking about looking for that toxic behavior and you found that attractive or what have you. Like those are behaviors that I guess you don't know not to put up with when you're younger. So you deal with it. Whereas when you are older, you're supposed to at least have a better filter to be like, oh, let me steer clear of that. So it's not that I don't think people are flexible. I just think that they are at a point that now they are supposed to have a better sense of choosing, and they could see things that they know long term won't be a good match. That's what I'm thinking. And isn't that the point? At this age, that you shouldn't be and I don't want to say flexible on this. You're going to have to be somewhat flexible in any relationship that you're with, right? Just in order to be interdependent on each other. But what I'm talking about is how y'all say setting standards. I think when you're older it looks like you're being inflexible because you have standards, versus when you're younger, you may not necessarily have standards. So you just deal with anything and figure it out as you go. I think the standards is what's being seen as being inflexible.
I agree, but I think you'll always be more flexible on your standards depending on how much you like and are attracted to the person. Because even when you know better, a lot of people still don't do better because sometimes you're just more prone to your natural habits. And especially for a lot of men, even if they don't want the behavior of a certain type of woman, like a lot of brothers don't have the mentality that I could just go get somebody else, which also helps create the large problems that women have with men, is because men put up with behaviors that they shouldn't, so do women. But it's like the more that people condone the behaviors that aren't beneficial to the group, it makes it more confusing to the people who actually know what to look for or are still struggling trying to find the right thing. Because it's like a lot of the behaviors and thought processes kind of blend. And sometimes if you see something that looks somewhat similar to somebody else, you're going to run from somebody that could have been an okay match. But because it looked too similar to something else, you said, nah, I'm not even going to try to entertain that because it just looked too close to something else that I think is a problem.
And HD, I think you made some really valid points that I understand now that I'm older. When I was younger, I used to do shit that would trigger of a response. Like, for example, if I'm supposed to be at the house at 7, because that's getting off work, drive time to get home, I need to be there by 7. And let's say she cooks something up, man, I'd not show up till like 8:45. No call, no nothing. Just so I don't even know the why, but I needed that response, or I thought I needed that response from her. And I can't explain why. I really can't. But that's the behavior that that type of behavior is what older women have already gone through. And this is me talking back to what Miss Taken was talking about. Um, that makes older women inflexible is you recognize those things. I won't say I won't say that it was a standard, but you said, "Oh wow, AP used to act like this. I'm not going to deal with another man that acts like this." But the truth is that the other man, I'm just going to say HD was really at work until 8:30, and that's just what happened. But she's recognized that that behavior was a negative behavior, and she loses what could be a great match. And we men, we don't want you to be super rigid, which is why in these spaces I hear the men say, "Hey, I can go get a younger model of you, a younger version of you, and I don't have to deal with 2/3 of the bullshit that you come with already because you ran into guys like me."
They say that, and they ain't got them. It sound good. Um, because I'd be like, "Where is she? Sure, say hi." If it's that easy. But I don't know. This is so confusing. Men and women are just so confusing. I personally believe that if you have a bad situation and it's to the point where you're salty at the other gender, is usually because you were the one who was deeper in love than the other person.
Mhm.
That's more that somebody broke your heart.
Have y'all seen the show? I actually just started watching it because my girlfriend keeps saying, "Girl, you got to watch the show." And I know y'all, especially black men, aren't big fans of Tyler Perry, but the show called Sisters. Have y'all seen it at all? Okay, it's just one couple on there, Zach and Karen. It reminds me of that young love where it, like what you were saying, AP, is toxic, but you could just see the energy and the love that they have for each other. And he finally got to a point where they broke up and he met another girl and he fell in love with her quickly. And his first girlfriend, Karen, it was just like, what happened? Like, she's like, he told her, I always love you, but I moved on. And she's like, you got this hold on me. And I think that's what that young love does, is it can be, because now it make me thinking back of some stuff that me and my husband went through before we got married, where it was like that, where at points I knew that it was no good for me, but it was just something, it was a hold that he had, and I couldn't break away. Like I literally had to leave in order to break away, because I knew if I was in his presence, I couldn't let go. And it reminds me of that. And AP, that's kind of what you were saying, because they're saying that they both knew it was toxic, but she was trying to make him say, just tell me that you don't love me. For her, she's like, I guess she was needing to hear that from him so it could hurt her enough that she would leave him alone. And I totally related to that, because when you are in, I guess what they say, soul ties, I guess they kind of had like that soul tie. And she was like, I know it's toxic. I got a good man over here that I know wants to be with me, but it's just something about, I can't let it go. And that kind of love be crazy. If you can maintain that kind of love throughout your marriage, it's dope. I'm telling y'all. So not the toxicity part, but
Yeah.
but when he met the other girl, the difference, which made me literally think of this show in its Lapeef space, because I heard you guys say this so many times. The other girl that he met, she she spoke to him in a way that made him feel like he could do anything. Whereas the first relationship, even though that was a toxic love and he loved her, he said he never felt good enough when he was with her, because she talked to him any old kind of way. And, kind of, I guess, broke his spirit as a man. He never felt like he could do anything right. He felt less than, because she was basically taking care of him financially. Like, she was taking care of everything. He worked at an airport and she had a hair salon that was doing like mad business. So she was taking care of him. They broke up. He meets the other girl, and she just kind of spoke to him in a way that he was like, what's this? Like, he was already anticipating that same treatment, and she just didn't give it to him. And just by the way that she spoke to him, he just started like, okay, I'm gonna get my stuff together. He felt like he could really do it, and then he ended up making a whole lot of money or whatever because of that, because of her. And it made me think of this show, like literally, because I hear a lot of times men talk about women knowing how to speak to them, and what the other girlfriend saw as a burden, she kind of saw him as a blessing. And I was like, oh wow, that was deep. I actually got to see what that looked like.
Yeah.
He
So,
fell in love with her like that.
well, I say this all the time. I don't think, especially black women, I don't think black women really understand how powerful your words are, right? Because let's think about it. Most of the most influential things that even men will say, they got these little funny little things from Instagram from black women. Like period, like it's giving, like so many lines strictly from black women that have permeated the globe that people will say all over the world. And I say this all the time, like I can't say it enough. If black women really understood the power of their words and the effect that it has, you would be able to speak to the situations that you see from these damaged community of men, and you would be able to help build bridges to create the atmosphere that you guys are quote unquote want to feel safe in. Because like oftentimes we think about how we're always told that women mature faster than men, right? But yet, when you put these women through the test, you figure out that they're not as mature as what you think that they are. And we sometimes, when we're younger, because we think that women are so much smarter than men, we kind of put our trust in them in a very different way than when we get older. So I think it's really hard to really impact the nation the way that we really want to without women changing the way that they talk. Because even if men are talking in the right tone, we're talking with tact, we're trying to be understanding and all of these other things, women will hear the message and be like, okay, the message makes sense, but it still doesn't necessarily change their behavior. All you heard was something that made sense to you, that sound nice, but you're not going to change your behavior. And that sometimes is the reason why I kind of get upset when we have these conversations talking about, oh man, we need to change how we talk and stuff like that. All that does is, in my mind, from what I've seen, it just makes you hear it, but you just hear the information, but you don't do anything with the information. You're going to go to your relationships, you're going to go to your friends, you can go to your situations, speak the exact same way, and nothing really changes. So I'm more inclined to just say things a little bit more direct with somewhat tactfulness, but I just really don't think that men I don't think men's words are as powerful as women's words sometimes. And I think that what people really value from men is our image and the stuff that we do. Now, of course, especially when your father says stuff like that, it's very powerful. Or like men that's in your life that you respect and you trust is powerful. But there's just something different. Like there's a reason why your grandma, your great grandma, and your mama, and when she says something, it make you act completely different than when your dad says something sometimes. And I just strongly believe, as much as men are leaders and men are one of the main things that need to get right for the rest of the nation to get okay, there's got to be a strong shift in a lot of women's speech to really get to the relationships and the environments and the communities that you will feel more comfortable and safe in my opinion.
It was two things that you said. First thing, I'm gonna pick up where you set off about women's words. I think that's the difference with superpower. I think women's superpower is their how they speak, but men's superpower is their action. And I think that's where we get off. Women to see action that don't align with what they want or need, and then their words match that action. But when men are moving in a way that is in alignment with what she needs, you will see that her words will match that same thing. Even I noticed that. Like my husband overheard me talking on the phone with my sisters, and And of course, we were all like talking about our husbands and what this husband do, what this husband don't do, whatever. And so one of them had asked me, like, do like the stuff that he do seem like a big deal now? And I was like, nah, not hearing after y'all, like hearing the stuff y'all saying about your husbands. I'm good over here. Like it doesn't seem as bad or whatever, right? And so him like hearing some of this stuff, he took it upon himself to do something that I had asked him to do a while ago. But when he was hearing my sisters talk about stuff, he just got up and he did it. And sent me a text, this morning, like, oh, by the way, I did da 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 da. And it got such a reaction from me that was so like, babe, thank you. I appreciate you. Like, I think if we know how to put those things, work in tandem. We see as women, we see your action. Those actions are going to make us speak more positive to you, right? And then it's just a cycle that keeps repeating and everybody benefits. But what happens is y'all might be waiting. I think we might be waiting for the other person to initiate certain things. So as a man, you might be waiting for us to initiate and speak positivity into y'all to get y'all moving. But as a woman, we're looking for action to get us to move a certain way. And I think that's where we probably bump heads. So if we both recognize our superpower, yours is your action, and based on your action, you'll get us to move with our words. And if we recognize that our words hold so much power, then we should use our words to help support and uplift your action. And I think if we can learn that, that would be a great thing. The other thing you said is about women maturing faster than men. I think that's the problem, is that people get that mixed up. There's a difference between, I think, confusing biological maturity with emotional and social maturity. Women mature faster than men on a biological level, but not necessarily on a social emotional level. And I think that's where we get things mixed up. Women be learning just like men are. And that's why a lot of times women are attracted to older men when they're younger, because they recognize that on a biological level, we're more mature than you guys. And we're seeking direction. And older men seem like they got it together. And we can learn from that. So I think we get confused with those two things. We don't know half of much or nothing when we are young either, just like y'all do. But y'all look at us like we do because we have matured on a physical, biological level than men do.
I have a question for you. You believe that a marriage is a partnership, correct? Okay. So if it's a partnership, do you also believe that in some way both of you in the relationship, the wife and the husband, are leaders to some degree? Okay. So if you're both leaders to some degree, right? If you know that your superpower is speaking, right? And he knows that his superpower is action. And say, for instance, the person isn't doing the things that you want them to do. You don't think to yourself sometimes that planting the seed and watering that seed isn't going to get you the results that you actually want? Because sometimes when I'll be listening to people, we get so concerned that things aren't happening the way that we want to in the time that we want it, that we forget that the beauty in knowing your strengths, you know how to keep using it to get what you want. Like, that's the reason why so many women use sex so much, to get the attention of the men that they probably shouldn't get, because they know how effective it is. So I think that, especially for a lot of the smart women, like, using your words to plant little seeds in this man, just like in the example that you gave in the show, the little seeds of your words can get him to do the actions that you want him to do. Vice versa, you showing a woman these actions, right, will get her to feel comfortable and secure, and you hope that she will speak to you in a reasonable manner. But oftentimes, like, we have to understand the long game. And I think we should be both more inclined to serve and sacrifice to truly get the person to do the things that we want them to do. Because, like, we all know, like, we come from less than stellar backgrounds, whether it's in relationships or just your family structure, right? So if we got enough understanding to know that this is a fact, we should know that it's going to take a long time for the seed that we planted to actually grow into the things that we really wanted to. Because in actuality, even before you got married, you spent more time doing what you want to do than you spent time working with a man in a relationship. So we think that just because you want to choose this person, that you're going to be able to listen to this person, but you've been listening to yourself for, most people get married like what, mid 20s is when most people get married. So you've been listening to your own guidance, your own way of living for about 20 odd years. It might take another 10 to 20 more years for you to actually be able to effectively really work with this person because you spent so much time doing things your own way. And I just wish that we put more trust in planting a seed and watching it and doing what we can and let it grow, instead of just getting frustrated like this person ain't doing what I want them to do. So I'm not going to do and use my tools to actually get the things that I want.
But
Oh,
HG, I think the other thing is, even though you have the tools or the superpower, doesn't mean you know how to use it, right? So it may be when you use that example, it made me think of the X-Men. And if you see a lot of them, these people have gifts and powers that they don't know how to control. They don't know how to use them. Then they meet Professor X, they go to the school, and he cultivates that to show them how to use it and how to use it in a positive way. And I think that's what happens. That's what we lack. A lot of times we lack the guidance in how to use our superpower. As women, we lack the guidance of how to use our power of speaking words into a man. And that's facts. And I think men lack the guidance of utilizing their superpower of action in terms of how they interact with women in the right way to cultivate that aspect of who they are, to get women to, watch the way that they speak, watch their attitude. They, again, like I said, just that being able to cultivate, especially when I look at little girls when their dads are involved, and how they look up to their dads, like to the point that they would push their mother away from the father, like, no, like that's my man. You know what I'm saying? They're protective of their dads. They seek the attention, they seek the love from their fathers, and that's established through the father's actions. So if you don't have a dad there, you don't know how to interact with a man. And then if the mother and the father, she doesn't speak words into him, we're not getting our superpower of speaking, using our words to speak life into a man. It's not being cultivated. And we have to learn that along the way. Whereas men is the same thing. If your dad ain't around, you don't see the way his actions move his mother, then you're not going to know how to do that. And it's going to be trial and error as you begin to grow and develop. So just because you have the superpower don't mean you know how to use the superpower the right way.
So I wanted to, so we have some women in the audience, right? And so some of the things that you spoke about, HP, are you saying that for a marriage? Are you saying that for an HD? Are you saying that for a marriage, or are you saying that for a dating relationship?
I say it's for both, because you got to think that the skills that you use before you get married help you to get married. Now, granted, that don't mean you give all of those things to everybody all the time, I think the power in what a lot of women don't realize is their ability to not go toe to toe, but their ability to walk away. Just like when you go to a car show or a car lot, your ability to walk away from a bad deal will actually make the person who's giving you a bad deal change his deal, right? And just going back to what Mistaken is talking about, I don't fully agree that people don't know how to use the tools, because a lot of people know how to use their actions and their words to get the stuff that they want. The problem is they only do it to get what they want, and once they get what they want, they stop doing that. So when you have to invest in something and use your tools to not get what you want immediately, that's when we start running into problems. But also, I do agree that we don't know how to use some of our tools consistently and effectively, because oftentimes, especially women know how to talk to men to get what they want out of them. They know how to talk sweet and this, that, and the third. But once she get what she want, or once you're not the guy that she wants, all that stuff switch and it don't matter. Same thing. Guys know how to serve, respect, and talk to you and give you all the action you want. Then they get the sex, and all of a sudden now he start changing because he got what he want. I think that we should understand that nobody gets anything without taking risks. And if you're giving something to somebody, especially if women are giving stuff to guys, and you're not getting the things you want from that guy, remove yourself from that guy and see what happens. That don't mean that every guy that you talk to needs to be cooked for, have sex, and all this other stuff. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your power ain't becoming similar to men to get them to change. It's not the power. The power it is that you be who you're designed to be, and if this brother ain't doing the things that you want him to do, he's not committing to you, he's not doing this, remove yourself. And it's so funny how many brothers changed their tune when that woman that did right by that dude left. Say, hey, I appreciate your time. I'm just gonna leave because I got other stuff to do. It's so funny. So many brothers be like, well, dang, she left. So I better go get my
Facts.
act together so I can get the woman. So
Facts.
I think it's important to be humble enough to understand that you have very real feelings. You feel pain. And if you're constantly giving something to somebody and you're not getting the things that you feel like you need, be humble enough to go on about your business. Because it's not fun to be experiencing the pain and stuff that you're experiencing and you not having enough humbleness, because some people say pride, but I think you got pride to stay in that nonsense versus the humbleness to get up and get out of that nonsense. Because I consider it like, I think about it like reading music. A lot of people can be able to read music. The reason why they don't is because they won't take the simple concept of what I call the rhythm beat tree and take the very small information that they know and apply it to the complicated things that they're seeing on the screen. If you humble yourself and realize that it's going to take work, you'll be able to get to the things that you didn't think that you could do if you just take the time, humble yourself, and then if it don't work, at least you took the time to invest in it properly versus, oh, this ain't working, and then you just throw it out without actually humbling yourself enough to actually try to make a reasonable investment. What is this car doing?
Go ahead, Shan.
I mean, that's all. What you mean? Go ahead. My opinion or something? Huh? You
My
mean?
bad. I thought you was about to say something from before. He had stopped, so I was like, "Oh, go
No,
ahead."
I just wanted to make sure. I think that women understand, the power of speaking into to men. I do think that they do understand that. I think the problem is the toxicity that's in the dating market. I think people are scared to be speaking existence into, I mean, speaking life into a man, and then they get left. People not confident in relationships anymore. People doing bare minimum in relationships right now. And that's the problem. Well, I don't know if it's a problem or yeah, I don't think, I think that took away the talk. That's the reason why women aren't doing those things. They don't have confidence in the relationship anymore. Everybody in relationships to get what they trying to get the relationship, and there it is.
Agree.
Just my opinion. I could be wrong. If y'all got something to say.
Now,
Yeah, I think you're right.
do you think that, be honest, only speak from the men's part, because I'm not a man and I don't know. Do you think that men really want to be in relationship
Marriage.
or marriage in marriage, in relationship? I'm gonna say relationship too, because they're saying they don't even want relationship now, let alone a marriage. Do they desire, is it a desire of theirs to actually be in a relationship with someone, or is it just their desire to have female companionship around, not necessarily like a commitment?
What age of men are you asking? Are you just saying like, because I think it kind of matters. For example, what I'm learning from my son's age group, they want to be in a relationship. He's in his early 20s, but they're not going to just settle for anybody,
But there
and
are.
they're not going to just put in a ton of work to go out and find a chick, because they have been conditioned in such a way that women don't want to be bothered. I wish he was here because I'd actually bring him on to speak more in it. But it's, yeah, they want a relationship, but yo, if you can't act right, I'm not gonna deal with it, and I'm not gonna go out of my way for a relationship, because yeah, like shit, it comes off to us like y'all don't really want one. And if all I want to do is get laid, then I'm gonna go ahead and go get that and keep it moving, because that's the way y'all move. So they've kind of adjusted to, when I say y'all, I'm talking about that age group and what he's seen out of the females, and what I'm hearing what they see out of the females. Um, for the 30 somethings, it's got to make sense. It's got to make sense for the men. They understand that they grew up in a time to where the wrong move, the slightest move, could either end, you could either end up in jail, or on the wrong side of a custody battle, and still end up in jail because you don't have money to pay child support, or it's an exorbitant fee and they can't pay. Like it's a whole bunch of things that they think about that our age group didn't really think about at their age. Um, Now, my age group, I will say yes. I'd say more companionship. Like, we want somebody around to kick it. We'd actually probably prefer somebody our age, but we're not going to deal with the bullshit women our age come with for the most part, because we know who we were back in the day that made y'all what y'all are now.
So
We actually, we're real enough to understand that, and but we're not gonna effing deal with it, which is what I've noticed is people my age group and maybe even a little older that say I could just go get me a 20 something. If you think back when you hear it, it's typically people in their 40s and older. Go figure.
so again, is that mean you want a relationship or companionship?
Well, I answered that question a little over a year ago. I wanted a relationship. I wanted a marriage. But I
Well,
think,
that's not you necessarily,
but
but what you're
but
seeing.
in general, I'd say it's more of a companionship because I've built so much up. I'm not going to just bring anybody in. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spend money when I don't need to spend money. I'm not going to spend resources when I don't need to spend resources. So I'll have you around for what I need you for, and you can go do your thing. So I'd say me and my age group more or less look for companionship.
Okay. So my question, the follow-up question to that is, what changes do you think men are willing to make necessary changes in order to have that companionship or relationship? Or do you think they're looking for women to adjust to the changes that they want without conceding to any changes on their end?
That's the problem. Neither side wants to make concessions.
Mhm.
That's the root of the problem. Neither side wants to make a single concession.
So how do we? So how do we? So going back to what HG was suggesting, how do we do that if we're not even trying to beat it? You know what I'm saying? Like we don't even have a goal to. There's no future here because people invest in things that there's a future, right? Why would you invest in something and there's no future in it? That's a bad investment.
It is, but for me, it was about um, finding someone who was able to fill the gaps that I wanted filled by one person. Looking specifically for those traits, those qualities. Looking for someone who added real value to me. Yes, that is selfish. I get it. It was the motivations were completely selfish. However, if you disqualify everybody that doesn't add the value that you want added, you eventually find the person that does add that value. So how we get there on a mass scale, on a much more broad scale, I don't have the answer to that. I just think people need to not waste time dealing with people that they know that are short term when they want something long term, or people that want something long term dealing with people they know are going to only be short term. Like, don't waste your time. If you want something short term, find somebody else that wants something short term. If you want something long term, make it known, communicate it out. You'd be surprised. The more honest you are, I think the better the results you get. Yeah, you might get instead of batting at 15%, you might be batting at 10%. But when you find that one, that one is the home run. If
Mhm.
that's what you want. If that's not what you want, don't waste the time. Don't
I
waste the
think
time, and don't waste the other person's time. Because what I have found is oftentimes that women want to believe you. As a man, women want to believe you. They want to believe what you say. So if I truly only want something short term, but I'm selling this long term deal, she'll buy in. But I'm bullshitting. I'm the one that's in the wrong. Let her choose.
mm. I also think
That's
too,
just my take.
one of the key things that you said is you recognize the areas that needed to be fulfilled. Taking that on another level, I think that even though you say that is selfish, I think that's the difference. I think the mindset is different when you're thinking on a level of interdependence, right? Because if you're interdependent on each other, that's what makes it that environment work, right? Is areas that need to be filled and then this person have those skill sets or whatever in order to fill them, and that's what makes you become interdependent, right? So I don't think it's selfish in the context in which I think you were being selfish. Is like I recognize a need or I recognize a shortcoming that I know somebody else may have the ability to support it, right? So I don't think anything is wrong with that. I think what happens though is the lack of self-awareness. I think that's really what it is that most people don't have self-awareness to even recognize where their shortcomings are. Now, some shortcomings you can't look for another person to support or fill that. That's going to be self-work that you're going to have to do on your own to develop that, you know? And I think that that's why relationships don't work a lot of times is because you're not aware of those weaknesses. You're looking for a person in your brokenness, and in turn, you end up breaking that person that you're with. And then they go, and now they're broken, and then they get in another relationship based on the damage that was caused from the previous relationship, and then it's this cycle. So I think taking time to really learn who you are, learn what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and then when you're engaging in relationship with a person, those where would be some of those initial conversations that you have during the dating stage. Though that's what I'm asking. Like, okay, what areas would you say that you're great in? Like, like how we talk about superpower. What's your superpower? You know what I'm saying? All of us have a specific superpower. And then, okay, what is your kryptonite? You know what I'm saying? I want to know what your weaknesses are, because as a woman coming into that, I have to know if I would be able to deal with his weaknesses. Can I be the support to his weaknesses? And the weaknesses that I have that I come to the table with, is he going to be able to support that? Did he build a table, you know, uh that's sturdy enough to support what I might have to bring to it? And I don't think we ask those questions in the beginning, and we get in the relationship and find out during the relationship and realize that this ain't gonna work.
No, that's not what's happening at all. That ain't what
So
happening.
you think y'all are having those conversations?
I don't think people going in being in relationships. Somebody don't want a relationship. Two people who want a relationship go talking over the man. These conversations ain't been had because somebody in that relationship don't want the relationship. They going along like, okay, let's just see where this gonna go. Because two people who are intentional, they're gonna be about that business, and those are usually the ones who go ahead and get it done. You know what I'm saying? You know those intentional people. We working to it. You know, we are about each. You know, we up on each other. We are intentional. You've heard people get married 6 months, a year. Men always tell you, don't take them that long to know if they want to marry you. That's intentional dating. That ain't what's going on out here. It happens not often. Okay, what is usually happening is one may like the other person in it, and the other ones was just we just gonna go with the flow and see what happens. And go with the flow, see what happens. Mean I'm not that sure about you. Let's just see. But while we seeing, I'm gonna enjoy the benefits of you.
And I think it's those scenarios that the other person needs to mine out though. So if you're not a if you're not a let's go with the flow and see what happens person, find out exactly what that looks like to the person you're talking to.
Mhm.
Find out if that does line up. If it doesn't line up, stop wasting your time. Find like we are so afraid of offending people that we mess ourselves up in the long run. Like for example, had she not followed the financial plan that I set and given me certain access that I requested, it would have never worked out because then I'd have fully understood that she's not invested and she's not going to move in the direction that I want to move. Like that was a big thing for me. For me, that was a big, 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 big thing. But the fact is, she allowed that to happen. And then the next thing I know, with things start moving super duper fast, she starts seeing the fruits of the work that I'm having her do actually work out in her favor. And bam, there we were. And you're right. When we say it don't take long, I promise y'all, it don't take us long. We know if you're going to be a real candidate or if you're going to be a piece that I knock off from time to time. We can determine that, and within 90 days, and that's a long time.
And of course there are things that'll take place to iron out the kinks. You may find out later on like this, we're just bumping heads. Those things do take place. But usually he's committed to her at some point. They try in the relationship and you can see him actually trying. There you go with the action. You can see the action in him. He's actually trying. She's actually trying. That is not the majority of these relationships out here. It's not that. That ain't it. I
Or,
think AP hit it on the head earlier. He said he telling her what she want to hear for the moment, and he know deep in his head.
But I think I'm a have to be honest too. I think even though men do that, and I'm not saying some women aren't naive. I think it's women who don't have much experience would be very naive. I think typically, like what y'all talk about, younger women who may not have experience. But I think there are times that we also know, and we lie to ourselves because we want it so bad.
mm,
That's
We
the
recognize it. We
yeah.
recognize it,
Mm-hmm.
but we want it.
Wait, so I would
Desire to want the relationship becomes more of the chase for us than the actual guy. We hear what he's telling, and we see. That's why I was saying the actions of a man is their superpower. The words of a woman is her superpower. So a lot of times what we do, we hear what a guy is saying. We since words are our superpower, we recognize what he's saying, we hear what he's saying, and we love that. But we could clearly see in the action of the man isn't aligning with what he's saying. So we lie to ourselves and say, well, he said, but
so
we can't say he did
so
because
this
those
is
things aren't aligning.
so this is where women go wrong, right? And I think men have figured this out. A woman's biggest enemy is her heart. Because I don't care. Once he got her, that brain has left the building. So yeah, she sees it, but she don't see it. She sees, but she just wants to believe. She's like, oh no, but he gives me just a little bit of this, and she's gonna hold on. I got a friend who he do none of this, and he give her a little, and she holds on to that, and she magnifies. And I'm like, girl, that ain't shit. And she mad, and in her head, it's a lot. And I'm like, wake up. And this is one of the smartest people I know. I'm like, wake up, girl. Wake up. You know what I'm talking about, mistaken. And so I'm like, because she's so in love, and she's just like, it ain't nothing I can say to brighten her up. You know what I'm saying?
So she has faith in him. Remember we were talking about that?
Usually she has
The difference between truth and faith.
truth and faith. There's no
We
truth.
be having a lot of faith in men, but not enough truth.
Faith.
Enough.
Okay. And it's because he's already got her heart.
Mm.
And that's what men they do. They'll some men, not all of them, I like to say that, will play, be that guy until he know he got you like that. And then that role just reverse. It just gotcha. And she already, and then that switch up. Sometimes that switch up gives you that dopamine. You know what I'm saying? It makes you want them more. Cause like, what just happened? Did I just get? And now you in the like you chasing because it's a game, right? I mean,
see,
unless go ahead.
I've never unbecome somebody that I wasn't. No matter the picture that I painted, I was that person to to whatever chick the entire time we were together. But I like women need to be cautious of certain phrases, and one of them's already been said is, "Man, I'm just trying to see where it goes." Like that is like I don't understand how
Who goes in a
y'all
job interview and goes, let's just see how this goes? Like nobody.
y'all will say things like, "Oh, okay, so we're just kind of going with the flow and we're building." And oh yeah, exactly what I said. No, that ain't what I said. We ain't building shit. That means I'm gonna be around until you get sick and tired of it, or I find somebody to replace you.
Yeah.
That's what I just said to you. That's what that you want the translation. Here's the translation. Shit.
Well,
Until you stop giving me some of that good, I'm yeah. We're
Hey,
gonna continue to see where it goes.
before you go, um, we Shannon and I was having a conversation before based on something that I was asking my husband. We were talking. I was asking, what's the difference between trust and faith, right? And so as we were talking, we discovered that like trust is typically earned and is earned based on action, stuff that you're able to see, right? Things that like people do, right, is consistent, so you build trust, a level of reliability because you've seen or experienced things that have happened that made you begin to trust, to have a level of trust on them, right? Whereas faith is just something that's given. I may not have seen you do anything, you haven't proven yourself, but I'm automatically giving that to you, right? Without necessarily you having to prove um like just believing in a positive outcome, even though I don't have any evidence of it, right? Um, Believing in somebody's potential, like to me, potential and faith is kind of the same. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the difference. I think women put a lot of faith in men and not enough trust in men. And I think that's where we go wrong because we're believing that they're going to end up being something, doing something because we're looking at their potential and it hasn't been shown. Whereas where I think you guys operate out on trust with women. And I think that's why y'all do fare better in terms of when y'all do make a decision, because it's like, y'all have that saying, can't turn a hoe into a housewife, or can't da da da. Like y'all looking at history, y'all looking at actions, and those actions, consistent actions, build a certain level of trust. Either I know I can't trust her is a level of trust. I trust her not to do what I said because she don't listen, right? Or I trust her because she does listen, like what you gave the example with your current wife listening to you about money or whatever, right? So you were able to trust her. You didn't put faith in her. You had to see if she listened. Whereas I think a lot of times men are asking women and women are giving. We're having faith. Just have faith in me, right? Without you guys actually giving the trust part.
So I actually agree, and I would define it. I actually really agree with you, but I would define it like this: trust is seen action, faith is unforeseen action,
Potential.
potential. Like that, like it, and so like I actually dis I don't disagree with I don't disagree at all. Um, because it's funny actually the way that works. I, I can't organize my thought on it right now. I mean, I can, but it's going to take me some time. But just the way we all process, because we're action people, like men are just action oriented. We want to see what you have done and we'll trust it. And we're not going to put any faith in a female when we can see all of the potential outcomes because we're like, okay, if I give you faith, that means You haven't done it yet, and if you haven't done it yet, these are the myriad of things that could happen. But I trust you to be who you are. And if you was a slut back in the day, you probably a slut now. Can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Again, I'm still not completely organized on the thought on it, but
But
I agree. I agree with you.
I don't think you can
I
turn.
agree.
I don't think you can turn a hoe into a housewife. But you guys not trying to turn nobody into a housewife. Not you per se.
But that goes back to based off of our history, though, right? That goes back to what we have already seen from the current landscape. So why would I turn somebody into a housewife when my history tells me bitches ain't shit? You see what I'm saying?
Well, what
Because
you
I don't trust. Because I don't trust you hoes. Like
no,
that.
no,
I mean that, and I'm not calling. I'm not calling. Like I'm just telling the mindset.
AP. Out of everything that you just said tonight, in at least the last hour, it sounded like you had more of an argument of niggas ain't shit than it is. All you said, don't
This is
trust
what.
these niggas ain't.
This is this. No,
That's
what
where
I
that
will
face
say.
comes in.
This is
He's straight up saying, trust what you see. If niggas ain't shit, then why are you still putting faith in them?
that. So look, I can only speak from my own anecdotal life, my own lived experience. I wouldn't have married my black ass
But your
because
wife
I
had
know,
faith in you. She had faith.
I, knowing who I used to be, I wouldn't like if I knew me from who I used to be, I wouldn't have married my ass. I wouldn't have. My history tells me, my history would tell you niggas ain't shit. So my objective and goal in life is to ensure my daughter doesn't marry a nigga like I was.
Mhm.
And I have been raising her to identify as such.
Mhm.
So I get it. And this isn't a good talking point for the minister. Like, oh no, these women ain't about shit. Women, these hoes ain't blase blase. I get it. Cool, you right. There's some women that ain't shit. I get it. But I know I wasn't shit. And most of the people that I was around when it comes to when we're talking relationships, right? I'm not talking business, I'm not talking anything else. I'm talking relationships. Most of the companies that I used to keep, them niggas weren't shit neither. So based off of the people that I know and my personal lived experience, yes, Shan, for about the last hour, you would be correct in my thinking, and for the most part, niggas ain't shit. Women trust but verify. Quit, cut all the faith out. Trust
Mhm.
but verify.
Agreed.
That's just my take. But yo, for real, I'm about to go. Uh, I'm about to go. I love
Yeah,
y'all.
I
It
don't
was a
want to know the
great show.
details.
Uh,
Get your
I,
snap.
I, mi- I'll get a Snickers in a minute. But I will holler at y'all. It was really nice seeing y'all again. And go ahead and run it, Mr. Caesar.
Hi, Caesar.
Hi, Caesar.
Would you like to
Hi,
add to the
AP.
conversation?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
How are you? Uh-oh, is he frozen?
Oh, because I think he's driving.
It seems like I have a time delay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Oh, dang. All right. Is he frozen again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it's better now.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm hearing you guys twice.
Do you have it on the? Are you on your phone
I'm on my phone.
and you don't have another?
Shan, maybe you should
I'll
mute.
go out
I'll
and
mute.
come
I'll mute.
back.
No, go ahead. No, let's see if when I mute, if you're still here.
Go ahead and talk, Caesar, and see if you still hear it.
How are you guys doing today? It's still a time delay. It's a long time delay too.
Yeah, it is. It looks like you're frozen on our end. And then you'll start.
You can go out and come back in.
All right, Shan, let me ask you a quick question. When you look at the relationships that you've had, do you think you've had more faith in the men that you got in relationship with, or you had more trust in the men that you had relationship with?
Both.
So you say,
yeah, both. I ain't been in that many relationships, but the ones I have been in, I can't say that the guys that I've been with, that I couldn't. I have faith that they get themselves together. But
that's faith. That's what I mean. That's where women go wrong.
But I did trust them. You know what I'm saying? I allow them in my space. I'm not really an accessible person like that. I did trust them. But I guess the faith came in just making sure we're compatible. I had faith that, we're the same. We're going the same way. But there were times, but as far as the relationship, I did trust the relationship.
Because I'm trying to think. I've had like 3 serious relationships, but I'm trying to think because I was young when I had them, and so now trying to think with an adult mind about how I felt then. I would say that I trusted most than had faith. I say there was trust in 2 and faith in 1. And I'm just trying to think, because I think that's what happens is a lot of times women are looking at the potential of men and we're putting faith in that versus seeing what they are currently. But I also think men ask us to put faith in them even when they're not at the place of have earned trust. And I don't know if men go through that at all. But
they do, I'm sure. It's always
you think men, I think men operate from a level of trust more so than faith. Definitely.
Okay, how's it going now, Caesar?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Does it still seem delayed on your end?
It does.
Well, you just answered the question immediately, so I think it's just,
I heard you twice. It's taken.
Okay. Maybe I should not delete, but mute myself. I'm going to mute myself and then see.
You can just talk. We don't hear you twice.
Okay. The last thing I heard was that you said men don't want relationships. Is that correct?
Shan said, yeah, she don't, men don't want a housewife at all. Like we saying turn the hoe into a housewife, she said that they don't want the housewife. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife, but they ain't trying to turn anybody into a housewife.
And obviously that's not all men.
Right. Do you guys think that Black women are giving Black men what they want?
I think that Black women who want to be with a man give that man what they want.
This is I'm gonna try to keep going because when you say something, it's still repeated twice. But I'm gonna still work through it since you guys only hear me one time. If can you guys give me one thing you guys think that black women give black men that they want?
First thing that came to mind for me was loyalty.
Do you think the majority of black women are cheating on black men?
I don't think so.
Do you think black men think so?
I don't
I
know.
think y'all do, but I don't know if that is based on like how they say you're projecting.
If that's not one of the, let's say, one, two, or three things black men are saying, can we still say that is true?
Is that they're finding their women cheating on them?
Yes. Like one of the biggest thing, like they're saying that they want cooperation. They're saying they want fit women. They're saying they want their black women to work with them.
Mhm.
Can I just make one correction in terms
Sure.
of what I heard? I don't typically hear them saying they want cooperation. I hear them say that they want submission. I think those two things are different.
Yeah. Cooperation. Um, you have a lot of things that follow under cooperation.
I think so. So to answer your question,
Mhm.
I know we hear things that men want, right? And I feel like men should hold tight until they get those things, right? So if you are with a woman and she's not cooperating with you, you should not be with that woman. If you are with a woman and you feel like she's unfit and that's a big deal to you, then you shouldn't be with that woman. If you're with, because I think that men want different
Okay.
things, right? If they're
Right.
if who what you want from a woman, if the woman that you're with is not that woman, I don't think that you should even be giving her the time of day. To even be if she's not cooperative, she shouldn't even be in your presence to even show you that anymore. She's shown you that she's not a cooperative person. Move on.
I I agree with you, but now the you guys are saying that black men don't want black women, but the black men are saying you guys are not cooperating with us, so we're moving on, or we're just having fun and then moving on.
So that's the thing. You don't so that it's the having fun, right? Because I don't feel like people should toy with people. Because if somebody toyed with you, then there's a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's men and women alike. I think that that's the problem. There's no problem with moving on. I think everybody should do what is best for their household. But when you're intentionally manipulating and toying with someone for your benefit, that's selfish. And people have been doing that to us as for years, and we've had an issue. But it's okay for us to do it to each other, and that's where the problem comes in. Move on. You don't have to bring that person in that mess. You just don't. She's not what you wanted to be. He's not what you want him to be. Why use a person? You only blocking your blessings.
I think I think that this is one-sided violence that a lot of women try to give men.
Okay.
If you look at certain studies, they will say that 1/3 of women go out on dates knowing that they're not interested in a guy, but they do it for free food.
And so when I made that point, I'm saying people in general. I don't think women should do that to men. They too are blocking their blessing. This is not one gender. This is men should not be doing it to women. Women should not be doing it to men. If a woman does not see a man as somebody she's interested in, you are low down to go on a date. One, waste this man's time and his money just because you want a meal. Go to a homeless shelter, get you a free meal. Jeez, like
I'm sorry if it's a long pause.
no, you're
It's
fine.
just because your sentences are running on, so I don't even know when you stop or not stop.
Gotcha. It's fine.
It's not you guys, it's just the system in on my side it's yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Well, I was just going to speak a little more to what I was saying in terms of me feeling like there is a difference between submission and cooperation. And just being in this space, what I hear most of the time, I've heard a few men say that they want cooperation, but most of what I've heard is submission. And for me, the reason I'm keying in on those words is because they're, in my opinion, they yield two different levels of expectations. And I think cooperation is more about mutual collaboration, mutual, expectations where both people are working together towards what a common goal is. They collaborate, they, respect each other's opinions and blah, 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 like that kind of stuff. Their motivation is different because they understand there's a mutual benefit in which each person is contributing and has agency over themselves in which they work together. Whereas I think submission is really asking one party to just yield total authority and control over another, whether it's in mutual agreement or not. And that's where I see the difference. You want somebody to, men are asking women to just obey and accept the authority of their being a man. And it doesn't necessarily have to be about mutual agreement. It's just the total aspect of you yielding control and authority to that man. And that's why I say I think there's a difference. So although men are asking for submission, women are needing cooperation.
So
Well, the problem with your statement is the submission is given to the man that you want. And now when you get into a relationship with guys, you don't want to submit to them. So why can't you give the submission to the guy that you're trying to be in a relationship with? You get to decide which kingdom that you want to be, that you want to live in. Every man is different. Every kingdom is different, but you decide that.
yeah. And here's the unspoken truth, right? Some women want to be married. Some women may see like, oh, I like him. He's a good guy. He's a good man, but I'm just not. It's just something that's missing, right? So she'll be with you because she knows you're good for her. She knows, and she wants to stick it out. You know what I'm saying? Because we always have these conversations, especially with the men. They were like, well, you've got these good men, and why wouldn't you be with them? Because of this. This is what happens. They'll get this guy who's a great guy. He looks great, and he'll be a great husband. And you trying to make it work. Meanwhile, you not even doing what you're supposed to be doing in it because you just not in it. You in it, but you ain't in it. You know, when a woman is in a relationship, when you have a woman, you have a woman.
But why are you staying in that relationship
I agree. I don't know why they do it.
if you're not in it all the way?
Listen, that is $1 million question. And that's for both men and women. We got to talk to these people. You got women on one hand, they in relationships they don't really want to be in. I guess they feel like they settling. And then you got men who got women as placeholders. Like you said, you might want to just hit it until I can't hit it no more. You know what I'm saying? And so to them, they're settling. Like that's not the person for them. And they just met these good people who are involved in a relationship with both of these people. It's just being damaged in the process.
Are you a religious man?
Say that again.
I was
Am I
asking,
in
are you a religious man?
a religious man?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I'm not. I would say more. That's a good question. That's a good question. Because I try to look at the history. I look at some of the African history back in the
That's exactly
day,
where I was going.
in our heritage.
And you
But
recognize that our heritage was built on cooperation between men and women and not submission. I'm just based on my studies and just research that it was a cooperative society between men and women. And the reason I ask specifically, are you religious? Because a lot of times in these spaces, I keep hearing men say they want submission, they want submission. And my question is, where did you get that ideology from if you're not a religious person? Because we typically see that language in religious text, like, the Bible or the Quran, or, well, I can't remember what's the Jewish Bible called, but all of those texts or what have you.
don't you think that
I think men and women at times submit, like even looking at the religious text, that men and women are supposed to submit to each other. And when I hear that, to me, that is mutual cooperation. When you're submitting, in the Bible, it does tell women to submit to their husbands, but it also tells men to submit to their wives. So in that regard, if both of y'all are submitting to each other, I truly believe in the belief of submission when it interchanges like that. When it interchanges like that, to me, that's cooperation. So that's why I say, when you said it depends on what kingdom you want to be in. For me, I'll be in the kingdom of cooperation.
Yeah, but that's not the cooperation that you decide. That you're wanting it to be your way. And okay, for example, one of the things that majority of women say that they want is a leader, right? So that's not what majority of men say. Oh, I want a woman leader. So when a guy is leading, you then turn around and say, well, I want things to be more egalitarian.
Well, I think that Caesar. Again, there are a lot of different men, right? And there are a lot of different women. There are some women who are very headstrong. They got to be the one who making the decisions. They got to do a lot of that stuff. And when you get in a relationship with this type of woman, and that person usually shows her face very, very soon in the relationship, is who she is. There's nothing you can do to change who she is. When you're dating, if she does not want to cooperate, if you require cooperation, if you require submission, and this woman is not willing to do that, there's really nothing you can do to make her, because it's just not, she may just not be that type of person, right? But there are women who don't mind submitting if they trust you, if you've shown great leadership skills, your resume of being a great leader is, on point, and she feels like she can close her eyes and trust you blindly. She doesn't mind. Trust me, I know women, including myself, who would love to just let a man take over. I don't want to have to think. I just let him think. That would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm. That would be fine, but that is not. We have to, when we get on these panels and talk to men and women, we have to give information that's going to help the majority of men and the majority of women.
Sure.
And women do not have the time frame, biology wise, to just play the same game that men are playing, especially with where the numbers are
Why
at
are
with
playing
the
games?
marriage rate.
That's the
I
problem.
don't
People
think.
playing
Yeah,
games.
I don't think they're playing games though. I don't think they are. I think that they just don't like so. And when a woman loves you, she wants to get married to you. A woman will be across the table with you, meeting you on the first day. Oh, can I marry him? And she'll already have her wedding in her head. Okay, and she'll do anything if you are the guy to bring you on in. If you are not the guy, she's not doing that. Okay. And so with that being said, she's not playing with her time. She's not. I promise you, I don't care if she let's just say she's 25 years old. We always say, oh, they're playing. If she meets the guy she wants, most 25-year-olds in love with somebody.
Is the elder women, are they telling women to get married, or are they telling women, hey, it's okay to have a hoe phase in your younger days?
It depends on the village in which that woman is raised.
What is the majority? What are the actions that women are taking?
What do you mean?
Because
I
black
think it depends
women
on the
are not
age group.
telling. Yeah, but you can't do it when it's too late. Women are saying to have fun when they're in their earlier days.
I wasn't told to have fun. Most of my friends married, including Mistaken. And Mistaken knows most of my friends. Most of my friends are married, and they all married in their 20s. That's the majority of the people I know. I'm from Alabama, and it could be because where I'm from, because I'm from Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, where the family is that's what they do. Most of the people I grew up with are all married. These major cities be on some other stuff, but the town in which I'm from, most people marry in their 20s. It's very common for women to get married in their 20s and be promoted to get married in your 20s.
Do you think women should come out here and date, uh and have fun and try to find what they like in dating and having sex with a bunch of men?
I don't think women should be opening their legs to a lot of men. You talking to the wrong one.
Can you repeat that?
I stand stern on that. I think that women need to close their, I've never had a hot girl summer in my entire life.
And I'm very different in that. Not saying, no, not about women going around having a bunch of sex. No, I'm not talking about that. And I think it is misconstrued when you are speaking to women and tell them to enjoy their lives now while they're not in a relationship. I gave that advice to my daughter. That didn't mean it was advice, go sleep around. What I'm saying is you have no responsibilities right now. You don't have a responsibility of of a husband. You don't have any responsibility of children. This is the time now to enjoy your life and do the things that you want to do, like travel or hang out with your friends, or, go to school and continue your education, things like that. Because once you get married, some things are going to have to go on the back burner because other things have to be prioritized.
Now,
So that
But
was from where I was saying, but that wasn't inclusive of going to sleep around. And I think that's where things get misconstrued.
and I think that this is important to add on, because I've never heard this in my life, unless it happens. If it happens, it doesn't happen often. I've heard women say what mistaken say to do, but I've never heard a mother see her daughter in a healthy relationship with a good man and say, "Don't marry that man."
That's true
I've
too.
never seen it. I've never, most of the time that mama's like thinking about the wedding too. You know what I'm saying? Most women want their daughters to be married. It's almost like a default to say,
okay, I have another question for you guys.
give me a second. So it's kind of like a default to say, since you haven't met that person, enjoy your life. Don't be sitting in your misery. Like, enjoy your life while, but if a guy comes along, I've never seen a mom say, "Oh, you better leave that man alone. He ain't no good." No, if he's a good guy, most want their daughters to be under a good man. Oh, but go ahead. I'm sorry, Caesar.
No, I want to say sorry again. I want you to keep interrupting me because I do not know when you stop. So
No, you're fine.
okay. Why is it that we pay so much attention to what the man need to do, what the man need to do, when overwhelmingly women are out here having babies from all of these men? Why do we still focus on the man when the biggest problem that women have is they're having a whole bunch of babies from a bunch of different men?
Well, I think that there is a out of wedlock. There are 52. So what I read, and I wish I could share it. There are 56% of women who have children, and that also is inclusive of women who are married. Because I think that when people see 70% of babies born out of wedlock, they're thinking that means 7% of women, and that's not the case. That's two different. That's not what that's saying. That's saying per child that is born, that's 70% of children who are born out of wedlock. When in actuality, if you look at it was published in 2024, 56% of women childbearing age have children. They did not specify biological children. They did not specify whether they were out of wedlock or if they were in a marriage. Now, what may be the issue is the women you want may have children.
No.
Well, my thing is those
If
conversations.
50% of women have children with multiple fathers, so not just one, they made a mistake the first time and then did it again.
50. Can you show me that stat? I don't do fake stats. Can you please show me that stat?
Not we can if you could do a quick Google.
You
Yes,
said
at least.
You said what now?
I'll look it up. Let him say it. I'll look it up.
Yes.
I can find. Now, what did you say? So I'll know what to. Can you repeat what you said so I know what to Google?
As far as in the Black community, at least 50% of our women have at least two baby fathers.
Okay, let me see.
So out of that 56%, they have multiple baby fathers? That's what you're saying?
No. I'm saying I will go with what you're saying with that one. I'm saying they have a second one.
The 56%.
That's at least 50%. I think it's over 50, but I'm gonna go with at least 50%. Like, this is a big problem in our community.
Well, it's going to continue to be a problem. It's going to continue to be a problem.
the issue that I have is that we want to put all men on the same level.
It
So
says
a
28.
good guy, sure.
I'm sorry. It says 28% of American women with 2 or more children have children by
No,
more than.
just specifically the black community.
So
No,
I do
okay.
see. So black women, 46% of black women have had children with more than one partner.
Okay, 46. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what this source is though. It just pulled up. Let me see what this source is.
I have seen at least 50,
So
but
let me say this.
sure.
Women were designed to reproduce. Okay? If you don't get married in your early 20s, because we're not getting married, your chances of having a child out of wedlock is going to be great. Women biologically are made to be nurturers, to care for children. Okay? It's no different from men being biologically wanting sex. So you can't stop your urge. He can't stop hers either, biologically. So with that being said, if you want to stop out of wedlock pregnancies, we need to start getting married earlier. In a discussion. Like, that's how everybody else stops it. And let's not be fooled. Most of these people who are getting married and they're in other races, they just turn around. I mean, having babies, they just turn around and get married. They're quicker. Oh, knock her up. Get married.
Yeah,
And Andre, I understand what the Bible is saying. I didn't say anything about the Bible. I said biology. I didn't say anything about the Bible.
the problem.
I said biology. Just like the Bible also said, don't fornicate, but y'all ain't got no problem with that part.
The problem is you have other races of women that are out here having a lot of sex, but for some reason they're able to not have babies. But then when our women are out here having a lot of sex, they have to have a baby. Why is that?
I think
we're conditioned different.
Yeah,
go ahead, Shan.
So first of all, I find that Black people, both men and women, are compassionate people. Whether we like it or not, we're very we are the most forgiving people on the face of the earth. I think that we got hustled due to our compassion. We get hustled all the time due to our compassion, you know. And a lot of people don't believe in that, you know. So the alternative is let's look, and we talk about this all the time. And men have so little consideration for women that listen, there's a way that you cannot get a person pregnant. Put a condom on. Put a condom on. Because if you believe in the Bible, then you also know that abortion is murder. If you believe in, think about birth control. Think of all the side effects that come with birth control. Breast
If
cancer.
you're going to go down that road, then you need to be having a man that's going to be married to.
Oh, I agree.
But that's not what the elder women, our women, are telling the younger generation of Black women.
I don't think that that's true.
I don't.
And the reason I say that is I've never heard any woman tell older women tell younger women to go out.
What does hot girl summer mean?
Hold on, to go out and have multiple baby daddies. That just don't happen. But the environment, now, if you're saying that they're indirectly telling them, I do believe that, because the environment is what conditions your offspring. So if they're in an environment where they see their mother having children with multiple baby daddies, then the likelihood their children will either have multiple baby daddies or creating, baby mamas.
And
so it's the environment. They're not going out saying, yeah, go ahead and sleep with a bunch of men and a bunch of women. So I think biologically, when you're young, you have a high sex drive. That's biology. The problem with our community is that we're not having conversations like they do in a white community with our kids very young about using protection. We're not having those conversations. They're not taking them to put them on birth control early in age. Like I know, Caucasian families do. They expect that their kids are going to do that. So they have those conversations around that early and prepare them by putting them on birth control early. Black families don't do that.
And let me just say this too. Men control marriage, right? If the argument is nobody's dating 25, 26-year-old men, or women in their 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 aren't in relationships, then I can understand your point. But if these women are in relationships, they're probably in a relationship with a man who just didn't ask them to marry them. Okay? And so we know that women don't ask men to marry them, men ask women. So if there is an issue with marriage, it's because they're not being asked to be married to. Does that make sense?
This is the problem I have with the conversation. When it goes to what the man's problem is, you guys are like, well, they just need to just leave and blah blah blah, this and that. But then when we go to the woman, now it's about their environment. You got to understand.
No,
why is that?
Well, I think that it's so. I think that with men and women, it's about the environment. It's called, even if you look at the Bible, it says you need to find somebody who you're equally yoked with. That's the problem. Y'all keep going into other people's village, trying to make them a part of yours, and it ain't working. You have to find someone who shares the same values as you, so that when you guys are going on a mission together, yes, sir, you go together, right? You don't want a woman who is not even on your same level or thinks the same way as you, even raising your children. She has to think the same way you're thinking. You have to value the same thing. That's just, so yes, when we sit here and say, because I don't think like a lot of people. I was raised a kind of different kind of way. Mistaken doesn't think like a lot of people. You may be thinking it with me. I don't know you like that. The way you are raised may be totally different. You may have different values, right? I think that we all think because we're all Black, we're all the same. That ain't true. Because I don't do half the stuff Black people do. I don't even like half the things Black people like, but I know I'm Black. I know that there are people who are just like me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that you have to find the person. Logic used to say your village, right? And you have to find a person who is going to be on the same wavelength as you and who is going to carry out the mission for your family. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but none of that stuff matters, because if we look at history, Black people were the most married in this country. So that means this woman is different than that woman, is different than that woman. So none of that stuff matters. We were able to do it at one point in time. Men are still basically the same. The only thing that's different is women.
That's not true.
Average women don't want to be with average men. That is the issue.
The difference too that you're not considering too is at that time that you're talking about, society itself was different. The conditions and the environment in which those marriages occurred were different. So you had a system that supported a marriage, right? Whereas now when you fast forward, you have most women that are now able to sustain themselves financially independent of a man. Whereas in that environment at that time, they didn't. So marriage was definitely encouraged, because how you gonna live without having a husband? You won't have enough income to sustain yourself. So the environment was set up for that, whereas the environment isn't the same now.
So our truth made a good point. If you're saying that average women are not dating average men, then why are they having babies by these average men? Most
you
women
gotta ask the women that.
Right, but you said they don't date them, so they're giving them an opportunity.
No, as far as marriage, they don't want them for marriage.
What? But women don't control
Men don't want
marriage.
to have their babies and not want
What?
marriage.
The-
Yeah, they're waiting around to get
me ask
married.
you a question.
Marriage never comes, and they end up having a baby, stuck with the baby. Which I agree with you. I think that they should get into a space where they're not having these babies by these men.
I agree. I have a
They
question.
need to be married first. They need to price their
uh-huh.
womb on a higher regard by saying that I'm not going to have any man's baby until I'm their wife.
Yeah,
We got it out of order.
Let me tell you this: most women who have a man's baby wanted that man at one point. She wanted that man.
Yeah, you ain't gonna
Yes.
have
Women ain't having no babies by a man that they want. But let me just say this, Caesar. Have you ever been in a relationship before, a long-term relationship before?
Yes.
And why didn't you ask her to marry you?
Why didn't I ask her to marry me?
Mm-hmm.
I was not looking at that for that at that time. I was just looking for a relationship.
So it would be it's safe to, was she looking for that, or she was in it just like you?
She took
I
what
think
she
it's usually what happens is men and women get into relationships and none of the things are getting talked about until years down the road. Most women don't come and say, "Hey, I'm looking to get married." You can be a good girlfriend but not a good wife.
But how would you know if you've never been a wife? If she's a good girlfriend, then the assumption would be she would be a good wife, because typically you marry your girlfriend to make her the wife. So if she was a good girlfriend, then why would the assumption be she wouldn't be a good wife?
Well, what if the girlfriend that I'm looking for is just have a whole bunch of sex and hang out, but I can see she wouldn't be a good mother.
So then why get her pregnant?
But see, that's the thing. I don't have any kids.
So,
No, I
but
don't mean you. I'm talking about in general,
so
because
my
you're kind of speaking the way men are thinking. So I'll make her my girlfriend. She's great to be a girlfriend. I'm not going to make her a wife, but I will make her a baby mama.
Got
I think that that's your situation. Let's just say you have a girlfriend, which you did have at that time, because you just made an argument with mistaken, saying that women don't want to be, date average guys. I'm assuming you're saying it because you're an average guy, right? Which you found.
No, I'm not an average guy. But go ahead.
Okay, so but my point of it is, most men have been in a relationship before. Can we just say yes or no to that? Most men have been in a relationship before.
Yes.
Decent relationship before. And they had the choice to marry the girl or not to marry the girl. Right? And this is most
Yes.
men. Most men are average. You may not be average, but most men are average. So the notion that women are not giving average men an opportunity is incorrect, because most average men have been in relationships. Matter of fact, I would also argue that if only 1% or a small percentage of people are above average, and there are people who are married, most Black women are married to average men. Would that not be correct?
Accurate, yeah.
When I go outside, I see average people dating average people, whether they're married or in a relationship. I see relationships, they got their hands crossed, and usually it's an average person dating another average person. That's normally what I see. All
The
people
numbers say that it's not a lot. Because what's the numbers? 25% of Black women are married, around that 25,
we
26?
didn't say marriage. I said relationships. Now the marriage comes whether or not he asked her to marry him.
Well, that doesn't help.
So what am I
That
saying?
doesn't help you if you're just dating.
Right. So what your argument was, average women aren't giving average men a chance. But if she's in a relationship with you, she's giving you a chance. If she's having sex with you, she's giving you a chance.
Have you guys heard on the panel, men and some women say that the a small percentage of men are getting the majority of women. Have you guys heard that before?
Yes, I've heard that.
I
Okay,
don't think.
so how is it that the majority of men are having this same access if women are only doing it to a small percentage?
Yes, but that argument is debunked if you sit here and you have a conversation with majority of the men and they've been in a relationship before. That means somebody dated you. Somebody gave you a chance. You just did not want that person.
Yes, you just did not want that person. Yeah, but okay. But if you're a woman and your mind frame is I want the highest percentage of guy, that means when you get with that average guy, you're already going into that situation as this is not going to be serious. He can get some, but I'm not going to take him serious.
What?
So that means that she's playing with him.
I don't deny that there are women out here playing. I absolutely agree with that. I think that there are people out here playing with people. But if we're talking about if the argument is men are not getting opportunities with women, now it may not be the top, because just like you are saying that women want a top percentage of men want a top percentage of women. It's just in the looks department. Okay, it is.
No,
So listen.
that's not true.
Yes, it is. You know why? Because you just said that men are in relationships with women that they don't want. So
Will a guy take
they're looking
a woman from McDonald's?
You said what? You said
Most
what?
men that I know who got a woman from McDonald's, they're on the same level. He was at the fries and she was at the register. I don't typically see a huge difference in terms of a top 1% man married to a person who they met at McDonald's. And the
This
stats
is not
show that.
true. This is not
Name
true.
one.
Pull up the stats.
So name
The
one.
stats-
Just
Look,
name one.
okay,
Name
I'm
one.
gonna go RIP. RIP the Kobe.
Who is that?
We saw what happened. Who did Kobe have sex with? The hotel clerk years ago. I know you guys probably
sex.
remember
He
this.
didn't marry her.
That's sex. If we know that they'll have groupies. Like
That's what I'm talking about.
No, we're talking about marriage. You're talking about sex. We're talking about marriage. Those are two different things. Men will screw
we know
anybody.
you will bump anything. Come on now.
Right. There's no argument there. We definitely
Right.
know men will screw somebody that works at McDonald's, but they're not married.
Get it.
Yeah. He didn't marry. Kobe didn't
But
marry the McDonald's worker.
you said the men wouldn't take an average girl from McDonald's. I was responding to that.
No, we didn't. No.
She meant marriage.
No. The argument was the upper 1%. We didn't say any guy, because there are women who are at McDonald's who are married. That's not what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
We know that women from McDonald's, people at McDonald's get married.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're looking at the stats, though, I just want to get to that. What you will typically see is those who are in the same socioeconomic status are marrying each other. So typically a lot of the
by race. That's not even a black thing. That is just a world.
I agree with you.
Across the board. So when men are giving the argument that men don't care about women with degrees, or men don't care about women with money, or men will marry the McDonald's worker and they're, a millionaire, those situations are extreme. Those are outliers. That's not reflective of the messaging that men try to push forward in these spaces, because the stats don't support that.
And most men,
Okay.
in most men, because I think I know a decent amount of men who are they want somebody who is a reflection of them. Most of them have nonprofit organizations. Usually the wives are over that. This woman has to be of value to this man in some type of way. And I mean, she could be at McDonald's, because some people work at McDonald's because they're just in an entry-level job. They may have graduated and they're just, it's a stepping stone. Maybe that's the situation you're speaking of. But you're talking about somebody who just, you know, a dropout or something of that nature. I don't think that that's true at all.
Is
If y'all agree with the if y'all agree with the small percentage of guys that are getting access to the majority of women, because that's what women want. If you look at the studies of dating sites, where majority of I think it was 80% of women find majority of men unattractive.
Yeah, I saw that.
That means you're not getting just regular dudes. If you don't find them attractive, that means you're not going to be trying hard enough. That means
but
you're
that's
not going to be cooperating with these
No,
particular men.
well, I think that's different when you're in a dating site space versus a real world space. So in a dating space, when you're online like that, you have access to numerous men that you can be selective with, right? Versus if you living in, let's say, a small town like Alabama, you know what I'm saying? That you're not gonna have you're not gonna have the same options. So your access is gonna be very different. So your
you
choice.
won't get off Alabama men. Alabama men are
No,
great.
I'm just meaning
Don't you
this.
think you're setting yourself up
For what? For what?
to fail?
For what?
If you have that many men and you try to go for the top guys who have access to a whole bunch of women,
I don't think that most women are dating top guys. Like I said, the people I see outside in real time, real life, are with average people. Are you going outside and seeing women with above average men?
they're giving their bodies to these men though. They just can't keep those men. That is the issue.
I think that there's a certain group of women who want these kind of men. I mean, these type of men. I would not deny that. But for the great majority of women, most men, are you in a relationship right now, Caesar?
Yes.
If you don't mind, how long have you been in a relationship with the partner that you have now?
It's been a year.
Okay, so earlier in our conversation, AP admitted that most men know within a fairly short period of time whether or not the person that they are in a relationship is wifey material, and that they would, that they would marry them. So based on your previous answer, you were in a long-term relationship and you still didn't exactly tell us why you didn't, marry her. No, you said she was a good girlfriend, but you didn't think she would be a good wife. So that's why you didn't marry her. Are you in the same? Would you say you're in that same situation now, or is different? And if it's different, why haven't you asked her to marry you yet?
Yes.
It's the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
So then why stay in that relationship when you know it's not going to go any further? If you're looking, are you looking? Well, I guess the question is, are you looking for a wife? That's the real question.
This is the thing. I have a whole lot more time out in this game than the other party.
Why
That's
do
why
you?
women need to understand that.
So I think they do understand that. So this is what I think men need to understand. Women want the person they want, whatever that looks like. Hide whatever. If he thug Willie on the side of the corner, or he, he the UPS guy, because some UPS guys be looking good. Come be deliver them packages. If he the whatever he is, they want what they want, which means that the person, if they do not want you, they would rather lay in the bed with a dog for the rest of their lives than lay in the bed with you. So they understand. They understand completely. It's not like in a woman's mind. This is the psyche of a woman. I would rather be alone traveling than to lay beside in my peacefulness with somebody I gotta wake up to, and I don't even want to be waking up to them. You understand what I'm saying? It's people who've been in situations like that, and they don't even want to go in the house. They go from work and they just sit in the driveway because they don't want to go in their house. Like, nobody wants to live like that.
But hold on, I missed what Caesar said when I asked him about the marriage thing. Are you said you are looking for a wife or no?
I will in time.
Okay. Does she know that?
We haven't talked about it.
So that'd be a no. And see, this is exactly what we're talking about. Women will stay in a relationship with the anticipation and hope that is leading to marriage. And then a lot of times it doesn't. And then they on to the next one because they don't control the fact of whether or not you're going to propose to them and marry them. They don't control that.
You're putting it on the man again.
It is.
Marriage is the man's, like just like birthing is the control of a woman, marriage is the control of a man.
No. You're only half right. The woman needs to go to the man and say, hey, I am looking for marriage. This is the amount of time that I would like to be married. If this is not what you're looking for, I'm not going to get in a relationship with you. But that's not what women do. But we still blame the man because the woman decides to not have any conversations about marriage, but then try to find out a couple years later.
So let me ask you a question.
So you as a man,
let me ask you a question, Caesar. So would it be okay for a woman, because you just talked about this, how women use men too. Is it okay for her to keep from you that she just wants to use you for meals or whatever it is that you give her, knowing that she doesn't like you like that, she doesn't plan on having sex with you, she just wants to use you? Because you didn't say anything, you didn't ask like, hey, do you want anything with me? Because you didn't ask those important questions. Is it okay for her to use you?
You said yourself that all women want different things.
I did.
So why are you taking the stance on I am using her? Why are you taking that stance?
No, can I answer that? Mm-hmm. I think you are using her. And the reason you have not had that conversation is because deep down there has been things that she has probably said to drop hints or something along the lines of saying one day I want to be married, but you said that y'all didn't have the conversation. You're avoiding that conversation for a reason. You're not ready to get married. And instead of sharing that with her to see if she'd be down with staying in a relationship with you, knowing that it's not going to go any further, you chose not to have that conversation with her. So you put it back on her to say, well, she never brought it up. Like, if you know you don't want to get married, then how come you're not saying that to her? If it's not a big deal.
Again, you're putting the onus. You can't do that. You cannot do that. She has a timing.
Expected.
So, no. Let me
just say this one thing. The reason the onus is on the man when it comes to that conversation is because he's the one that decides whether or not he's going to propose. That's the difference. So the onus is going to go on the person that's responsible for the proposal, not for the one that's going to be the one that receives it. You got to give a gift before you can receive it.
And let me say this too, just to add on to something.
Okay.
So real fast.
Yeah.
You started out saying women don't cooperate. They're not cooperative. You want this woman to, and I'm assuming you want her to fall under your leadership. Here's a woman you have with you, and you are abusing this. Why would you're the leader? Do you usually question? You want her to question you, or do you want her to trust that you're going to lead her in the right direction? Because right now you're not giving good leadership.
How is this not good leadership? Explain that to me.
Because you're putting it on a woman to lead in the area of marriage.
And you're not
honestly, if you're the leader, then you need to let her know that it's not going to lead to marriage. You're putting that onus on her.
And you know, and you saying it out your own mouth, and you for real, right. But you're saying out of your own mouth, women don't have this time to waste. But you sit here wasting this woman's time. Does she deserve that?
Whoa.
You said it.
Okay.
You
Okay.
these are words.
So now we're going to say that they do not have autonomy over what they want. If a woman decides to have sex with a homeless guy, that is her choice. If a woman decides to stay in a relationship with a guy for 10 years, that is her choice. What you guys try to do is give justification and try to say, well, maybe it's her father, maybe it's her environment. Well, we got to understand why she's doing what she's doing. She has to make that decision. And if she decides to stay, it's just like with a woman that stays with a guy that's cheated. She decides to make that decision. Don't blame that man. She's a grown woman.
So we're not
deciding to stay doesn't negate the fact that he's still moving wrong. The same way like this situation, the fact that she didn't bring up marriage to you directly doesn't negate the fact that you're not leading in a sense of being honest with her to say that you don't plan on getting married. That doesn't abdicate your responsibility to communicate that to her.
And I would say this. You're absolutely right. She should definitely ask these questions, right, Caesar? But the reality is you're the one here today, and we're having a conversation with you. And you started out talking about cooperative and leadership, all of these great things about, being a man, women should be doing all these things. But yeah, you moving like this. You know what I'm saying? So if you about that life, all it because she loves you. I mean, if she's down for what you're down for, you can be honest with her, and you're gonna still get the same situation you're in, and at least you told her that, right? But we're just saying, as the leader, it may be great to have that conversation just to make sure you guys are on the same page. And I'm only telling you this because you're here. If she was here, I'd be telling her that. But because she's not here, I'm telling you that. Because
can I ask you guys a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, if I was a guy that was with a woman that did absolutely nothing for her, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't try to buy her anything. I'm disrespectful to her. I don't call her so often. Just the worst guy in the world. But she's been with me for 4 years. Are you going to sit here and say, hey, guy, you're the leader. You need to do this, when she is going back to me over and over and over again and being in a relationship with me? Are you still blaming me, or are you going to put onus on her?
So you said she's beating you?
No, he said that he's not, buying her anything. Basically, he's not treating her right, but she stays in a relationship with him. Is it his fault or is it hers?
I think that it depends. So it's, you can say it's not your fault, right? Because people do things that it's loopholes to all this kind of stuff, right? I'm just saying, if you are a man who moves correctly, of good character, you wouldn't even want to do that to another person. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and I think in his example, I do believe that it is her responsibility to move on if, she feels that she's not being treated right. But again, like I said before, it doesn't abdicate his responsibility to
he ain't shit.
Do this, to do what he's doing either. Like, one doesn't justify, because she's making a poor decision by staying with you, doesn't,
take away the fact that you got poor character.
It doesn't make sense either way. Both of y'all have a responsibility. She should leave. There's no argument in that. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that your behavior is okay.
See, you still went back to the guy.
Yes,
this is programmed. You guys are programmed to say this.
So basically what you're saying is your girl's fault for staying with you because she didn't ask any questions about whether or not you have intentions on marrying her. And so you're just going to be in it until she decides to leave.
So let me ask you a question.
That's what he's saying.
So let
Which
me
to
flip
me,
this.
he sounds like the girl.
Right. So
He's
let me ask
staying
you
in a relationship that he really doesn't want either.
right. So this is the thing, Caesar. You don't want us to involve men and put the blame on men. But I would argue that you don't want to put the blame on men either. You don't want us to put the blame on women. You saying that's what we're doing, but you're doing the exact same thing, just the opposite. So we can't just like you can call women out, we can't call men out. Is that what you're saying? We can only stick to the topic in which
I want you to call men out for what they do and women out for what they do. I don't want you to.
But didn't I just say that? I said it's her fault for staying.
She
shouldn't stay, but it doesn't abdicate your responsibility to communicate that you don't want to be with her or that you are treating her poorly.
Yeah.
I call both parties out.
Both of them.
No. What? Okay, this is what women try to do. They will say that a homeless guy is this exact same as a guy that makes $100,000 just because he's a man. Like you can't control all men. Some men are the leaders. Some men do other things, but you can't say, oh, all men supposed to have character. All men supposed to have respect. No, you're. This is where vetting comes in to a woman. She's supposed to vet the guy that she is dealing with.
I don't think that's what we're saying. We're talking about you.
Well, no, I disagree. I do think everybody should come with a baseline level of respect for humanity. I think everybody should be approached with that mindset. Like, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to give you a level of respect. I don't know who you are, but I'm going to come to you and give you a level of respect just out of being a human. Like, that's what humans should do. So whether you a bum on the street or a millionaire, I shouldn't disrespect the bum because he's a bum. I should still approach with a level of respect for humanity. And maybe that's the problem.
No one is talking about respect.
So what
we're talking about the woman getting in a relationship with a homeless guy or a guy that's making $100,000. You guys are saying, hey, a guy that is he's homeless, and let's say that he is a drunk, and you're trying to say, hey, both of these guys are the same. You should have more character. You're just putting it on the guy instead of putting it on the woman that says, hey, why are you getting in a relationship with a drunk?
First of all, if she get in a relationship with a drunk, we gotta.
That's what she want.
Listen,
that's her type.
Listen. Why are you? If she get in a relationship with a drunk, she not for you. She's something about that. Maybe her daddy was a drunk. Something along the line drew her to that drunk. Okay, that shit ain't normal. And anything else that's going on, people got stuff going on and they drawing the people. And you'll be amazed. You find out they almost just like that. There's something going on that they have something that they have in common, right? So if she's in it, that's just not your person. It's not. We can't stop every woman from being in a relationship with a drunk. We can't stop all women from being in a relationship with people we don't think they should be in a relationship with. All we can say is that's not the mate for me. You know, people are going to do things that we don't necessarily agree with. We cannot change them all. We can't. You're going to kill yourself sit here trying to change everybody else. We can have these conversations. We can hope that they can change. We will want the best for them. But that's not going to make people see it your way. And there's usually a reason they don't see it your way. Maybe she has a flaw. You don't even know the flaw that she has. And you thinking that she's this person, she just covers it well. You know, you don't ever know why people in the situation that they're in.
I agree with you. This is why you cannot talk about the guy, about his character and how bad he is, and he should tell her, you know, all his what his intentions are, because of what you just said. Every woman wants, they will take something different, and you can't stop that. So
But
don't go to the guy.
but I'm so confused, right? I'm confused because earlier we said women don't date average men. They only date 1%.
Now they dating bums.
Now they dating homeless.
Hold on. Did you a couple months ago? Did you guys not see the homeless guy that went viral? That thousands of women were trying to holler at him, and he was homeless. Just because he looked good, women were throwing themselves at him.
And that's what I said. I was saying earlier about women. Women will choose men that they are attracted to, right? So when you're talking about most women choose the 1%, that's what Shan was getting at, that most women are not choosing the 1%. And you just gave the example that you had hundreds of women throwing themselves at a homeless man. It was because he was attractive. He definitely wasn't a top one, a 1%. He was just attractive. So I mean, so that you've just proved our point about women not only
No.
after 1%.
When we talk about the top 20%, that
He's
the
below
20% means
He's
he could
below
be 6'2" or above, 6 foot or above. He could be a muscular build. He could have very handsome. That This is what we're talking about in the 20%. It's
Oh,
not
you're not just
just
talking about
financial.
financial. Okay. Okay. You're on mute, Shan.
Yes.
I said, what he say? I'm sorry, I missed
He
it.
said that when they're talking about women going after the top 20%, men are not just meaning the top 20% in terms of financially. He said it can be in height, it can be in looks as well. It's not just financial. So most women are going to go after those men.
So so are you saying that this is leaving men out? Is that what you're saying? Like what's the concern?
I just think he has a disdain for women like a lot of other men. What I mean by that, I'm gonna say specifically black women in these spaces that we hear that, and I don't mean disdain like oh, I can't, I don't know what they call it, like red pill rage or whatever. I don't know. I don't pick that up from you. What I mean is a level of well, maybe disdain is not the right word. Let me take that back. I think that there's a level of ownership. That's what I'll say. Ownership on male behavior because it's focused on trying to get the female to take ownership and responsibility. So I mean, I mean that's the way that I see it, because just I'm only using a conversation that we had and the questions that we asked you. And the flip side to that is we're like, you were talking about getting married and women not doing this. And okay, cool, we'll give you that. But then when we asked you these specific questions about how you're moving, instead of you taking ownership of your own behavior, the first thing that you did is you put the onus on the woman. And I think that's the problem, is that neither party are taking ownership. The woman that you're with right now, I agree with you. She should have had a conversation with you if that was her intentions of wanting to be married. She should have had that conversation. But in kind, I also believe that you as a man should have let her know up front that you're not looking to get married at this stage in your life or at this point, or just with her. Like she's like, I enjoy being with you, but I don't think you wifey material or you ain't the one or whatever. You need to have that conversation with her as well. But when we asked you that, you said, well, it was her. She never brought it up. We never had that conversation. If you know that y'all didn't have the conversation, then why didn't you initiate it? Why didn't you initiate it?
Why do I have to initiate?
You
Why
know,
do I
That's
have
what
to
I'm
do
gonna
it
ask
for
you.
her?
Don't
so
answer. Don't
I
answer.
think
Hold on, Shan. Don't answer the question with a question. I'm asking you specifically. Why did you not initiate the conversation? Why are you waiting for her to initiate it? Granted, you saying she should have. She didn't. So now my question to you is, why haven't you initiated the conversation?
No, all this is about is control. You're just trying to control man. You're just trying to have the power. This
You
is
have the power
all
of
this
marriage,
is.
sir. You have the power of marriage. That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you. Why didn't you initiate the conversation, since you as a man control marriage? She doesn't. She controls sex. You control marriage. So I guess my question, that's why I was asking, why didn't you initiate the conversation? Did you wait for her to
Let me
initiate
tell
sex?
you.
Wait,
Let me tell
did
you.
you wait for her to initiate sex? Or did you initiate it?
No, I initiated.
Okay. All right. So you initiated it, right? Women control sex, as we say. So you initiated and she allowed you to have sex with her. So my question to you is, why are you not initiating a conversation about marriage and then and then see what her response is? Because that's the way that works too. A
Just
man
because
has
I have sex
to.
with you don't mean I want to marry you.
I
absolutely.
didn't say that, sir.
So I think
No, Shan, he's dodging the question. I want him to be straight up. Just explain why you did not initiate, or why haven't you initiated the conversation around marriage, to let her know that you don't want to get
Why
married.
hasn't why haven't she decided that she wants to only date men that are looking for marriage?
did she know you don't want marriage?
No, because he didn't have the conversation.
So let me ask you a question.
But he's saying that she should have initiated it.
So this is the issue I'm having, right? Because we're going in circles. That's fine. Do what
I'm
you do. Do what you do. It's okay. If she has to, you're right. She should have initiated the conversation. But just like she should have initiated a conversation, you sitting here, popped up on this show talking about people being cooperative, leadership, and you come with this foolery. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you initiated this and you done came up here with this foolery. Listen, if you want to see some change, be the change you want to see. You can't sit here talking about women don't want to be married, and you sit here don't want to be married. What are we talking for this for? Are
I
you
like you guys. You guys are funny.
the hell?
So this
What are we doing here?
This is very this is comical. This is the type of situation where women still lose. This right here, because we can continue to keep blaming man, blaming man, blaming man, say red pill rage. It's not helping women. The numbers are showing that. And what you guys want men to do is do more, do more, do more, do more. And guess what? Men have said they're not doing that. They're
Well, men
tired.
aren't having a conversation. Obviously, do more, do more, do more. Men aren't initiating conversation.
Well, and not even that. It seems to be so we can sit here and say women are losing, but I hear this coming out of men's mouths more than I hear women. Like, it seems to be heavy on your heart. Like, y'all talk. Listen, I talk about women all day long, morning and night. You breathe, talk about women, 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 women. You know what I'm saying? People who don't care talk about themselves, elevating themselves. I'm gonna be the best version of myself. Whatever comes my way, that's people like that focus on themselves, and then they
Can
get
I ask you guys a question?
on their way. They don't focus on other people. They focus on themselves. God paused them.
Okay. So from both you guys, can you guys give me one thing as a collective that black women feel they need to do to change? Just one as a collective.
Well, I spoke to her earlier when I was saying that I was watching Tyler Perry, which I know a lot of y'all black men don't like, Sisters, and the idea of learning how to speak to men in a like a supportive, type of way. I think that is one thing that black women as a collective need guidance in learning how to do.
No, 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 no. I want what is it that black women feel like they're doing? Not what they want to do,
He
but
said what
what
they
is
need
it one thing as a collective that they're doing as just one?
I was confused. I thought he said what is something that black
to do.
women can do, right?
Not
Yeah.
not can. What
Okay.
what is it? What is it that a group of a collective of black women? What is it that they feel like they need to change?
Okay. So need to change.
Yes, as a collective. Where do they feel like?
That's what I think that's still along the same lines of what I was saying, watching how they speak.
They don't feel like they need to speak better to black men. That's not they're not saying that.
You just said as a collective, what do we think black women need to do? So we're
No,
saying black
no.
women need to
I think
learn
that
to speak
so I
better.
do so whether they're saying or not, the numbers are showing. I think that women are starting, especially this new generation, are starting to be more selective about the baby process. We do see the numbers going down with single motherhood in that category with the younger the generation that's coming up those 20s, right? And that's the reason why that percentage has changed over the years. So I don't know if they're talking about it, but the numbers suggest that that's what's taking place.
Don't you think that's a problem that there's not one thing?
What? I think it's a
There
problem.
is nothing that black women feel like they need to change as a collective. Don't you
I'm
think
not
that's a
saying
problem?
no. I think that women do think that there needs to be change. That's why we have these we had these conversations all the time. I think that that's why women join panels and they have discussions with men to see how men's thinking. We listen. Some of us listen. We try to understand. I'm not understand. If you came on here for a fight not at 1:38 a.m., it's not
You
gonna
ain't
happen.
getting it.
You wrong
A
channel.
fight?
This is a
No,
Chic critique, not Lapeef
see,
live. We're giving you. So the thing about it is, we're giving you answers. They're just not the answers that you want to hear, and we cannot. We're not going to do that. Not on this channel. That may work on another channel, but this one right here, we've answered your questions. We've tried to better understand you. You know, we don't know what else it is that you want. That's a hard thing to say. We don't talk to every woman, just like you don't talk to every man. We don't have women in our Rolodex and there's a group chat. Girl, what we thinking about today? It doesn't work that way. So, but we can tell you the women that we've had common contact with. Even if you look at the women on Lapeef, you may have one or two that go against the grain. A lot of people comply. We try to understand. We will say, hey, I get that point. Sometimes we don't agree, but that's what a healthy debate is, have healthy conversations with people. But just having the conversation and being willing to be in the space to have the conversation is a move in the right direction. It's going to be steps. You can't just jump.
we
Steps.
can't have a conversation if you feel like I'm attacking you guys.
We're
I'm
not.
trying to fight with you guys when I'm
Not.
just having a conversation with you.
No, we're not saying that you're
But
attacking. It's the wording that you're using, right?
well, not only that, we're answering a question and you're not accepting the answer. Like you're asking the question, we give you the answer, then you come back with another question as if we didn't answer the previous question. Like you asked, what can black women do? I answered that and you said no, what they need to do. as a collective. I gave you an answer to the need, and then you changed the question again. So I guess it's being clear.
And so no, this is the answer, because I think that this is the problem. The women you want, sometimes we got to, just like the men, we got to sometimes understand that we're never going to get that man. We're never going to get that woman. What we have access to is right in front of us. But we got to stop abusing what it is that we have access to, using them in whatever form of fashion, because you may be blocking your blessing because you using the person that's in front of you. There's a woman who right now has submitted her body to you, submitted to you, and you over here talking to us about how you don't even want the chick. You know what I'm saying? But meanwhile, you got all these things to say about women you don't even know. Right? We don't know what life they live. They could have a man at home who they are bullied up with right now. So we got to stop this whole narrative like every woman belongs to me. She does not. She belongs to somebody else. Let her be with somebody else. The person that you are supposed to be with, you're going to be with that person. That person will be in your vicinity, and she was going to want you. You cannot force her to want you. You cannot persuade her to want you. She is going to naturally want you. So if you're on this show and you're sitting here saying, oh, these women are not doing these things, they're not doing these things for you.
This is woman code right here. This is woman code.
Not. This is the truth. Just like if a man is not paying me any attention, I gotta think that it's me. He's giving somebody attention, right? It's just like common sense a little bit. You know, and stop. And women do this, men do this. You're in a relationship with somebody who I would assume that if she's in a relationship and she's given to you, she really likes you, right? But you don't want her back. So stop saying women aren't doing it when you're with a woman. She's doing it for you. You're with one.
we're getting what we want in a relationship. That's why she's still here.
No, maybe you're getting what you want, because if y'all don't have the conversation, let's keep it real. If you don't bring the conversation up, she doesn't bring the conversation up, then that means there's a lack of communication going on in general.
That's not true.
It has to be,
trust me,
because you're not being transparent. Then withholding is a lack of is withholding conversation. You're avoiding the conversation. You're avoiding the conversation. You're saying, I'm going to put the onus on her, and if she doesn't bring it up, then we're not going to converse about it. Versus being transparent. As a man and as a leader, that's what you do. You have the hard conversations. You lead with the tough conversations. But you're not standing in that to have that conversation with her, because you want to stay in a relationship that you know that you're benefiting from, knowing
you
that
agree that every woman is different, right?
Huh? Right. So I agree.
He said every woman is different. That's why he needs to have the conversation with her. She might not be the woman that want to stay in a long-term relationship without being married.
The thing about it is she may be the woman who wants to, but you're never gonna know unless you have that conversation.
Well, he doesn't need to have the conversation. If she's that woman, he doesn't need to have the conversation because he's already getting what he wants. He doesn't broach the conversation, because once he finds out that that's what she wants, it becomes an expectation that he's not willing to give, because he's not ready to be married yet. But just have that conversation and just say, I'm not ready to be married yet. And I don't know if you're the one.
No. Nope. You should not be dating a guy if you're not looking for marriage or you're not asking questions. If you've been in here for a year,
I agree.
That is on her. Don't go to the guy. Leave the guy out of it, because she is deciding to stay with somebody. So you can't feel sympathy for somebody that's doing what they want to do. They made their choice. So you guys don't need to, hey, come on, you're not standing in your truth and being honest and this and that. There are some women that have no problem being a side piece.
But then have that conversation. All we're saying, I know you keep trying to say it's the woman is the woman. Okay, we'll give you that.
He's not
He's
gonna.
just not getting it.
No,
He
I
doesn't.
think
It's the first, I guess for me, where I'm getting frustrated with is that there is no argument on our side saying that we disagree with him about the woman having to have broached the conversation to let him know, I desire to be married. Like, that's a standard. We both agreed that she should have had that conversation. But the fact that it's been on, that it at least crossed your mind to not have the conversation with her, means that you're intentionally withholding a conversation that should be had because you're avoiding. So
Okay.
let her take her ownership. Let her take her ownership. What is your ownership in this?
nothing.
Before you guys got married, are before you guys got married, are you saying that every single guy that you've been with, you wanted to marry?
Yep.
Every guy that I've had 3 serious relationships, and I was engaged twice, married once. And in all of those situations, the guy initiated the conversation of marriage.
Do you,
Except, nope, I
do you
take that back.
think that's the majority of women? That's how they move?
In terms of conversation, I think majority of people have the conversation.
So,
regardless of who initiates it, I think the conversation is had.
No. Women are having 20, 40, 100 bodies out here. So I'm saying, are the majority of women getting with all of these guys expecting marriage from every guy that they're sleeping with?
No, because I think there's a difference between sleeping with a guy and being in a relationship with a guy. So the woman, what you're talking about, women that got 20, 40, 100 bodies, I don't think they're having intent on being married when they're doing that. But I would say out of that 20, 40, 100, it was probably 3 that they was probably, thinking that they were going to get married to. I would assume.
So every girl that gets in a relationship wants to marry that guy?
So I think that if you're with a man for a year, 2 years, 3 years, she's probably, so women, so this is the thing about women, and I hold true to this. So you have women who don't mind sleeping around. We can call them spiritual, whatever you want to call them. Okay. And they have mastered the art of keeping their feelings out of a sexual relationship. I would argue that they are not the majority. Most women, when they have sex with you, it does lead to an emotional relationship, especially women who are just not out there like that. Right. And so if a woman is giving herself to you, and I don't know if there's somebody else, but if she's loyal to you and you're the only person, more than likely, whether she's told you or not, she's probably got feelings for you. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when women have feelings with men, they're scared to initiate those conversations because they don't want to scare you off. They feel like, oh, if I just stick in here long enough, he'll develop those same, and he'll see me in that. I'm just telling you, you can't tell me what women, I'm just telling you how some women think. And so I think that the key words here, which have us of concern, is one, the length of time. That one second the conversation has not taken place, I'm assuming she's not a floozy on the street. Like I mean, unless she slept with a whole bunch of people, I can just assume that she's probably not that person who's sleeping with a lot of people. But just most women who have had intercourse with a man, especially over an extended amount of time, there are some feelings there. That's most women, unless she is, like I said, the little group that is able to block their emotional feelings from sexual acts.
But your
let me just
argument goes out the window when you understand that most women are not even thinking about marrying the guy they be in a relationship with.
You don't even know.
Let me answer somebody's question. I think Andre, he asked, did I bring up marriage first or our husband? I'm gonna be honest, at 18, I can't remember who initiated conversation, but we did have conversations about marriage, and he told me he didn't believe in marriage. So I do remember having a conversation around marriage. He told me he didn't believe in marriage, and in that conversation, my response was, I believe in marriage. And either that's going to be with you or with somebody else, but that is an expectation of mine. I knew I was going to get married. That was the way that I was raised. And so that was it. That was the end of the conversation around marriage. He told me he didn't want to be married. He didn't believe in marriage, blah, blah, blah. I said that I did, and I'm going to be married. And that conversation was never had after that. And then, you know, we spent time in our
You're an
relationship.
anomaly, though.
But no, but he asked me directly. What I'm saying, though, is I agree with you, and that the conversation should have been had at this point. But what I guess the part where we're disagreeing on is, regardless of who initiated, for me, I don't think it is an either or. Like, I don't think is maybe just on a woman to initiate it or just on the man to initiate it. I think the conversation should be had. It doesn't matter who initiates it. I think somebody needs to let that be known, whether you as a man going in a relationship like my husband did, saying he don't believe in marriage. He made that known to me, and that led me to decide whether or not I'm going to stay in this, knowing that there's a possibility that I probably won't be married if I stay with him, or not, or I stay with it and then accept it as is. He initiates that conversation, tell me he didn't want to. I said, okay, I ain't looking to be married right now, but one day I plan on being married. And that was it. We had that conversation. I can't then go back and be upset with him later on if he never married me, because he was honest about it up front. He was honest and laid it on the table. On that point, it was my choice to stay there. Just like what I'm saying in this situation, it shouldn't matter who initiates the conversation. All I'm saying is that the conversation should be had. And neither one of y'all have had that conversation. And so you're expecting that maybe she don't want to get married because she ain't bring it up. But on the other hand, she could be having the same thought process. Like, I'm going to wait and see if he wants to get married, because he may be doing these things that make her believe that y'all are having a good relationship and is naturally going to progress into marriage.
If you said, both you guys said that women have the keys to sex, right? So why are you giving sex to a guy that you don't know if he has any intention of marrying you?
I agree. Listen.
No, I agree. But Shan, now I agree with what he said too. But the thing is, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Initially, he may have not been a situation in which she thought she was going to end in a relationship with.
See, you're doing it again. You're trying to take up for her woman code.
No, it's not what I'm saying. See, I hate when men do this. When we're telling you how women move and how women behave, you'll say it's woman code. I'm just trying to explain to you what could have been the situation. Whether that was your situation or not, that's what happens. That's why Shan always speaks on the fact that she doesn't, she knows that once she engages in sexual, relations with the person, that they have her heart and she's in a relationship with them. And so what I'm saying is, in that situation, it could have been the same thing. But I agree with you. It doesn't negate that the conversation still shouldn't have been had. It doesn't. I'm in total agreement with you. The conversation should have been had. She didn't bring it up, but you still didn't answer my question that I asked you before. We're in agreement.
What was the question?
Why have you not brought it up yet? But you keep beating around.
Because everybody doesn't want marriage.
Okay,
and I'm not, and even if she does, I'm not going to. If you are with a guy that for a year and you're not even bringing up about marriage, then I don't need to bring it up. Obviously you're not serious about it if you've been with somebody for a year and you're not bringing it up.
You still, yeah. So just how you told me you don't believe in marriage, how come you can't have that conversation with her?
I never said I don't believe in marriage.
or that you're not going to get married. What you just said is that you're not going to get married. You just said that. So my question to you is, and you knowing that, and you could say it to me as a stranger, why can't you say that to somebody that you're laying down with?
The reason why we say woman code is because no matter in any situation, we always got to make the woman the victim.
Still go back. Okay.
You always got to make her have an
Let me just
excuse.
agree with you. I'm going to just agree with you. Now answer my question. Because I see how you keep avoiding when I ask you a direct question, you mansplain a different answer. I'm just asking you, just give me the answer. If you don't want to answer, just say I'm not going to answer that. Is why you just now gave your response about marriage to me as a stranger. Why can't you have that same conversation with the woman that you're laying with?
I answered that question. I said that I'm not going, if it's not being brought up to me, then obvious it's not important to her. Maybe it is important and she hasn't said it, but that's not on me.
Yeah, I'm asking you to part on you. Why won't you get clarity?
Why? Why do I need to?
Because you're
Why do I have to?
You're laying with someone that you don't have any intentions with. That's why I'm asking. And I know you're saying, well, it should be on her, but I kind of want your perspective. She's not here. I would ask her, but she's not here. I'm asking you. So I only wanted your side. That, that's it. Y'all might be on the same page with that, but y'all will never know if y'all don't have the conversation. She might be saying, okay, I'm down with that same thing. Or she might be, well, I never said anything because I assumed that we were moving in the right direction. And I assumed that you were going to ask me eventually. That could be her thought process. You don't know. All of this is a guessing game because the conversation is not had. But I think you're avoiding intentionally because you want the benefit of the relationship, but not the responsibility of a wife. And that's how most men are moving these days. That's really what it is.
Okay, so can we agree that most women have more sex than most men? Can we agree with that?
I think most women have more access to sex than men. Absolutely.
No. Are they having more sex?
No.
But so you're saying they have the access and they're not partaking?
I'm not saying, no, you're saying, do women have more sex than men? What I'm saying is they have more access to men, but they're not having as much sex as men are. There's a difference. There's a huge
Okay,
difference.
ask the
You know
chat.
why?
Ask the chat if
Because
they
women can
believe
be
what you just
selective.
said.
Listen, getting sex for women is easy because men are willing to sleep with anything. So that's what I mean with access. So it'll be very easy for women to go and get some from somewhere. So men don't have that same. When men, I think, have to work a little harder than women do when it comes to that. So that's why I say men have
A little harder?
Yeah, men have to work harder to get sex than.
How about a lot harder?
Well, that's okay. That's what I'm saying. We're on the same page. Women have more access to sex, so they can be more selective. That's why I say that they don't sleep. They don't have as much sex as men.
So why are you putting the onus on the man if the majority of women have more access to man over
They have more. They
the
have more
man
access
having
to sex.
access to the women?
Those are different. Having
No.
access having access to sex, women control sex. Having access to marriage, men control marriage. So women are giving men more sex, right? Women are allowing more access to
Right.
sex than marriage. We agree on that. There's no difference. Me and Shan both said that women need to move differently in that regard.
But you're
Absolutely.
coming at me like, oh, you're basically using her. You're getting what you want, but she's not getting what she's want. And I'm liking that too. Well, the majority of women are having more sex than the guys, so they're getting what they want.
I didn't say that, sir.
So first of all, um only 80.
But that's a fact though. But that's a
Yeah.
fact. You just said women got more access.
Access does
Having
not
access
that
doesn't
does not
mean
mean you're actually doing it, sweetie.
doing it.
Like for
Right.
example, so for example, I have men access to men who want to have sex with me, but I would never have sex with them. That's what she access. You can laugh like I would never have sex with you. You know, so and you may not be attracted to me, but what I'm saying to you is just because you have access and there are men who like you sexually, because men like anything sexual. You got a big butt, nice figure, he'll have sex with you. Y'all say that all day, every day, right? That means the access is there, but you deny the access. The point is, she should not be giving into that access just because a man, because it's of his nature to want to have sex with a female. It's of her. She has to have control over her body, and she should not be accessible to men. You understand?
Mhm.
Her body should not be accessible to any and every man. Period. Just because they're there does not mean that they should have access to her. Just because she has access to niggas, they want to bang her, does not mean they should have access to her. Does that make sense?
I understand, but the reality is women are partaking
There are
in
some women. Yes, correct.
sex. And,
Correct.
and the way that y'all see, this is what y'all try to do. Y'all always try to paint a picture like women are just princesses. They don't know what they're doing. They just never really not making mistakes.
Nobody.
Y'all just program, man. If y'all keep saying this lie over and over and over again, you think men will believe it. It's BS. Majority of women are out here women are out here having sex, a lot of sex, and y'all trying to sit here and say, oh, that's not really happening. They have access, but they're not doing it. That's a lie.
Most of them not even having the orgasm. Okay, 80% of them are faking. Okay, that's why if sex was so important to women, think about it this way. And I do believe it when you love somebody, you do want to be with them. Then why does it stop once they get married? Why all of a sudden she ain't got that drive no more? If it's the same thing for men as it is for women, I just want you to tonight sleep on it and ask yourself that question. Okay. There are women who can be celibate for years and never touch up a peewee. Okay. That's real
Those are
talk.
rare.
So look at the statistics of how many women who are actually having a happy ending in these situations. How many fake it? Okay, that's what I want your homework to be tonight. Okay, it's not the same for women as it is for men. Now, is it enjoyable for men? Absolutely. You know, when you love someone and you're in a relationship with someone, you share an intimate relationship. That's how it's supposed to be. But there are people who do not like to have multiple people like myself because we grow an emotional attachment to that person unless it is something real. It has meaning to you. It is for what it is meant to be for. And there are women who still believe in that, and you're not going to take that away just because you look at too much internet.
Yes, there's a small percentage of women. Yes.
And I also think too that a lot of times we and I've heard this in these spaces is, you know, facts over feelings. And I think a lot of times we present our feelings as facts, but then when you're given the facts, you don't want to believe it because you're in your feelings. Even if you look up the stats show that men typically on average have more sexual partners than women. You see what I'm saying? So you're shaking your head. No, it's a quick Google search. Just put in a Google search that says, like, do men have more sexual partners than women?
Listen, y'all, I need y'all to say, look,
hold on. So what I'm saying is these conversations I can tell in this, like, all due respect with Caesar, you came with the intent to argue and not necessarily to learn. And the reason I say that is because when we're having these conversations and we're telling you we've read the stats, go look them up for yourself, you will come back with a argument point that you already had in a chamber ready to shoot out. Sometimes you're shooting so fast that you're not even answering the questions that are being asked of you. You're dancing around it with something else because you're just trying to argue. All I'm saying is look up the stats to the things that you're arguing. Your point was women have access to sex and they're having more sexual partners than men. They're sleeping around more than men. All I'm saying is just pull up the stats and look up the stats. Who has more sexual partners, men or women? When you look up the stats on that, it's going to say that men have more sexual partners than women. Now, whether you believe that or not is on you. I'm just speaking facts based on what the stats are saying.
Okay, so think about what you just said. You just said that women have majority, more women have access to more men.
We said sexual act.
Okay, so how is it that if men don't have as much access to women, how is it that they also have more sex if they have less access?
What?
Yeah, I don't know how else to explain it to you.
You
I tried
can't.
to explain it
You
to you. So
can't.
that's why I said I think he's just in a mindset of arguing.
No, because what you're saying don't make sense.
Because listen, if I have, let's say, like Halloween's coming up, right? Everybody's going trick-or-treating. So now I have access to all this candy. It's just sitting here. I can eat any candy that I want right now.
But I'm on a diet.
I might be on a diet, but it might be certain candy that I just don't want. So I'm not going to eat those candies. I'm not going to choose from those candies. I'm setting those candies to the side because those aren't my flavors. I don't like those candy corns. I don't like black licorice. I don't like, stuff with nuts in it. I don't like this. So I have access to all of these candies, but I'm not going to choose to eat all of them. That's the same situation.
That's you. That's not how women moving.
Okay, so
I'm
let's
trying
ask you a
to
question.
tell you, for women, it's the same thing. We can easily have sexual access to men because men will sleep with anything. Women are typically more selective with the men that they sleep with. So that's why women have less sexual partners because they're being more selective with the people they are sleeping with, whereas men aren't as selective. That's the difference.
And you
But
said
we also said, I also talked about a guy that was homeless that had thousands of women trying to holler at him.
that's a
What
joke.
you're saying is not
Anomaly.
true. No,
That
okay.
you speak that for the
So,
majority.
so
and that's
let me
not.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Caesar. A person gets on the internet. You take comments serious? So when you look at comments on the internet, you be looking at that like it's Bible, like people be serious. You do know people be trolling in the comments like myself. Like
See, woman
sir,
code again.
it's not women code. It's just common sense.
No, because you think all women only got one body. They're not giving their
Nobody's
bodies to
saying that.
all these men.
Nobody is saying that women have one body. All we're saying is however many bodies they have, you have more. That's it. That's all we're saying. So if you got 100 bodies, she might have 99. Okay, and still less. Oh, that was the only thing that I'm just saying. All I'm just saying that was just my point, was this, that based on what you're saying women are sleeping around. They are sleeping around more than men. They have more bodies more than men. What I'm saying is, if you look at it on average, that's not true based on statistics. Based on statistics, men have more bodies than women.
Now, I will say this. In Caesar's defense, I think that what we are seeing is an influx of women who are doing this whole sexuality thing. and like, oh, I can be just like a man. I'm a go out and do whatever I want to do. The dilemma with that is, even if you take those women in consideration, because I do think that is a new generation of women thinking that that's a trend, right? The problem with that is, you even stated stated earlier, right? Most women not even attracted to most men. Most men, when they go out on these dates, they not leaving with no happy ending. They go on this date and they mad because they not getting da 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 da. So they not sleeping with all these dudes, right? Now they may be sleeping with one dude. They keep sleeping with the same dude, same kind of dude, right? So we count that as one body, but multiple times they're sleeping with him, whether they be in a relationship or not. But I don't think that women are just, it's a certain kind of dude that they're willing to do that type of behavior with. Okay. And you got to remember, that type of dude usually has several women that he has choices, because all those women do like that man sexually. You understand? So even if she wanted, he even can be selective because he has so many options. You understand what I'm saying?
So I want to see if you guys can be honest.
Mhm.
I want to see if you guys can be honest. Are you saying that an average woman, just a regular average woman, has less bodies than an average man? Just a regular dude, man.
Actually, I think average women be having more bodies than attractive women.
Okay, thank you. That's all
No,
I'm saying.
you didn't hear what
I
she
didn't
said.
say more than men. I just said than most women. When they compare women to women, I do think that average women have more bodies than attractive women. I find that attractive women are a little bit more
Selective.
selective, picky.
Okay, so let me just read what this
Most
stat
people
says.
are
And this
average.
is from the National Institute of Medicine and Health, that it specifically says that men reported on average, when they did the study, 40% more sexual relationships than women. So men had more than twice as many sexual partners as women. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay,
I just
let me ask you guys another
so we're
question.
going, hold on. So we're going off of stats from the National Institute of Health. So like I said, a lot of times we're speaking on feelings because it's based on what we're seeing and maybe what you experience based on the environment that you're in. But when you're saying these things, you got to realize that you're a little slice of the pie versus when you're taking in totality of everything. So you're speaking on your anecdotal experiences and what you see versus what the data says.
But once you think about it, though, Tara, think about it. Be mistaken. Think
I
about
can
it.
see why, because that's what's being portrayed in the media.
Like, and not even that, but you see these younger, because we got to take all ages in consideration, right? So when we see these young girls, they be bragging on a little street, about like, wow, girl, da 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 da, you got to take those girls into consideration too. So sometimes we might be looking into a box and we looking at our age group and maybe people around our age, but we not really taking into consideration maybe that younger crowd that they think like, oh, I'm just doing me, that whole new, and they got
I
these.
agree, but that's what my point is about looking at it in totality. If you're only circling in on one particular piece of the pie, then that makes sense. So if you're only looking at the younger generation of girls that are typically might be more liberal and open to having multiple sexual partners, and you only zoom in on them, that age group, then what he's saying may very well be true. But when you're looking at in the picture of totality, which include our age group and older, then that balances it out, because in our day, more boys were having more sexual
And
partners.
I would say this too. I think that how you get the sexual partners also makes a difference. I think that obviously, if you're not married, and even if you are a relationship type of chick, and you go from one relationship, and let's just say that didn't work out, and you go to another relationship that didn't work out, and you go to that's still counted as sexual relationships, even though to you, well, I wasn't out here just giving my body away. I was in a relationship with somebody. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Let,
but that was
yes.
my
Let
point, because when you're looking at different age groups too, like in my mom's generation, like my mother, her sisters, all of them were virgins when they got married. That was a norm in their time, right? But back
yes.
then you had
Yes.
men that had more sexual partners than women.
Yes.
Now I
Yes.
think
Back
the
in the
difference.
day.
Right. So what I'm saying now, when you're looking at the picture, when you're
The
doing
average
studies and you're
audience.
looking at the picture, you're looking at the average, which means
But I
that
think he's
includes
talking about. But I think he's
this
talking
generation.
about women who are not old. I don't think he's talking about
So
grandmothers.
are you talking about age group in their 20s? Because those are in their 20, in their 18, well, we'll say 16, because 16 is the age of consent in most states. So age 16 up to their 20s is going to look very different than those who are in their 30s and 40s. As each generation progresses, what I see is the sexual liberation or freedom to have sex and do what you want, it gets worse and worse. So if he's only looking at that group, then I may agree with him and say that women of that age group may have definitely had more sex partners than men in their age group.
And
But
then
when
you gotta think about too, even with this younger generation, right? They're starting younger. Women, like we already had the conversation about women like to be desired, right? Some women, there are literally some women who feel like they have to do that to get a man to desire them, right? It's
well,
their
they actually said that they have to. Men specifically said, and we've heard it in these spaces, that
Can I ask you guys another question?
with me, if a woman doesn't sleep with me, then I'm not going to be in a relationship with her. I'll wait around until I'll stick around and act like I'm interested until I smash. Once I smash, I'm out. We've heard that.
why you just gotta close your legs, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing
Honestly,
Okay.
some mashed potatoes.
we have all the power in that situation, and it bothers me that we don't understand that. But I think women are getting on the same page as men, which is kind of sad, of the idea of not wanting to be married. Like, I'd rather have sex and the benefits of having a sexual relationship with a man, having a partnership with a man, but I don't want to be married to them, because how does marriage benefit me? I've been seeing more and more posts about that. So I think men and women of this day and age are in alignment with the idea of marriage not being a benefit to them.
And
Which is
what
sad.
Caesar is saying is, how do you know that that's not the girl he's sleeping with?
The only way you're gonna know is to ask, though. That's it. But if you
Let,
avoid the conversation, you'll never know the answer.
let me ask.
You gonna ask him?
Do
Oh, us.
no.
Call her. Let's get on this conversation. This would be
Get
great.
her on the
Lisa,
phone.
won't you call
Get
her on
her
the phone and let's see what that conversation is like. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see.
He don't want that.
He don't. Okay.
Hi.
my question
Let
to you.
before you change the subject, just make sure that Mr. Tiger here doesn't want to. Is there anything you want to add on to this, or you want to?
I'm just letting y'all rock out with him.
Okay.
No, we
I
good. Go
I
ahead.
definitely want to join the convo.
Go ahead. You're the new guest. We've talked. Want you go ahead and get your points in, because I'm about to get to bed soon.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I love the topic. I know it kind of went a little off. I love the conversation interview y'all had with Caesar. Caesar, I don't know what you came up to talk about. I was confused. I'll say this. Like I said, I love the topic about the gender war stuff. I talk about online like it's a male. I think it's a male driven gender war. It's not men and women. It's men antagonizing women, in my opinion. I think that, in my opinion, I think that we have a generation of men, specifically in the Black community, that are not taking action. They're leaning on stats. They are looking for stats to give them hope. But that's not how you go about. No other generation of men lived like that. We have. I don't know how, but we're seeing the incel community taking over men of all races, specifically black men. And
Hold on,
black,
Tiger. You
yeah.
better be careful. They're about to call you a simp and say you
I don't care
pandering.
if they do. I don't care if they do. I don't. It's the facts. Black men have not been marrying for generations. This isn't new. It's just that now men in general have been consumed with stats. And so, like I said, no shots at Caesar, but it's like Caesar. I want to know this for myself. How old are you? I'm 42, by the way.
It's hard to hear, but 42.
You're 42?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I just want to know that for myself because I joined in like mid conversation. I didn't know. But like I said, there's this gender war going on, and I think it's just men's way of filibustering. A lot of these men don't want kids. They don't want marriages. They just want to listen. Like I was hearing you, Caesar's Palace, talk about women and how they have options for sex. Okay, they have more access to sex. Okay, and men have the opportunities to get married, and it's very easy for us, extremely easy for us, especially as black men. Because most black people are not married. Like only 35% of black men are married. And we can get married if we wanted to. Maybe to the women we want, maybe we can't, but we can get married, period. I wanted to join this little gender war conversation. Because I love that topic.
I appreciate that. But
Right.
you know they're about to come for you.
I don't care. I don't care.
I didn't really hear what he said, but
But the other thing to that too is based on what you're saying, because I know a lot of men when you're talking about stats, and we typically when we first started Chic Critique, we would get on here and we would have stats because a lot of times when we have these conversations, men always say women are speaking out of their emotions, they're speaking on feelings. But then when you begin to have the conversation with the stats that don't necessarily support what is being said, then it's like, oh, you can't trust the stats. Like even now, when I had just pulled up the stat about what it said in regards to sleeping, who have more sexual partners, as you see, it wasn't believed. And even in the comments, they was like, oh, well, it was self-reported study. Yes, it was. A lot of studies are. Even the studies that, they're reading to support there are self-reported. So that is one of the things that, it could be that men and women are lying on what they're self-reporting. Men might be lying that they slept with more women than they actually did. And women might lie about having less partners than they did. But that's what we have to go on to try to get some kind of conversation around the truth, right? That's the closest that we have to that. But even when we're looking at stats, like how you said, most, I think it's only 29% of Black women are married and like 36% of Black men are married. And we're arguing a point, which to me is a moot point,
Exactly.
that, oh, well, we are 36% marriage. You're only 29. Those stats are still low. So you're still not marrying either.
Exactly. Marriage is male driven.
Yeah, especially when you're comparing us to other groups. They're in, like, I think our white counterparts is at like 52%.
Exactly.
And then when you get into other ethnicities, is even higher than that. So the 36% is just arguing a moot point just to say, well, we get married more than y'all. Like, but those numbers really don't make.
You can't compare the man to the woman.
Yes, you can. You're right. What I'm saying, Caesar's Palace, is Black men are and have been. I think they've always been the least married men in this country. They've always been. It was like 65%. It's like 32. It was 32 in 2009. And with like the red pill movement, it's about to go lower. White men used to be married like 73, 75%. And now it's like, it dropped to like 52. So like the problem is like the red pill men want to have this conversation of women, they drive sex, or they're the gatekeepers of sex, and men are the gatekeepers of marriage. Well, then the reason why we have so many out of wedlock babies or we don't have as much marriages, that's a Black man problem. And the whole, going back to the previous conversation about women, whether they're having more sex or not, why do we care? Because you can easily find women who don't have a lot of sexual experience if that's your shtick. Like it's I don't know why it matters. Like, are we here to find?
Wait. So you think a whole bunch of bodies don't affect women? You don't think women have a bunch of trauma with the more sex?
Adults go to therapy, so that's a moot point.
Well, this is what I was going to say too. That what I don't like to hear. Well, the agenda that is sometimes it sounds like it's being pushed when we're talking about Black women and they have all of these babies and they're single. Like, yes, we are the Black women are the highest single mother group out there. We know that, but when we're having these conversations, the other side to that is that we're also now the fertility for Black women has declined. Black women are having fewer children than any other ethnic racial and ethnic group,
That's not true.
According to stats from 2022, I kid you not. Let me find it. I'll tell you.
That sounds about right.
Again, this is the thing that's in, like I said, when people are speaking facts over feelings, it's the image that you already have in your head about Black women. But then when you get to the root of it and give the stats that is counter to what you think it is, you don't believe the stats. I'm sitting here reading the stats right now. Fertility rate of Black women in the United States has declined. Black women are having fewer children than other racial and ethnic groups. In 2022, the fertility rate for Black women was 1,639 births per 1,000 women. This is lower than for Hispanic and white women. Black women have experienced a substantial decline in fertility rates over the past decade. In 1990, for Black women fertility rate was 2.5, but by 2001, it had dropped to 2.2, and it goes on. So I'm not making this stuff up.
Women have a higher deletion rate also.
It is easier. It is easier for
men. What about those numbers?
Okay. So listen to this. Mistaken. We're not getting married. So all of these things can be true. Okay. At the end of the day, let's not even have the argument. If you're not trying to marry her, what the hell? Who cares? Why are you controlling her body? You're not trying to marry her. What, to just say you got control over? Try to marry somebody. Anybody, pick a race. Marry somebody. If you serious about marriage, just marry somebody. Leave the people that you don't want, leave them out of it.
Is what I said incorrect?
I'm not saying that. I don't know.
Do Black women have a higher deletion rate than other races?
Yes,
I'm not sure.
When I had looked up the stats before, it did say that.
So
it did. But my thing is, so this is the other thing. Now, I am totally against using abortion as a form of birth control. That's just my personal opinion.
Me too.
But at the same time, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. When you have the baby, then they say, oh, look at you having all of these kids out of wedlock. But then when you make the choice to say, I don't want to have a baby because I'm not married, and they, get pregnant and make the decision to delete the child, then it's, oh, look at this woman having a boy. Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't in that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question, Caesar. What can you do to be a better person? You've been talking about women ever since you got up here, but you are a man. So let's talk about you. We spend enough time on us. What do you think you can do, or what do you think that men can do to be better?
I will answer your question. The reason why we go so much toward the women is because the women have the issue. They have the bigger problem. The men have said, we're not marrying the women because they're not giving us what I want. So we can go and continue to keep going to the man, but if it's not giving women more marriages, it's not going to matter. You're going to have to fix where the problem is.
So give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
So in the same sentence, you said women are going after the same men, right? So even if women cooperated, they only still want the same men. So what I want to know is, what do you think that problem is? Why do you think that what are the issues that we can talk about to help you because you joined the show? And then it has nothing to do with women.
You said what do men need to do?
Sure. Just so it can be a balanced conversation.
Okay. I think that black men have been staying out of jail. I think black men have been working on themselves. I think black men have been moving into the middle class, into the upper middle class. I think black men have been getting in shape. I think they're, besides Asian men, I think they're the second leanest out of the races. I have to find that stat, but I know I've seen that before. So black men are trying. They're moving forward. That's why I asked you earlier about what is it that black women feel that they can do as a collective that they need to change. And the answer was there was nothing. You guys cannot answer it because there was nothing. Black women don't feel like they need to lose weight. Black women don't feel like they need to be respectful to men. Black women don't feel like they need to change anything.
But
so let me real fast. I mean, he just
wait. Everything that he just said was in relation to them working on themselves, not in relation to marriage or anything in terms of partnership. Okay, so as a woman, I can give a stat like education is something that we outdo black men across the board. So that
no, you're the most enrolled. There are more black men that have STEM degrees than black women. You're just the most enrolled.
Education, that's one area. I'm talking about across the board.
That's the one with the money. We still make more money than black women.
Black women have more doctorate degrees than black men. Like across the board, let's just call it what it is. In that area, since you're speaking just about self-development, black women are.
I've only been speaking facts here.
Sarah, mistaken. I don't want this to be this is not what this is. Let's stop.
I want to add to that.
So okay, well, what do you want to add?
Caesar's Palace, black women are out degreeing black men in like all degree levels.
So this is
not in STEM. Not in
yes,
STEM.
They are. Yes, they are.
No, they're not. No, they're not. And they're the most enrolled.
That's what I mean by out degree.
And highest completers, most enrolled and higher completers.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you get a basket weaving degree. They're not getting degrees that make the money.
Weaving degree. Who gets the basket weaving degree?
He's using that as a talking point.
If you want to talk about education, black women have left black men behind. That's why
all races of women.
The gap is way bigger with black men and women than it is across the board.
Right.
They go to school more than their man. White women do the same. Asian women do the same. All of them.
So that's a good point. That's why we have a lonely men. That's why we have a lonely men crisis, because black men in general are very are lesser educated than the women, specifically black men. Black men. They are the least. They're the least educated. They drop out the most.
The only other group lower than black men are Native Americans. That's the only other lowest group.
So listen, y'all. I just wanted to ask him what they need to. So I just want to focus on that. I don't want it to be a battle, because here we go. We have an agenda war, and that's not what we're trying to do. Okay. So my question, one of the things that you stated was lean. Lean does not necessarily mean healthy. Lean people die of heart attacks. Lean people die of diseases all the time. It's a matter of fact. It states that black men are one of the least healthiest of all races. Life expectancy, if you want to read it yourself. Yeah. So that's not true, what you just stated. And again, you may be in the gym, but if your internal is not matching your external, it doesn't matter. thin people die every day, premature deaths every day. It's about what you put in
You're
your body.
making a different argument. You're talking
said
about health. Well, I was talking about the body type now, but you're talking about health, so that's a different
you're talking
argument.
about superficial, not what really matters. Life expectancy doesn't matter.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that was a different argument.
I have one question for Caesar's Palace. Do you go to therapy?
Don't ask him that. That's not nice.
Okay, I mean, that's healthy.
What was his question?
Everybody should go to therapy. I go to therapy. If that's off topic, then don't answer it.
Hey, I came on the panel. Y'all can ask me anything you want to ask me.
So you know, the things that you're saying, kudos to the progression. I think that both people are doing things that we are trying to progress and do things better, right? But we all need to have areas of opportunity, areas that need to be worked on. So can you identify those areas you think that need to be worked on?
As far as black men or black women?
Black, we know you can do it for black women because you seem to study us. I'm talking about for black men.
No, I had said it earlier. I said black men are going to jail less. Black men are getting into the middle class or upper middle class. They're making more money. But black men are starting more businesses.
I said
so. What I'm saying is we're working. We're trying to get better. That's what I'm saying.
And you don't think that black women are trying to get better?
I'm sorry?
You don't think that black women are trying to get better?
No, that's why I asked. You can ask other women. That's why I asked, what do black women feel as a collective? They feel they need to change. If the answer is nothing as a collective, maybe you feel like something, or Ms. Taker feels like something, but as a collective, if it's nothing, then no, they're not trying to change.
Can I add one thing to this? Because I've studied this a little bit too. One of the problems that we have, Shannon and Mistaken, is no judgment. A lot of these men, modern men, they just want a simple life, and the problem is that the women that they are attracted to do not want a simple life.
They want extraordinary life. Yes.
Yeah. Black men are being outpaced by black women. That is the thing.
Outpacing what? Outpacing what?
Career, education.
And why are they not making more money than black men?
Because they haven't refreshed those stats. When they refresh those stats, buddy, they will be.
You can't say something. You can't just make something up.
So we're not going to make things up. So what he's saying, this is the thing. When you're talking about job for job, men outdo women. But when it comes to a degree attainment and a man who doesn't have it, that is not true. That stat is for job. If you guys are on the same length, in the same category, men out earn women. But if her attainment is different than yours, then absolutely not. And that is the stat.
So I want to add one other thing to Ms. Taken and Shan. Caesars, you understand, as black men, we have the most race loyal women on the planet.
I read that stat too.
Yeah, so it's not hard for black men to find.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that statement.
Wow, that's crazy.
Let me tell you why. The reason why I don't agree with it, because black women also say that they're the least desirable. You can't be, this is what black women are saying. You can't be the least desirable and be the most loyal. That don't go together.
Those are two different things.
So listen, let me just say.
Well, if you're not desirable, you can't go nowhere else. Come on now.
Listen, that's not true. We are definitely desirable. Listen, men of all races like attractive women. So I don't care if she's an attractive woman, that white man who ain't, trust me, at this day and age, everybody in the same situation. He gonna want to love on her too, just like you. She just don't want to love on him. Okay.
No, black women say this. Black women say they're the least desirable.
No, it's actually men. It's actually men who say that.
And in terms of what black women are doing to men, because I remember responding to somebody before in one of these IGs where a lot of times black women are compared to other groups, where I think is an unfair comparison, just because we deal with a whole different dynamic when it comes to the men that we have to choose from. So one of the things it said that was that I had made note of this, that what is not a trend of other ethnic groups in their women is that they are not higher employed. Black women are being employed at higher rates than their men. Their men, we have to deal with our men as women. We have the highest percentage of men that are not in the labor force, and their women having lower unemployment rates than their men. So Black women are leading in education, and it looks like it's paying off for us because of the fact that now that we have the education, we are now outpacing y'all in unemployment rates. Like you guys have the highest unemployment rates than when compared to Black women. And I think that's part of where I think
so this is the thing, mistaken. This is a gender thing, right? So I like to compare apples to apples. All right. Because so often we are compared to other races of women. So let's compare you to other races of men economically. Something men are judged for when you're talking about man for man, the man category, because often we are judged in the female category. Oh, women's supposed to cook clean, and you compare us to other races. So economically, when it comes to the male category, Black men are at the bottom. Even Hispanics are.
No.
Sir, yes, sir.
It's true. It's true.
Is the truth.
Are you saying? Oh, no. Are you saying that Spanish are not below us? Are you saying Spanish are not below us?
Look at the average salary.
The average salary
for every age range.
That's true.
They're at the bottom. They're below a lot of women too.
So what I'm saying to you is stop comparing. I think that the problem is we're so often, men should not be. Listen, men should not be in competition with women. We're not your competition. We are not the same. You are built to do something totally different than us. Okay? I'm so tired of men and women. We need to get on the same page, compliment each other. I'm not trying to take your job and you shouldn't be trying to take mine. Okay, men should compete with men. Women compete with women. If you saying women not doing something, we can work on that. We can agree and say, yes, we need to do better. We don't need to be loud. We need to do better. Maybe being, better with homemaking, maybe better with maybe not having children out of way. Like those are things I can agree with per when we're competing against women. But if you're talking about men, stop comparing. Let's not compare women to men. Men need to be compared to men. How are you competing with other men?
Right.
You're right.
Miss Shan, Black women are the ones that are saying they don't need a man. Black women are saying that. Black women are the ones that's comparing. Black men are not saying they don't want Black women.
Shan, hold on. I want to give you kudos. I appreciate the fact that you redirected that because you're absolutely right. A lot of times when we're having conversations, and not just between men and women, but this okie doke of putting people against each other, so you're really not watching what's really going on. And I think a lot of times that's the okie doke when we are having these conversations. And I admit that I just got pulled into it, because I'm trying to prove the worth of a woman by saying, no, women are doing their thing. They're doing this in comparison to a man. But you're right. We're not equal, and the fight shouldn't be between us. It should be the comparison of Black men against other men and moving themselves up and out of the bottom totem pole so they can pull us up along with them. You know,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
But right now we're working in reverse. And I think that's the part that Shannon's talking about. Y'all need to be comparing yourselves against other ethnic groups of men and get yourselves on their level.
We're not exempt from that entire situation. I think what is happening is, like she said, we are our own worst. We've taken over the job that they used to have for us, right? We started to bring each other down. You understand what I'm saying? And that's where and we have two different roles in society. We should not even be in competition with each other. We should complement each other, because at the end of the day, we're behind, both of us, really.
I agree. We're behind. I agree.
Make sure that we get up there, right? And they just sitting here watching us do all the dirty work. And for what? You know what I'm saying? The great thing, and I said this before, the great thing about Black people, we were born naturally strong. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's a natural gift. We're naturally talented people. We just
Mhm.
got to get this to agree with the rest of it, and we're gonna be the bomb. And they don't want that, because that right there is unstoppable. You understand? But we too busy doing this with each other, and we're not even progressing. It's just keeping us stagnant. We got to progress. And this old back and forth, it's not getting us anywhere. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But if we're going to have what I said earlier about a Black man will have no problem taking a cooperative average Black woman and marry, that average Black woman does not want to marry that and give the cooperation that that man wants to that average man.
Let me add to that, Caesar. The problem with that is what we're really having, because like I said before, Black men and marriage has been a struggle for generations, eons ago. What I'm trying to say is today, the economy, with the economy that we have, the average Black man can't have the marriage, the type of marriage he wants with that average Black woman. He can't afford it. He doesn't make enough. That's the issue.
Why not?
Because if you look at the stats, like I said, I'm not trying to turn this into like, competitive or anything like that, but like I said, Black men, they on average, even in their 50s, they only, I don't think any of the averages, they average $50,000. I think they average like 47, 41, something like that. So it's in this day and time, what we're really dealing with, to bring it to a different conversation, Caesar, is we are in a time where this economy requires a 2-parent working household. And the men of all races hitting hardest with the Black men, because we've been really raised to be very hyper masculine. They want a certain type of role in a family, and they can't afford that role anymore in most cases. So they need to. Men are in a era right now where they're struggling with their identity of having to let go of being the sole provider, let go of being the head honcho, and they're struggling to do that. That's so. If Black men, like I said before, if Black men want to get married, listen, we have the most race loyal women. The opportunities are there. They just don't. They don't value marriage. That's one. And two, they are not going to be able to get the woman that they want because they can't afford her today.
Why is it that Spanish that make less money on average, why can they get married?
Because they're more marriage minded than Black men.
It has everything to do with culture. I think there has been a cultural shift in the Black community around marriage in general. So, and the idea too is behind the why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free kind of mindset. So women, there are women that would rather be in relationship than not have one at all. So if marriage isn't going to come along with it, like you said, men are married 36% at 36%, which means that majority of men aren't getting married, right? If only 36% are getting married, that means so the likelihood of them getting married is not there. So for them, it's like, I'd rather be in a relationship with a man without the marriage than not being in a relationship at all. So if you look at the stats, most Black people cohabitate. They don't get married. So they will have these long-term relationships for like 15 years as cohabitating pairs. They will raise their kids together as if they're married, but they won't officially take that step to get the paperwork done. So I think our cultural beliefs and dynamics around marriage have shifted a great deal. So you can have, like a lot of people say, oh, that like them Hispanic women, they respect their men and their men don't have nothing. It's because their culture is very different than our culture around marriage. A lot of their cultures see the last step to manhood is marriage and family. We operate in the opposite. We'll have kids before the husband. We'll have
I'm gonna
kids
ask.
without a husband, without a father. You know what I'm saying? So that is the problem. It's the mind shift that we have to have around marriage. And until that changed, like we hear it now every day, it's not worth it being married. You know, we hear that in the Black community, in these spaces often. Marriage don't benefit men, when all the stats says otherwise. We talk against the stats. The stats support better families when you're married, higher incomes when you're married, better health rates for men when they're married. All of those things benefit Black men. And I'm just saying Black men, it benefits men in general, but I'm speaking specifically to Black men because that's what we're talking about.
Well,
So everything in terms of beneficial for Black men, it shows that marriage will help your life in across the board, but yet we refuse to get married. And that's why I'm saying it has to be a mental, cultural shift around marriage in order to get us back on track. And until that happens, we're going to continue to be at the bottom. Or the other option is everybody deciding to marry out. And we're starting to see the increase of Black women, even though we're talking about race loyal, we're still more race loyal to Black men, which I think is across the board for all race and ethnicities. They typically choose their own race and, you know, ethnicity when you look at the stats. But it's starting to be an increase among Black women that they are now starting to date out. And I think that has a lot.
I want to correct your stat.
That has a lot to do. You can correct it. Give me a minute. That I think that has a lot to do with desiring marriage and knowing you're in a situation that if you stick in with Black men, the likelihood of you getting married is going to be less. So you go from a bigger pool, you increase your chances of getting married if you are marriage minded. And that's sad.
I understand, but the stat you said about Black men and Black women being married with the health, that was correct in every single race except for Black men.
That's not
Black
true.
men don't live longer married. Yeah, the stat showed it was better when you were married, except for Black men.
Can we also
Okay.
add?
I'm gonna look that up now. Every
Caesar,
study that I've seen is specifically stated that men across the board tend to live
Yes, men across the board. Yes.
average.
No, yes. So I see that it does say no, married Black men do not live longer than unmarried Black men.
So, well, like I said, you have to also put into context, Caesar, that Black men don't get married on in general. So we're talking about a very limited subset. And I agree with Mistaken. It's like there has to be a cultural shift, and it's got to be more male driven. The reason why we have the unwed births and stuff like that is it's male driven. Like men could easily they could easily propose to the women that they're with. So we have, like I said, I agree with what she's saying. Is we need a cultural shift. We need, I think that a lot of men have grown up without fathers in the home. That's an impact. The fact that our community doesn't really hold men accountable in terms of taking that final step, that's hurting us too. And then the men, we have to throw a third one in there. The culture of men is spreading a lot of negative propaganda. Oh, she's going to take half, when only like 8% of Black divorces even end in alimony. Black men don't have the money to be getting washed in the cleaners. And they don't really understand what divorce is, how it works. They're just scared. Just like all the other modern men. They're scared of things that possibly could happen to them that probably won't.
So let me clarify. So it depends on the social economics. So if you are of a higher socioeconomics plays a role in the marriage, right? So if you are of a higher social economic, then you do live longer. You're the same as white. You're a Black man who's married to a woman. You will. So it seems to be a poverty thing more so than meaning poverty outweighs marriage. And I'm pretty sure that's because of healthcare, and stuff of that nature, maybe.
Wait, say that again, Shan. So
Spanish still make less money than us. They're in more poverty than us, But why are they living longer then when
So
married?
so let me just I didn't look up Hispanics. I was just it just said black and
So it
white. It did
said
not.
black. So it
It,
says black unmarried men live longer than married
so the
men.
first one has said it. So then I put in, do black married men live longer middle class? Hold on first. I'm looking at Hispanic. So it seems to be a class situation, because what I did was I read the last article and it had a lot to do with poverty and all that kind of stuff. So then I changed the wording, right? And it changed the results. But let me put in here Hispanic, he said. Let's see. And I would argue that Hispanic men probably have a different diet.
Yep.
I guess so. So what it was saying is that in the middle class men live longer than men in poverty. If so, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so let me see.
I'm trying to still figure out, because let me see. Let me put in by race, only because everything that I've seen said married men live longer.
Yeah, I think to the points that y'all are making, when the more the household makes, that's going to probably increase the probability of
Going to the doctor, being
yeah,
self-conscious,
Mhm.
eating better food. It
Yeah.
keeps saying it's the internal, it's not the external. And
yeah,
I would even argue too that even though some of these jobs are very manly, that stuff takes a toll on your body. You lifting all the time, like just think about the strain on a person's body, like that hardcore labor. You know what I'm saying? That'll break a person down too. But let me see. I'm trying to find Hispanic, but I can't find it, because that's a good question.
Okay, it says married Americans thriving at higher rates. Now let me just see if it breaks it down by race. And I know another thing too that I wanted to look more into. I keep seeing it on IG and then I never take the time to look it up. But it appeared from what it was saying is that marriage in general benefit men more than it benefit women in terms of lifespan. It said that, from what I saw, again, I said I didn't take the time to do a deep dive and research it, that for women, single women are living longer than married women.
right.
But for men, it had the opposite effect, where married men are typically living longer than unmarried men. But it was the opposite effect for women. So I'm not going to lie, I didn't take the time to actually do my own research on that, but I have seen several videos on, Instagram about that.
Yeah, but ultimately,
Yeah,
Caesar, there has to be a cultural shift. If we keep things being status quo, we're not going to see anything different. We have to step the standards up. And that, I think that's kind of like what's going on right now, is like men are frustrated today because women are stepping, they were asked to, hey, choose better, do better, require more, and they are, and now the men are really upset because it's going to require more work to be done. But if you want to have more successful households,
the men are upset with what?
I think men are, to a degree, are upset with the standards that a lot of the women that the men want to marry, women in general have raised the standards, and men they're struggling to meet that standard because of the want to, not because they can't. It's the want to.
And I also think too, and this is to a part of the men's argument, which I do agree
The
with.
system.
If,
The system is not in man's favor.
hold on, if it's the majority of women, I would say setting reasonable standards of expectations. I think sometimes, if you watch IG, I don't know if this is the vast majority, but if you watch Instagram and social media, it portrays as if this is the vast majority of women that are setting unreasonable standards that men couldn't possibly reach. Like you want a 6'5" men, you know, and they're in a minority just in general. The likelihood of you being able to marry a 6'5" man knocks majority of the men out the box, you know, or somebody that's making six figures, right? When the majority of Americans across the board, especially Black men, are not making six figures. So you're knocking a whole nother group off. So I agree with men that if women are setting these unrealistic standards of expectation, then that's on the women that need to correct. It's not on them to step that up, because that's unreasonable when the vast majority is not going to fall in what they say that they're looking for. But I think for those women who are being reasonable about expectations, like I want a man, if I have my bachelor's, at the very least, I want him to have his bachelor's. If I'm making this amount of money, if I'm making, you know, 70, 80,000, I at least want a man that can meet me at that financial level within reason. That could be a range where you're like, okay, I don't want no more than a $10,000 difference less than, or, you know, 15, like something reasonable. And I think the biggest thing that women are struggling with getting from men is because it's a patriarchal society, and I know people don't like talking about that, but in terms of standards of what manhood is, manhood for men is making more money than women. They put their manhood in money and sex. And when a man falls short, especially I'll say Black men, because that's all I have experience with, are don't have the money, they lose a sense of self in their manhood.
Yeah.
And that's all that they play, because that's all they build their manhood around. Women are asking them to start elevating themselves in a social emotional arena. And men have difficulty doing that. They'll be like, oh, I'll do X, Y, and Z for money. They'll fight, you know, fight fire, literally, you know, climb roofs to, you know, make money. But you ask them to become more self-aware and social emotional so they can deal with them on a different level, and they refuse to do that. So I think that's where some of that disconnect come from, because a lot of women can live, they don't necessarily need a man as much as they did in the past for financial fulfillment. They can do that on their own. So now they're asking them to step outside of that mindset and come into a different shift of mindset of how you're going to interact with me. And men are struggling being able to make that shift.
And that's what I was trying to talk about. Mistaken, they call those men egalitarian, who cannot see themselves beyond the sole provider, the stereotypical patriarch. They're struggling.
You know what's so funny, Mistaken? That you will say that the man need to make more money and they feel some type of way, but then you got at least 70% of Black women that are overweight, but they don't feel like they need to lose weight.
Majority of Americans are overweight.
But
It's
we
not
care
a
about
women
Black,
thing. It's
but majority
majority
of them, but
of
other races don't, they still getting married at 50% crack.
That's a man
So
driven stat.
it's still a cultural mindset. You'll see Hispanic women being married and they're fat. You know what I'm saying?
is that what men want? Do Black men
Mindset.
want fat women?
So I
It's
think
a
so I
cultural
think
mindset.
so I think what he's saying is we've listed the demands of what women want, which is men to make more money. But the demands of what men want is for women to be more fit.
And neither one of them are doing it.
Right.
Neither,
So,
right. So neither one. So my thing is, if neither one is doing it, right?
That's not
They're not
true.
making more money. Women are not losing more weight. So my thing is, we're at a standstill, I guess, at this point. So my thing is, if then you need to, as a woman, she needs to marry a man that isn't making more money, and he needs to accept the fact that he's going to find a woman that might be overweight.
I don't like when y'all do this.
I don't understand. I lost the point. I think it's because it's 3. What did you say, mistaken?
I'm saying we're at a standstill. If the issue is women are asking men, black men, when I speak as a group, I'm just speaking to black men. It's not, you know what I'm saying, just because we're in his space. But if black women are saying that they want black men to make more money,
Mm-hmm.
and black men aren't making the level of money that they say that they want black men to have.
How is it that black women make less than black men, but they're still saying we want you to make more money?
So there again,
wait, hold on. And black men are saying that they want black women to be more fit and not overweight, right? So when we look at both of these stats, neither one of them are meeting that target. So my thing is, since neither one of us are meeting that target, do we just say let's not get married?
That's not true.
Is that what we're doing?
Majority of people are average.
And you work with me as my husband to help me lose weight. And once we combine both of our incomes together, we're making more money. It still makes sense to get married because your life will still benefit. There's no excuse not to get married.
But mistaken, what you're forgetting is black women have leave double any other race, the black man. So black men are seeing that.
You say they're what? I didn't understand what you said.
They leave, they divorce double in every other race.
But I just read the stats of what kind of factors into that as well. You can't ignore the other stats that factor into what would sustain a marriage that black men are lacking. You can't ignore that.
Finances, Caesar. Finances is a huge factor. We gotta make a little bit more.
So yes, the divorce rates are not necessarily, but people divorce all the time and they just remarry, right? So we got to know that there is some type of superpower as it relates to being married. As every successful person, most billionaires are married, and if they've gotten divorced, they got married again, right? And we can look at them as like there's something that they were doing right. And even you look at millionaires, most rich people marry, and even with a horrible divorce, they get back in there and they get married again. Okay, so
yeah, that's for the man. They get back married, but it's a lot more difficult for the woman.
What do you mean?
Well, can I speak to that, Caesar? A woman. Let me be very clear about this. When a woman, because the red pill loves to lead with this, women file for divorce 80%. Let me be clear about this. Women who are filing for divorce aren't doing that happy. They're sad. They're guilt ridden. So, if we want to focus on the black community, black women who have the least opportunity to get married are not happily filing for divorce and saying, "Oh my gosh, and they know it's going to be very difficult to get remarried." They're doing that for peace, in my opinion. It was not a stable situation, so they filed for divorce.
And it's different. It's different reasons for. I can't go into different
Tia
details.
Mallory left her husband for no reason. See, she just did it because she just wanted to be out in the street. It happens a lot of times with black women.
We got to stop speaking about celebrities and people that we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We don't even know their situation. A celebrity situation is totally different from a regular person's situation. We can't compare ourselves to, we can look at them and say, okay, we notice that they like to get, there's a trend of people who I wouldn't even say entertainers, because I don't even look at them the same as I look at people who are of intellect, who may have come with a business and they become married. I always look at the guy who is more logical and he got his through the I don't know why I do that. I just do. But I think that it was something that you mentioned earlier that I wanted to talk, and Tara mistaken didn't let me talk. And it was something that there was a question that you asked and you came back with another question. Do you remember what that was? Nobody answered it because mistaken came and interrupted. You don't remember what that was? Because I wanted to answer your question. Oh, the question was, I think that your argument was, women want men to make more money, but they themselves don't make enough money, right? Was
It,
that?
it was about it's about women want men to make more money.
Mm-hmm.
I was two things. One, they make less than the man and they want them to make more money. And the second was they're 70% of them are overweight, 80% are obese.
Okay. So I can agree that we need to do a better job at keeping ourselves in shape, right? There obviously are a lot of women who are in shape, and the men do want those type of women. That's why we argue and complain about them every single day. I think that most of these platforms are targeted at that woman because she won't act right. All right. So there are women who will meet, our physical standard as far as the weight is concerned. Maybe she's not as cute as you want her to be, or maybe she doesn't have the shape that you don't want her to, have. But there are women who are in shape, decently in shape, but for whatever reason we don't want them, and that's your prerogative or whatever. But I can agree. So maybe more women can do better in being more physically or more active as it relates to exercising, going to the gym, and things of that nature. So I can agree with that.
Can you blame black men if if overwhelmingly 70 to 80% are not don't meet the fit category? Can you blame black men for not wanting to marry that?
I don't think you can blame a black man any more than you can blame a black woman for wanting to marry somebody else that make more money.
Right.
Yeah,
That
people have
that's fine.
so
But can
people
you get it? You can want what you want.
right. So it looks like by the stats, nobody's getting it. Because
But who
both
does that hurt if no one gets it? It hurts the woman more.
how
But
I
here's
think
here's a
Okay,
question for
I'll give you an
Caesar.
example. If you look, you can look this up too. White women have a 2 point something percent chance of getting married by the time they're 40. If they don't marry before and they divorce around 40, it's a so black women has a smaller percent chance because that was for white women.
I think that you think that I think that in your heart of heart, you think that we're gonna just die if we don't get married.
Right.
That's not how women work, because guess what? Just like you said, there's always somebody in her DM for companionship. She's not lonely. Single and unmarried does not equate to lonely. Okay. Most women have a person that if they want company, that man is okay, whether it's Ernest down the street at any age, Johnny, whoever. It's always somebody, who is available, who don't mind. We saw the video of the dude who came up, was talking, singing a little song he wanted her to buy, make her. Did y'all see that reel? The old man, he was like trying to get the grandmama to buy, he wanted to come over. I mean, it's always, y'all think, listen to this, just like it's no different from what if you lose your husband? What if you lose it's the same situation. Ain't nobody out here single. Everybody's single, but ain't nobody out here by themselves. You understand? People getting a companionship somewhere. That's why they staying happy. Only the ones who, I guess you want to call incels, are the ones who are not getting this. But we've already told you women have access. Even if it's, oh, he wants something from it, he got to give us something to get something. He's spending time with it. He doing something, right?
But
So
women want marriage, Shan. Women want marriage, though.
listen, they want marriage, but they don't want marriage with just anybody. It's not a bragging right for a woman to be married with a dude ain't doing nothing. It actually devalues you. Y'all talk about it all the time. How you be with a pookie? Why you gonna marry a pookie?
Why don't women feel that being big as hell is the devaluing? Why don't women feel that
I
way?
don't know why they don't think that. Wrong.
I guess it's the same. I guess when you're getting, because everybody can compare to the things that they're looking for and don't have, right? Versus looking at what is and what's really going to benefit. And I'm not saying that people, like men just in general, want an overweight woman. I'm not saying that. But the same is true for women. Women don't want overweight men. Like there's just certain things that we look that as humans we look at as being attractive. But I think the difference is that a woman will see what is the biggest benefit. Like she'll take an overweight man if he meets if he meets her standards in other areas. She's more willing to compromise on certain things because what she's looking for is the resource aspect. That's our biological look for. So we'll compromise on the looks, we'll compromise on the weight, but if he can provide financially, we'll make do with that and love the heck out of that dude, right? Whereas I think men are much more visual, and that's your biological thing. We can't knock that. But at times you might overlook the fact that you places so much weight on the no pun intended, on that one aspect that you overlook marriage, even though that marriage would benefit you more. So it's the way that we are looking at things. We're not looking at the foundational things that are needed for marriage. We're looking at the superficial thing that makes marriage look good.
Yeah.
And I would argue too. You know, everybody on this panel is in their 40s, right?
Yep.
We you know, every year you're getting older and older. Life happens to people, you know. I think that we have this false illusion that, you know, we're gonna always be the way we are, you know, and you just never know, you know, God forbid. Life happens to people, and sometimes you do want a person who's going to be there for you to take good care of you if something, or just going to ride it out with you if something, you know, God forbids. But I think that at this point in life, people, I know people who are, you're right, they like to say companionship, the marriage thing is not that you know, strong, especially after you hit a certain age. It's like, oh, okay. More companionship, or more like I got your back, you got mine, blah, 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 blah. But I get it. Everybody's got their preference. Nobody wants to miss out on their preference. And everybody has that right, because guess who got to live with the person you with? You. So, Caesar, if you don't want no big girl,
Yeah.
you don't need to get a big girl.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If somebody don't want a man that make a certain amount, let her sleep with the man. Let people do what it is. I feel like we just stress ourselves out trying to control what other people are doing. You understand? And my only concern is I just hate the clashing, like boom, 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 boom. It's okay to say this person's just not for me. I'm not for this person. And move on. If she don't want to get on the treadmill, Caesar, by all means, let her eat her Big Mac and not be on the treadmill.
What you're saying sounds nice, but then when black men go overseas and have the passport bros, why were black women complaining about that?
They weren't.
No.
What? They were not?
Listen, the only time, this is what y'all don't understand about women.
Because they're trying to compare black women. If they leave black women out of the conversation, and
how
just
would you like it? Look here, Caesar. This is how it looks, right? It looks like me having a white man, and then I propose with my white man because black men can never do this. Black men don't pay no bills. This pays the bills. This white man knows how to protect me. How does that make you feel? Why can't I just love my white man and leave your name out of it? I chose a white man. This is the man I want to be with. I don't got to down black people, a black man in the process. Guess what? Just like TKO said a long time ago, at the end of the day, if he not have kids, guess we're gonna have? We're gonna have black kids. Okay?
Who was complaining?
So that's what I'm saying. So my words against black men when I'm dating a white man trickles down to my black son. And you ain't gonna never hear me talking about black men, because I'm gonna have a black son. And he ain't gonna never be able to go back and hear me down talking him.
Right.
Never.
Sam, who was complaining when the NFL, the NFL draft, who was complaining when they were like, oh, look at all those guys that have white women up there?
Listen, what black woman was watching the NFL draft?
Right. That's
it was all over social media. It was all over social media.
It was posted by men. See,
right.
it was men, and then
Yeah.
women got in the comment every single post I saw. I was like, you see, like y'all care about it more than we do.
Yeah.
I don't know now one black woman who was watching the NBA.
Yeah, Caesar, you men.
No, they're watching.
It's not when we think, oh, this is what I want my day to be watching the
NFL. They're watching who their girlfriends are.
No, they're not.
It until,
I don't even know what day it came on.
Yeah.
Caesar, that's social media. There's most women were not involved in that Black Twitter nonsense.
Come on.
No, women only black women care about who black men date.
Listen, no.
We care when our names are brought into it. We really don't care when y'all do y'all thing. It's always the comparison of black women amongst other groups. So it's
now,
like
it's sometimes
the part that I get frustrated with, because it's like, go ahead and do you, boo. Nobody's thinking of it until you bring our names in it. It's like when somebody's walking down the street and I might hear and mistaken, I'm gonna be like, what? Because I hear my name. So now you brought me into it, and I wasn't even thinking about you until you brought my name in it. And I think that's the issue that most black women are having, is that if you want to date outside your race, go ahead and do that. Everybody has the right to find love in relationship. But
I don't even know who these athletes are.
Yeah, it's when you start bringing in black women and say, see, this is why I don't date black women. Look at my white queen. Look at my Hispanic queen. You know what I'm saying? You're doing that. And see, black women don't do da-da-da-da. Leave our names out your mouth.
This is the thing. This is the thing that's so crazy. And TKO brought this up. I don't know if you guys know what TKO. People be downing what they produce. How you gonna sit there and praise another man's sperm over your own sperm? You don't produce white women, you produce black women. You producing your own self indirectly. When was the last time a black man had a white child?
Well, I want to add to this too, Caesar. You got to also
realize,
Caesar, you got to also realize that other communities want to see our community fighting each other. They want to see this infighting. So like if you go on social media, you'll see a lot of racist memes. The black community has always been under attack. And now what we see with the gender war is
they have been under attack.
Yeah, and now what we see with the gender war is black men they're leading this. They're kind of saying, hey, we're gonna fight our own women. For what end? But to your point, when you said, hey, black women might be a little bit more less fit, if they were more fit, do you think that those black men could qualify for those women? They wouldn't. And do you think they would marry them? They wouldn't. The men need to realize that at the core of this, black men are not as marriage minded as they think they are.
Did you say black men qualify?
No, I'm saying if black women were let's just say in a hypothetical sense, black women were the most fit women on the planet. Do you think that we would be the most married people on the planet? I don't think so.
Right, they're gonna choose up because
can you speak
have
a little louder?
Options. This is the thing. I think it's the same thing that everybody says, like with men. When men don't have money, the selection of women that they choose from is very different than when they get money and then they choose what they really want, right? Well, I think it's the same thing for women. So all of these things that y'all are saying that y'all want as men, women be submissive, be fit, be feminine, Black women need to do all of this. If black women did those things, do you think, especially now you're saying that they only choose in the top 20%, those women who are overweight, who are not fit, feminine, they still getting men. But if they were to change, like you said, and grow, do you think they'll be choosing you? They're now going to have more
the problem.
Options. Right. They're now going to have more options and choose even further up.
No, they don't choose. They choose who they have sex with. That's it. They don't get to choose for a relationship or for marriage.
Well, those who want to get married and they're married minded, they're not going to choose a regular dude when they know that they have access to other dudes who they could potentially marry, is what I'm saying.
I want them to marry the guys.
The more that you increase, like you said, you're trying to increase your options. The more that you do to increase your options, like do that self-work, right? Get fit, get feminine, be friendly, make money, like for men, make more money, get in fit, all of those things. You end up in the ante in terms of what your standards become. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So for women, their standards are going to become higher because now they don't only have access to limited black men.
Right.
Their net has
That's
grown, and
that's
now
the
they
key.
have access to white men.
That's the key mistake. It's like
Access to Hispanic men.
what
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm
Their
learning, mistaken. These guys are not competitive men. They're not. And they want, like I said, what Caesar said, he wants to see a situation where black women are more fit. You're asking for a bigger problem, because now you're going to have to compete on a whole nother level. Are you ready to compete on that level? That's the question.
You want to keep black women big? That's
No,
what you're.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that because I'm competitive. I don't. If competition rises, I'm willing to compete at the level that it needs to rise to. But I think most men, they're not ready to compete. Whether it is getting a higher paying job, whether it is to court women, whether it's to get, be in a relationship or get married.
That's not our problem. If you love black women, you would tell them to lose weight so they can get those guys. Let them decide on the competition.
No. What you said? You said what's not our problem? What is? I want you to answer that. What is not our problem?
No, I said that's not your problem. If they have more guys to choose from.
Well, here's the question that they asked you. Why can't you just find the women who are fit and get with them right now?
That's what men have did. That's why there's only 36%, or the numbers you guys said are married.
No. So you're trying to. There are more women, black women specifically, who are reasonably healthy and fit than just 30%.
But 70% are overweight, 80 are obese. Come on now. How many women are skinny that could get married?
How many black men are fit, and how many black men earn a lot of money?
Earn a lot of money.
Yeah.
Most people, most everybody are average. What are you talking about? Let me give you another stat. If and you guys can look this up. There's a 2010 Pew Research that did a study on black women and white women, and it said that white women are more likely to get an average white guy, and black women are more likely to not get an average. They want a guy that makes equal or more. It's a 2010 stat that they did, a Pew Research. You can look it up too.
I'll look it up, but the thing is that that's outdated. Typically, you want to stick with stats within the last 5 years. There's so much change within that time frame. So
and I will argue that they're probably talking about average amongst themselves. Even an average white guy will still probably
they out earn the average black guy.
Yeah, that's a problem, Caesar. That's one of the reasons why we're here. But the it goes back to it, Caesar. Like,
why can't white women be okay with an average white guy, but black women don't want to be okay with an average black guy?
Because they're average. I think most black women are okay with average black men because majority of black marriages, right,
average people.
Are average people. So that's
then why are you asking black men to make more money if that's the case?
No, she was comparing you because you were saying what women need to do, and so he was telling you what women usually like, just countering.
And this economy, Caesar, you can't just stay stagnant and say, hey, I'm just gonna make 40 grand in 1980 and make 40 grand in 2020. You have to rise with the inflation. That's what I'm saying.
And I want to be very clear. Sometimes when we look at these stats, we also have to take in consideration the location where people live. So it won't see, because I know a lot of times when we see these shows and girls like, I want a man that make 100,000, and most of these shows are filmed in Atlanta, whereas 100,000 is really not that hard. It's a lot of people who make $100,000. A
lot of opportunities to
get that. A lot of opportunities to do that. Or if you're in New York, the same thing. If you're somewhere, where the opportunities are great, that's going to look different than if somebody who's in a small town and it's just a different, you know what I'm saying? So.
And the other thing too is this idea of the average. I do agree that you should take the mean when you're looking at stats like that, because when you take the average, you have those who it may skew that average because you might have a few men that are making millions, and then those who are making a little bit of nothing, and it offsets that amount. But
yes, Miss Taken. Yes, that is correct.
but that if you look at that mean number, it'll look a little different, and it'll probably be even worse for when we were looking at black men. If we look at that mean, it would probably make that average even smaller if we look at the mean, because now we don't have that all, that high those few who are millionaires numbers to bring that average a little higher.
But this is also why white men, that I think is what, $9,000 more than black men. That's why they make more, is because they have more white men that have that billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's raising their number up.
It's not just that, but the thing is,
it is that there are more of them than more of us at the tippity top. You can't dispute that.
there's a lot of things to dispute. There's a lot of black men who are in jail. There's a lot of black men who are dropping out
You
of high
can't
school.
dispute my statement though of why when you talk about the averages, why
Okay.
they're that $9,000 that they make more on average more than the black man.
Okay, so if you want to focus on that, Caesar, then why are white men getting married on average more than black men? Because they're not all billionaires.
So, and let me just say this too.
Because of the Pew Research, I told you that white women will take an average white guy.
So let me just say this real fast. So I just did.
No, there's not. There's not a lot of black men in jail. There's less than 1 million black men that are in jail. There's only 1.8 million of everybody that's in jail, all races.
Shan, I want to ask him one thing. So you're saying, Caesar, that the average black man, if he proposed to the average black woman, she would decline it? Is that what you're telling me?
I am saying,
right.
I am saying that the average black woman is overweight. So you're not even getting to that talking about marriage, because you're not even making that.
No, but you talk in circles. You say that most people are average, so that means they're okay. If you say most people are average, then you can't keep pulling on the things where they're not average. You're saying in totality, most people are average. So then that means most black people are average, men and women.
Yes.
So then
men and women are average.
Then they're perfectly fine to marry. They don't have to be superior in all the things, because no one
you
is.
Understand there's a difference. You can be average. You don't have to be overweight or obese. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying black men are obese and overweight too.
So listen to this. Even with that being said, I think the problem is, I think Maroon hit it on the nail. So I'm gonna start with women first, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Women, I think we do need to do a better job at being, active in the gym, caring a little bit more about our weight. I also believe that we need to watch our tone a little bit. Sometimes we can yell, get that whole thing out of control, do a woosah, and come, speak a little different, right? As far as men, I think that there's one thing that you mentioned earlier, and I think that there's a comfort in the me not being more than, the I don't want to say it, the average.
I said, just say it.
No, I was trying to find the word. It wasn't even, I wasn't trying to say it. It's just, I think we're just comfortable in just doing good enough, right? Because even when I think about things, we always promote trades, right? And so I looked up even with plumbing, and to me, everybody wants to be a plumber, but what about the people who make money when you're a plumber? It's what's called a master plumber, a master electrician, right? Not necessarily the tech, but the master. And even when we're talking about master plumbing, that's led by whites. We're actually the lowest in the field. For electrician, only 9.3% of us get the master level. And then when it comes to plumbing, only I found it. When it comes to African Americans, 9.6%. So we're going out to be plumbers, but we're not trying to be the master. So you want to be the tech of the master. Mm-hmm. So why won't we try to do like, hey, if I'm gonna be a plumber, I'm gonna be, because I don't see anything wrong with a plumber. I don't see anything wrong with an electrician, but why wouldn't we want to be the master plumber or the master electrician? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
There's also stats saying
I think you should strive to do more, do better. I agree.
Caesar, there's also a stat saying in most black married households, the black woman is the head of household. financially. So, okay, that's just another.
Well,
That's
that was what I was trying to say in general about
But
why
even then,
a lot of
that's
you
not
women.
don't
true either.
look, that's not what we're trying to do here.
No, but
I'm saying.
that was what I was gonna say is that when Black women are being compared to other races, I just think it's unfair because other races and ethnicities are not dealing with the same barriers, that we have as Black women with Black men. And that's not to like downplay. I honestly am not trying to say, Black men ain't ish. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they're not dealing with the same set of barriers or issues that Black men and women have when it comes to mating and resources and things like that versus other women, what they have to choose in their own race and ethnic groups. The mindset around marriage is different in their groups than it is in ours. The mindset around family is different in their group than it is ours. The issue with income and men being the head of household is very different in their group than it is ours. So we're not always comparing apples to apples. And even for me, I'm guilty of running those stats and saying, well, women only marry at 29% and all of these other races, but they're not dealing with all of those other structures within their racial group that we have to deal with as a group.
Yeah.
So that's my only concern and
But
issue
you,
with
but you caused the problem, mistaken. You're the one that caused the problem, not you personally, but the single motherhood is the issue.
That's a Black man problem.
Right. I can't marry myself.
That's not a Black man problem. The
Yes, it
women
is,
get to choose who they sleep with. What are you talking about?
but the men could marry them.
And you could choose where your sperm go though too.
What? No, you can't control. Okay,
I
if
can't.
you
I know.
guys got kids, are you going to say you get to control who your daughters have sex with?
Look, I said you can. I said you as a Black man can control where your sperm go.
One of the biggest
You can't control all men. You can't. Nobody does.
Men can control them. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying men in general have control of where their sperm go.
But if women don't have control of who they sleep with, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. I can't be a baby mama without your sperm is what I'm saying. So men on one end can't complain about single baby. What I'm saying is men can't complain about single baby mamas when they're contributing to the rate of single baby mamas.
No, you get to decide. You get to decide who you sleep with, because you said you have the onus on sex. So you can't then blame the man when you have the onus.
But what I'm saying, you can't get mad at woman and then say that she's undesirable when you've helped create that situation. But what I'm saying is nobody get out of this situation unscathed. Both people have responsibility in that situation. And when we start trying to blame one person over the other, that's not going to work. Because at the end of the day, who gets left behind is the kid. And then we just continue this same cycle over and over again. So what I'm saying is if I take responsible for what I do when it comes to sex, and you take responsibility for what you do when you have sex, then this will eliminate the problem. But when we focus on whose fault it is, instead of taking ownership, then we don't get the problem resolved. Take ownership. In these spaces, I always hear men talk about, oh, men hold each other accountable. Men take responsibility. Men are doing better, blah, 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 blah. You hear all of that, but then you get up here and other men will get up here and then say, well, if a woman ends up having a baby and she is single mama, then that's her fault. No, you had a role to play in that as well. You can't get mad at the woman when you helped create the problem. You can't.
Whose fault is it with Nick Cannon? Whose fault? Is he got a whole bunch of kids? Is it him making the babies, or is it the women knowing how he is and still trying to get a baby?
That's a celebrity.
And that's what I was gonna say.
No, but other women are moving the same way.
What I'm saying is in that situation, everybody's in agreement. That's totally different. He wants a bunch of baby mothers, and the baby mothers all agreed to doing that. That's a different situation.
So it's not. So you're condoning this?
No, I'm totally against it. I think that's stupid because he's still
Okay,
creating
but
single-led
who
households.
has the higher percentage of fault in that?
Both.
The women or the man?
Both.
No. Who
Both
has
of
the
them are
higher
contributing.
percentage?
Both of them are contributing to a fatherless home.
He got like 10 of them. 8. I don't know how many. It's a lot.
So if we're
So
talking
why are
about
you not
fatherless,
blaming the women?
listen, if we're talking about fatherless homes, then in that case, it falls on Nick Cannon to have that responsibility because he's intentionally seeking women who's okay with creating
This is
fatherless homes.
this is why women lose.
No, they ain't losing in their mind. Not with
You're
Nick
giving
Cannon.
bad advice to women. You're giving bad advice to women with that logic.
I did not advise any woman to create fatherless homes. I didn't.
You're not blaming the women that are
No,
creating
I blame
these
both.
babies.
You're trying to make me choose. I said both initially. You pushed the issue. I said, well, in that case, he's intentionally seeking women who are willing to be single moms. So in that regard, if that is his intent and he's meeting his intent, then that's on him.
Your programming won't blame the women. Your programming won't do it. You just won't do it.
So this is the thing. One, the problem is we don't even agree on what's right and what's wrong, right? I don't even know if them women are black. I don't know what their nationality is, right? I don't know their upbringing.
Correct.
I think he got one black one in there. I guess she would be my concern, right? Let they men worry about them. Okay. We can talk about that one black one he got going on up in there, but the rest of them, I don't know.
But if y'all have the mentality that y'all not going to hold the women accountable for getting with a guy they know is not going to take them serious, this is why the black community of women are in the trouble.
Right.
So Nick Cannon has no responsibility in that
This
situation.
is my thing. You getting mad at her for doing the same thing you doing.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying this is why it is.
Are doing the same thing she's doing. You're saying she's not holding. She's mistaken.
Sorry.
You're saying that she's not holding women accountable, but you're not holding men accountable. You understand what I'm saying?
That's
so
what
y'all doing the same thing. The exact same thing.
And that's why we have the problem, Caesar, is we have a lot of men who don't hold men accountable. They just want to punt it to the woman. That's a big piece of the problem. They look at single parent homes and they say that's a woman problem. That's why we're where we're at.
How many of us up here from single parent homes?
Not
all right,
me.
so everybody.
No, I had a father.
Huh?
But were they married?
Yeah, were they married?
Yes, it's still married.
Right. So my thing is, based on what you're saying, and when you have, or do you have these conversations with your married parents, are they of the like mind that you have right now? Or you don't have these discussions with them?
They were not before, but since I started having conversations, they have opened their eyes.
And what does that mean? They've opened their eyes to what?
Let's say they were more naive to what is going on, and now they're seeing the reality of, it's in front of them. They're seeing what's going on social media. They're they can't ignore it anymore.
And there lies the problem, right there. The fact that most people are getting their reality from social media, and social media is not reality.
That's a trash point.
That's the problem right there. How often are you actually meeting women in the regular marketplace, so to speak, versus seeing what you're seeing on social media? Because I totally see a huge difference in real life of the people that I meet on a day-to-day basis versus what is being shown on social media. And I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people are living their lives through social media and not reality, and social media becomes their reality. And I think
I
that's
agree social
tricky.
media
Yeah.
can, but the reality is, if you see something on social media that says 70% of black women are overweight, they see it in they see it in their real lives. If they see all of
I
these
agree.
kids, they see it in their real lives. There is no difference.
No, it depends on what you're talking about. If you look on social media, I think you see more fit women on social media. So then how come that isn't translating to what you say your reality is? So you're willing to look at the negative stuff on social media and accept it as truth. But then when you look at the reality of things in real life, because it's not in alignment with what you see on social media, you're saying it's not true, right? So my thing is that if you're looking at social media and making your judgment calls based off of that, you're always going to end up wrong. You need
We're
to
talking
get,
about 70-plus-year-old man and a woman. It's not like they're on social media all the time.
no, you just said that social media, I asked you about your parents and you brought social media in it and said from what they see on social media, now they understand. That's what
No,
you said.
they are on social media, but I'm just saying they're 70-plus-year-old man and a woman. Like, you don't know 70-plus-year-olds that are on social media like you and I would be.
Right. So if they're looking at social media and believing it, then their reality of what's really going on is warped too, is what I'm saying. So especially if they're naive to it and don't really know how to use it, they're probably more susceptible.
No, no,
Mistake.
no. What I'm saying is they did not think all of these things that was going on in the black community. They did not know it was as bad as it was. And now you're talking to me, and now it's opening their eyes.
Mistaken. I want to throw something else out there. I think a lot of men are attracted to the women who are not really the women who want them, one, and they're not going after the right women, and I don't think they really know who they attract. I think that's a big piece of it. It's like they're chasing, all these men are chasing after women who, I don't know how to say it, but they're not competitive with those women.
Well,
So
let me ask you this. I'll ask you, Maroon, do you think black men, and the only reason I'm saying black men is because we're talking about black women and black men,
yeah,
are trying to be competitive in terms of when you're comparing black men to other men? Are they trying to compete or are they settling?
trying to compete in terms of what?
In all areas, in economics and education and marriage and
No,
family and like in any of the areas.
no. Like I think that I don't think that's a good point. It's like I don't think black men are looking at, Caesar tried to raise it and he said, why are Hispanic men getting more married? We need to talk to those men and figure out why are they more marriage minded. We need to talk to white men and figure out why they're more marriage minded. We need to talk amongst ourselves as men and figure out why are we not not as marriage minded just in general.
Why don't you talk to the mothers that are raising the kids by themselves? Why don't you do that?
No, because there's two components in play. That's a component. Are those mothers raising
That's the main component, though.
No. Let me finish. There's also the male community that regardless of whether those single mothers raise those children, the values of those single mothers raise their sons, those sons are going to become friends with other young black men and adolescent and adult black men. And the culture around surrounding adult black men is not marriage minded. That's the problem. That's the problem.
And I don't know if you heard me before. I'm going to apologize if I interrupt you. It's just because I don't have I don't it's running on and on, so I don't see when people really stop.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think really the solution is surrounded around people like me and you, Caesar. Like, we can't look to our mothers to be the only people that make us value marriage. We as men have to value that too. Those mothers did not tell them to become baby daddies. I'll tell you that right now. Those men decided that on their own, in my opinion.
Again, I think that goes back to the culture of what I'm saying. The likelihood of you becoming a baby mama or making a baby mama is based on the fact that if you were raised by a baby mama, right? So it is all about the environment. So I know for me, I was raised in a household where both of my parents were married. The likelihood of me marrying increases just by being in that environment. So my parents had 4 kids. All 4 of us got married. All 4 of us got married in our 20s, right? Early marriages. Only one of us had a divorce, but even the one sibling that got divorced got remarried. So, and then when I look at my grandparents were married. My great-grandparent, I knew my great-grandparent, they were married. You know what I'm saying? So when you have generations of that's the expectation around what is supposed to be, that's what happens. But the opposite is true, is that when you are raised in an environment where there's a single-led household, then the likelihood of the next generation of being a single-led household increases. And so when we start looking at who's to blame and we say we blame the mamas for being single baby mama, that does nothing to stop the cycle.
Yeah, that's what I was
What
trying to get
helps
to.
stop the cycle, honestly, is even if that woman is a single woman that is leading the household, having a male community in some shape, form, or fashion, like through coaching or through the church or through something like that, to have a male figure increases the likelihood of changing the dynamic of them being another baby daddy or baby mama, is them being exposed to a man who is married and seeing how that works. But we don't have a lot of men in the communities that would benefit the most from seeing married couples. They're not in those communities in the same way in other communities, even within our community, because it becomes a socioeconomic thing. So typically college people with, higher degree earners or whatever, they typically get married and their marriages last longer. But when they make money, they're not staying in the hood. They're moving out of the hood and into other areas because they want a different environment for their children. So now that removes that visual resource that other people in that community can see to aspire to have. So I think that's part of our problem.
Yeah, we have to break, Caesar, we have to break generational curses. And to do that, we need to be able to see beyond ourselves and say, hey, it's not just about me. It's about setting the next generation up better than me. Even if you didn't see it.
You need the women to help you to do that, though.
In what way?
If let's say that you say I'm going to have dick discipline. I'm only going to have sex with just 2 women out my whole life.
Mhm.
But if other women around you is just having sex and then they get pregnant, like, it doesn't matter what you do, it matters what the women do.
But you're not the one that created the baby, so that wouldn't impact you.
Yeah, the other thing to say, Caesar, is
But you talked about the community.
Caesar, if we run with that scenario, if you decide to just, save yourself for marriage, or you've only been intimate with 2 women, there are plenty of Black women that have done the same. They're not all doing what you're trying to say. They're not all sleeping with everybody. They're not all sleeping with like 50 people and 150 people. There's plenty of Black women who are highly educated.
But the majority are, though.
The majority of what? Do you
They're
realize
having
that when
sex.
they give the
They're having sex.
And what's wrong with that?
Yeah, and
What's
also
wrong with it is because about 70% are single mothers, are having a child.
But do you
What?
understand that even in that group of single mothers is when you're looking at the stat, the single mothers are also inclusive of women who were married and got divorced, women who were widowed,
Long-term
and
relationships.
right. All of those are in that group of single, led women-led households. It's not just all of them having babies out of wedlock. You know what I'm saying? So it is a group. Now that is special to our group, which to me is crazy. It is. The numbers are too high, whatever way you look at it. We have a higher divorce rate. We have a higher, babies out of wedlock. We have a higher rate in those areas. So across the board is whether they're divorced or not, the fact that there are so many is a problem. And you can't, I guess the issue that I'm getting at is that you can't only blame a woman for that problem. Men have to be
She is
held
the
accountable.
leaving. No, she is leaving. Why can I not blame her for having a baby and leaving?
Okay,
She
so
controls both of those things.
She's leaving in what situation? Are you talking about marriage or just child?
We're talking about marriage. We're talking about having a baby. Both of those. She said divorce rate. So they're leaving the black men and they're having babies and without creating a family.
Okay, so let's tackle one. She had the child and she left. Maybe that guy said, "I don't want to marry you," and she's leaving. She has every right to do that because that guy's not going to marry her and make that a 2-parent household. So now she has to go find someone to make it a 2-parent household.
But she is messing up that child's future because the numbers, we all know the numbers show that you're going to put yourself behind the 8 ball by being a single mother.
You can't make a deadbeat dad be a stand-up dad.
Is Corey Hardrick a deadbeat dad? His wife left.
They are co-parenting. That's a whole celebrity situation, but they are co-parenting.
No, because y'all like to do this. Y'all like to paint black men in this negative view every time. I'm sorry, I don't do that.
Black men have
you paint black women.
Black men have been trailing marriage forever. They've always been like 3rd out of 4th or 4th out of 4th.
But the crazy thing is that I keep hearing that, like,
again. So are we going to say overweight is not an issue?
But you're
if our women are more overweight, you're saying we're supposed to marry them still, even though they're overweight.
Here's the key.
Well, you had a baby by him, but they were good enough. You didn't like fat women.
Well,
you don't like them to marry, but you like them to make babies.
Here's the kicker, Caesar. If you want to knock black women for being overweight, then those black men could have still married a non-overweight woman who was white, Indian, Hispanic, black. They're not getting married to anybody.
What about the system? What about the system?
Well, I have this question. Why is it that black women are getting blamed for staying, for being a parent? Like that exactly. Part is crazy to me. You're blaming the parent that stayed and let the other parent off the hook for not staying.
You did not stay. You got a benefit because you still benefit even when you leave. You still get money. You still get help from the system.
No,
most men aren't paying their child support. Like, Caesar, what are you talking about?
Only 8%.
If a man doesn't pay, he goes to jail. What are you talking about?
Caesar, only 8% of divorces in the black community end in alimony. So then they're not getting paid. And you're talking about maybe very low income people who
it's what I said incorrect. If a man's not paid child support, does he not go to jail?
That's true.
That is the law, but there are more men who are out of jail that didn't pay child support versus in.
Right.
So that's a moot point.
It's not a moot point. If that is the law, if a man is not paying, that means the woman did not put him on child support.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true. And
you just said the law was he has to pay.
Having a law and enforcing the law are two different things. You can have a law in place and not enforce it.
I think
one of the things. This is true.
You have a federal law that cannabis is illegal, but it's not being enforced among the
So
states.
are we saying they don't try to put black men in jail? They got no problem putting black men in jail.
No, Caesar, that happens. But what I'm learning, mistaken, is there needs to be a conversation about misinformation circling the black community that's discouraging men from stepping up to be fathers, discouraging people to get, mostly men, to get married. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of fear.
Well, I think it's intentional though, Maroon.
Why don't you talk about the women that leave even when they get married? What about that?
I did, Caesar. I told you, no woman who marries you, who loves you, wants to break up a family and leave. They're doing that because it was a dysfunctional situation. I just don't think you can see that.
Who made it dysfunctional though?
It takes both people to make a relationship work. So even if one person isn't doing what they need to do, they're part of the dysfunction. That's exactly what he's saying. It takes both.
Okay.
And I think your issue is that you're looking to lay in place the blame on a situation.
That's because the woman is the one that leaves.
Caesar, listen. You have a person that leads and a person that leaves, right? If the leader isn't leading, then the leaver is going to leave, right? So that's what I'm saying. It is.
What if you're not a good follower?
Listen, it's an interdependent relationship. You rely on each other to make a relationship work. So if one half isn't working, either or, whether it's the woman or the man, if one of them is not doing their part in that relationship, it impacts the relationship. So if you as a man is looking for a woman to lead, that's the problem right there. And the fact that you keep putting it on women to not have babies by these men, but not also holding men accountable to say, you know what, you need to be selective in who you're laying down with and spreading your seed.
You control your body, mistaken. You control who you have sex with.
Listen, as a leader is what I'm trying to say. You're talking about these women don't follow.
But if you pick a non-leader, mistaken. If you pick a non-leader, what are you supposed to do?
Can I speak up to that? Ms. Caesar, the problem is that men can camouflage and say, hey, I'm a stand-up guy. And when people are in relationships, they have sex and a woman might get pregnant. And if a guy bails, what is the woman to do in that situation? Did she do anything wrong?
That's a moot point because both lie. Men and women both lie. They both manipulate. That's a moot point.
All right, y'all. I'm done. We're not getting anywhere. Y'all, Maroon, thank you.
You don't want to hold women accountable, mistaken. You just don't want to do it.
No, the women in my circle are accountable. I can only account for the people who I touch, right? Only thing I can do in this space is give you the facts and give you my opinion. At that point, it's on you to decide what you want to do. And it is clear, Caesar, that you, and I can only speak for you because I'm having the conversation with you directly right now, is that you have a lack of accountability as a and
God.
And that's all that for me, that's all I can see from based on what you're saying. There are points that we both agreed on, but for the vast majority, I see that for you it's the deflection of accountability for men, that you want women to take ownership on men garnering their own behavior. Women can't control men's behavior. We can only control ours. So you and I agree. We are in agreement on the fact that women should not just be laying down with men without marriage. You and I are on the same point on that point. But like I told you before, that doesn't negate the responsibility of the man on his position to make sure he protects his seed. And you're blaming women for receiving the seed, but you're not blaming men for planting the seed in the wrong soil.
So let me give you an example of how that looks, okay? Because I have and so my thing is, you don't want any kids. It is up to you to protect yourself. Nobody's responsible for protecting you besides you. Nobody can protect you. So I tell my son, because I have no control over the female. I don't know her. But I tell my son, if you don't want a disease, if you don't want a baby, you have to protect yourself. I'm not, you cannot give your fate up to somebody else, somebody you won't even trust your wallet to. That's first and foremost. So why are you trusting the most valuable thing that you have, which is your legacy to somebody? So I place the responsibility on my son because he can control himself. He can control anybody else. So if you know that this is not the future that you want, then you have to be responsible for you. She can't be responsible for you. You have to be responsible. And in my daughter, I would tell her the same thing. Listen, only person who's responsible for you is you. If you don't want no kids out here and without marriage, if you don't want to, if you want, whatever it is, I tell her, if you want marriage with a good guy, this is how you do. I teach because people have to be responsible. You cannot place the blame on somebody else
for something that you can control.
For something that you can control. I think that conversation is for the women, and I think it's conversations for men because they both can control it from their side. They just choose not to control it. And now that they have made a decision to not control, because that's a decision you make together, you cannot be mad at the product because we're all smart people around here. We know what hunching without a condom leads to. Reproduction. So we can't be surprised when little Jimmy's head sitting right there because we knew that that's what happens.
The possibility, yeah.
When sperm meets egg. You understand what I'm saying? We gotta start
thinking. I agree with that. I agree with that. But when we try to make all men to be leaders, let's take it. Do you believe that every single man that's a man is a leader?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, good. So for you to hold all men accountable and say, hey, you should be doing this and you should be doing that. If you understand that all men are not leaders, then you can't say, well, just because a woman gets with a man, that's on him if she's picking a non-leader. That was on her.
I think Miss Sticky was saying that's on both of them. I don't think she was saying it's on him. I think she was saying that's on both of them.
But she picked a non-leader, though. She picked up a bad guy.
But the thing about it is we don't even know what kind of mind she was in. She picked a non-leader because we don't even know the kind of mind she was in. You'll be amazed at I would even argue the fact that yes, two people came and some people never get out of that dysfunction. But I would argue that sometimes a kid will grow you up real fast, will mature you real fast. Now you got another mouth. That's what we would want to happen. If you have a child, now you're gonna think a little different. I hate when people say, why you increase your standards when you had a kid? Why would you want a baby around low standard? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like if you're not for yourself, at least do it for your child. And high standards can mean just a good-hearted person. Maybe that was a shit-ass man. You found out he was shit when you had a baby with him. Or maybe y'all just didn't do right. Sometimes higher standard is not about income. Sometimes higher standard is about how does he treat you? Is he a good example for your kids to follow? Is he somebody you don't mind your kids looking up to because he's a good role model for your kids? That's a higher standard. So you would want a single mom to deal with somebody of a higher caliber or of some high caliber. Because when they don't, that's when we start seeing this stuff on the news about things happening to children in the household because mama done laid up with somebody she ain't had no business laying up with, and now the kid is suffering.
But Miss Taken is saying that's the man's fault if she lays up with somebody that she ain't supposed to be laying up with.
No, I said it's the man's fault for impregnating her. Like it, what I'm trying to say, right? The original man. What I'm saying is equal responsibility on both parts.
You just said women have control over sex. How can it be equal when you got control?
But you have
so women have control over sex, but two people have to do it to make a baby, right? Both you need a sperm and an egg to make a baby.
Do I have equal control if she has a baby? Can I say no and she says yes? Is it equal?
You have control before the pregnancy. She has control after she get pregnant.
It's no different from
than wear a condom.
It's no different from your argument about a woman being with you and she knows she won't marriage, right? It's the same thing. She has, because you're saying your argument was, well, she has control. She don't gotta be here if she don't want to be here, knowing that it's the same thing with you.
Well,
You
I'll
ain't
say-
gotta be there. You ain't gotta ski in that girl.
I'll say
You don't
this.
have to.
I'll say this to Caesar. Caesar, I
No,
know that
no.
looking at Caesar, when we say
If she decides she can get an abortion, she can take a plan B, she can send the baby to a safe haven. You have a place where you don't have to be responsible for a mistake, but the man still has to be responsible. We do not have equal control.
You don't even have to have a mistake. Just like she has the option of having sex with her, you have the option of saying no.
Listen, ski on the window or the wall, anywhere.
But if you decide to get with a non-leader,
you sat on the window or the wall, anywhere
besides them drawers, you could have pulled. Like, it's so many. Listen, it's so many free methods that don't require medicine, that don't require killing a kid. Like, just they're methods you can that are in full control of with a man that you can use to protect your seed. Okay, throw an umbrella on it.
Yeah. Caesar, here's the thing. I know it could be very
so
Caesar,
should the man put the umbrella on, or should the woman make the man put the umbrella on?
He okay. Let me tell you this. This is real talk right here. And
Wow.
I told my son,
I can't believe that's a question.
Let me tell you this. The person who don't want the kid needs to put the umbrella on, because at the end of the day, you need to protect. I just told you need to protect yourself. Why you relying on her to protect your seed when you the one who don't want a kid? Obviously,
who does the more damage?
Listen,
who has more responsibility? You have a whole baby coming out.
Listen. But you sit here arguing about what he got to do with child support, right? So undoubtedly, you saying he got some responsibility. All I'm saying is, if you don't want no children, you have to be responsible. The person who does not want it has to be responsible for protecting themselves. It's not rocket science. Like, I don't know. I'm not understanding why this concept
Caesar, the other thing you can do is get with a woman who requires patience.
You're picking and choosing. You're saying the woman has control over sex, but then you're putting the man and saying, well, he needs to put a umbrella on.
Why would he though?
What?
Well, why would he? That's just dumb. That's just a dumb mistake. At this day and age, we should know that that's dumb. Why would you, if you know you don't want to have a baby with this kid and you know your sperm are like little babies, like, why would you protect the little baby? Like I'm not. So this is what I'm talking about. So you talk about being a leader, but you don't even want to take the step to protecting your sperm. How can you protect a household when you can't even protect your sperm? And that's something that's coming out of you.
Right.
No. You're not gonna tie having sex with someone to make you you're not a non-leader.
Responsible adult. Being a responsible adult at 42 years old, knowing that your sperm makes babies. That's just common sense biology. That you don't even got to take a biology class to know. Well, I think
I'll say this, Shan. It's common sense, but the problem is the culture accepts this type of irresponsibility. So there's an easy solution, Caesar. Get with a woman who's sexually responsible and you don't have that problem, and she's going to hold you up to a certain standard. Mm-hmm. It's just that simple. So I know when you look at the stats, because you love stats, if you look at the Black community stats, it's very underwhelming. It's very discouraging. But you don't have to live that stat. You can do something different. You can choose. Yeah.
He said, but a woman says, please come inside me all the time. And they also say, please buy me this outfit. And you don't do that. Like, please make it make sense. Like y'all gotta be smarter than that. You have to be smart. In this day and age where everything we can say ignorance back in the day. We didn't have as much stuff as we got going on today. You know, today, in today's time, we cannot sit here and play, especially at our age. We're talking as grown people, some full grown people, talking about for a younger generation. You cannot sit here and tell people that you cannot tell boys like, oh, it's her responsibility. Like, so you're literally having this woman be responsible for your livelihood, the rest of your life, what happens to you from this point on. Why would you give somebody that much power?
Caesar,
that you just having sex with?
Caesar, it goes beyond that too. Caesar, let me say something. It goes beyond that. Men should, specifically black men, should not be laying with any woman that they don't want see to start a family with. It goes to that level too. But men aren't doing that. They're sleeping with, oh, I'm attracted to her. I don't want a family with her.
I just want to hit and run. Like,
right.
What? And
Men go after what they can catch. They hit what they can catch.
I just saw a video of a woman even saying she didn't want to, she didn't feel like it was her responsibility to disclose her HIV status.
Right.
Like baby is like a small part of it. It's so many other things too that can be taken. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're doing that, that's supposed to be between two people who are into each other. They know each other. Like I just feel like we're just, this whole intimacy thing, we're just way too lax with it. Like way too late. I don't even, most of y'all, if a person was running, you wouldn't even go hug him because he's sweating. You wouldn't even go hug her because she's sweating. But you would get in the bed with him and he sweat on you. Like, make it make sense.
Yeah.
I understand. You will have a baby. You have no problem having a baby with a guy you don't know, but you don't want to marry him. That's a lot of black women today.
I think that they're not. I think that if a woman is with a man, I would blame the woman. If a man is with a woman and he doesn't want to blame, I think it goes both sides. It's hard to say because it's obviously a case-by-case situation. But at the end of the day, you have two people who have had a child. They need to work it out as best as possible for that child. And let's just say worst case scenario, they cannot work it out for the child to live. They need to at least co-parent well for the child. Sometimes it ain't about you, it's about the kid, right? And some people are co-parenting. Remember when we like to co-parent a lot, and not co-parent, but cohabitate. So those people are also in that study. They're not married. They may live together. They have kids. They're raising their children together. They may have multiple kids together, but they're not married. So they're also going to be in that unwed percentage. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say that if somebody is just giving their bodies up and not expecting marriage, it's still going to affect the black woman more, and she needs to change that.
I would agree that the responsibility does weigh more heavily on the women as far as the value, whether we like it or not. Some men don't want women with children, and like you said, your time. When you have a child, your priority is being a mom at that point, right? So there are going to be some times where you have to put yourself to the side to make sure that kid is okay. So you're right. A lot of the responsibility does fall on the woman, but that's why it's important for women to choose men who are, even if y'all don't get along with each other as far as, okay, it's not going to work like this, but y'all got to come and go. And that come and go is to make sure this one, the little kid, is successful. Sometimes that's what it has to be. At the end of the day, it's about the kid. That's what it's about. Working it out for the child.
And guess what? Yes.
That's what we gotta do.
And guess what? The black woman, I want the black woman to win. That's why I'm on here. That's why I'm having this conversation with you guys. And I'm hearing that the women, our elder women, are not giving black women the correct information. They're sitting out here without a pedal.
Well, I think that it depends on the black woman you're getting the information from, right? So I what I've noticed too is people only know what they have grown to like what works for them, right? Is so if you are, when you see, I think it was you who said, oh, there are women in the comments saying, get it, sister, because that more than likely them get it sisters are the same women who think like that sister. You know what I'm saying? Because the women who don't think like that be like, oh, excuse me? That's, no ma'am. So even the comments can have trifling people, if that makes sense. And they may legit, have you ever had a conversation with these people? They be like, you tell a woman, hey, you shouldn't do this, especially sexually. They will go to bat with you a while. They so strong in their beliefs. You can't control my body. Who policing my? That's their belief. And all you can do is say, hey, and influence them to do it. But it's gonna be up to them to make that change. It ain't nothing you can do. You can just tell them the benefits. But guess what? If they're not ready to make that change, we can talk to the light skin.
I agree. I agree. I just don't like us blaming the black man for what black women do. That's all. If a black man does something wrong, blame him. But don't blame him if women are responsible for this, but we're still going to find a way to blame the black man.
That's not true. I said so what we got to do is, if there's something that a black woman did single-handedly without the help of a black man, then we can say black women this, like you were saying, the obesity. Sure, that's an individual thing, right? We can blame a person for that. We can see it, we need to do better, blame a person. But when two people are engaging in something together, then that's two people that made that happen. One person cannot make that happen. It's impossible. One
I
cannot
agree.
do without the other. So that's when we say, okay, it's both men and women. They both had different jobs in it, but together that they both need to be held responsible. And there's some things
But the black woman needs to take more care, because you could be hurting yourself if it doesn't work out with another partner, because another guy may care about you having a baby.
But the problem is, Caesar, I've been on other podcasts and women say it like this: the army can't even vet people perfectly. So how are you expecting a woman to vet this guy and he's going to be a perfect guy?
Get married. It's easy. Get married first.
Black men don't get married.
And even if they did, so this is the thing. Even if you have a person who is not the perfect partner, it's men who are in marriages ain't doing the right thing, right? So if he can be that way in a marriage. So, but the thing about it is, I will say we need to go back to letting our father, like everybody in here said they were raised by their father. Go back to letting our fathers, our family, people who have our best interests at heart, vet for us. Because sometimes we so love is blind, we don't see it. But trust me, an elder or somebody in your family, somebody who has your best interests at heart, is probably going to see it. Somebody you could confide in, you trust to make that judgment for you. So I think that we do need to move to doing that more often. Men need to, and sometimes men can point out their man. Women can see a fake woman from a mile away. Like, look at here, something about her. You know, my grandma be like, look, something about her ain't and we don't listen. You know, but we have to go back to listening, because sometimes they telling us and we just not listening.
But remember what I said earlier. Only one group is saying they don't need their man. Black women, there is a whole movement. Black women are saying this.
None of that.
Sorry, y'all. I'm starting to get country at night. You know, my Southern Alabama comes out at night. I can get you guys a professional. Hi, welcome to the Chic at the beginning. But towards the end of the night, I started that. I can hear the Alabama starting to, because I can't control it. I'm sorry. I was like, Shan, you get Alabama. But we need to. But you guys are welcome when we come back. You know,
what days do y'all do this?
Fridays when I am. So in a private chat, put your IG, and I can add you guys to the IG chat if you want me to.
I don't have IG.
Oh, okay. Well, didn't Caesar? You got to turn your notifications on. But yeah, actually, we used to do it consistently on Fridays. But I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I feel like doing it, sometimes I don't. Today I felt like talking.
Nice. Appreciate the opportunity.
No problem.
Yes.
Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thanks for having us.
No problem. Okay. Well, everybody, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Oh, it's Speedbook. Let me put that in here.
Yeah. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Good night, everybody. Ooh, turn it off. Okay, let me